Woo! Motherfuckers. Oh, yeah. What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. How y'all doing? How you feeling? I wasn't even planning to do a second show, but fuck it now. Fuck it. I mean, let's keep it funky. Let's keep it real funky. We're gonna get real funky into this shit. It's gonna be beautiful. What we got in the building? Let's really cap off to a lot of stuff, right? There's a lot of people out there who don't have the maturity of a goddamn goat when it comes to this red and black pill conversation, unfortunately. And unfortunately, man, it shows. It really much shows. People don't even know testosterone or anything like that. That's scary. That is scary. Now, I'm going to do a bit of the profiling. The profiling of literally the after party. Yeah. We're going to talk a little bit more in depth about the testosterone thing, the rise and dip of it. But we're also going to talk about why does everybody have the wrong definition for simp? Sub chance, sub oppo, because everybody thinks you're a simp. When we don't even know what a simp is, we don't even have the proper statement to make it call people simps. So Russell Wilson's a simp. How? That man lived a very privileged life. The incredible opposite of a simp. Let's put it out there. Let's really think about this. When we talking about simping and all this other shit, we got to realize something. Sucker idolizing mediocre pussy are simps. That's a simp. When when you're having people who will reward women or men for really, really bad behavior, that's simping, even though they don't deserve it. I'm not saying treat your woman nice or treat her like shit if she's doing something poorly. You're supposed to treat her nice if she does well. The problem is that you motherfuckers don't even know when to stop rewarding bad behavior versus rewarding good behavior. And this is where the simping thing gets put out. Is it a simp to get married and take care of kids? No. It's a simp to keep rewarding and trying to get the good favors of a woman that doesn't deserve it. That's a simp. Do you believe that marriage is a good idea? When you're married to a good person, but odds on choice, no. Why do we constantly try to put men in very bad situations? We have an obsession. Would you ever ask a woman, should she stay with her abuser? We won't ask that, will we? Then why should men stay with theirs? Oh, well, marriage is a good thing. For who? I want all the married niggas to tell me they are happily married. Or it's alright. Make sure the wife ain't listening so he can give you the truth. A lot of niggas don't want to get the truth. Why not? Because we know fundamentally what does that count for. We know fundamentally what does that account for. It accounts for most of the time the man's gonna have to pay big dollar bottom dollar to get out of it. And he's gonna have to pay big bottom dollar to keep it maintained. And he gets little to nothing to literally get no thanks. Why would one do that? It's like asking men why do they prefer the more in shape, younger, beautiful version of a woman and not the older, fatter, more cantankerous, curmudgeonous version of her? Very easily. So, a lot of dudes keep thinking this whole thing about the testosterone dip is nothing to squeeze at. It is something to really squeeze at because that's when you start to gain your knowledge as a man. Don't get me wrong. I still look at like looking at pretty women. Still like looking at my comic books and all that. Still like sex, but it doesn't rule me like my teens and 20s. You start fitting your own style instead of trying to fit the style of what a woman likes. As a matter of fact, once you develop your style and profile, she starts to become more acclimated to you. I want everybody to realize that people have to become more acclimated to you. And what happens to a lot of men, we spend all this time chasing a female to like us when she probably would have liked us more than our goddamn selves. But that's what testosterone will do because you have this overwhelming need and desire. Guess what? You forget your own self. You become a nuisance to your own self instead of a benefit to your purpose. Let's say your purpose was sex. You're going to end up paying out more than what the sex was actually supposed to be. Hey, when you look apart, Well, why do I got to work out? Why do I got to do this? Because the better you look, the more you can actually apply. The more you can actually say, hey, this is what I want people to know. I want people to know that I'm worthy of this level of woman, this level of comfort, this level of treatment. And when you don't have that standard, guess what happens? Everybody will utilize you for what you are and what you're not. You'll overpay bullshit. You'll deal with bullshit you shouldn't have done in the first place. And the saddest part about it is that many of us in the game think that we actually deserve or we need to go through certain bullshit and it's part of the game. Hey, you can't get with a woman without dealing with her shit. You okay? Yeah, okay. But yet, just like I would tell a woman, she needs to increase her ability to be attractive. Why wouldn't I tell that to a dude? Don't give me this excuse that, oh, I'm not select or guess what? I told you before BGS's shit ended. You got enough money to go on Amazon and get some resistance bands, the Tower 200 on a sturdy door, some weights and a bench. Get some good walking and running shoes. Hell, even get a stationary bike. Even get a stationary bike. Even get a stationary bike. So, guess what? If you don't get that, learn how to dress well. Increase your style. If you can't do that, then it's not much we can tell you. You want to get an increasingly better looking women? Go to Carnival. Go to some of these comic book conventions, anime conventions. Check out the chicks who work out. Say hello. Y'all gonna sit here and tell me ain't no way that us as men, especially black men, we're not trendsetters? We're not men who, if we go anywhere in this world, we're not desired just from our style and profile, just from our intellectual prowess. And all you got to do is a few little tweaks. Hmm, I don't get it. Just for being black, you get a lot of shit. And see, let me say hello to everybody. Chance, Lopo, Sekmar. Let me see, Mike, what's up? Mike again. Mike Malice this time. Electrician 480, LAPD SWAT, Namer. Who else we got in the building? Andre, what's up? Whoever else in the building. Mr. T. Collins. Who else in the building? But yeah, when you think about this, Once you study testosterone, building muscle, pheromone style, a lot of times it's going to put you in the forefront of not only game with women, but game with life. You should tweak your style, especially if you're from the urban environment. You should have a suit. You should have a dress game. Do you know if you actually had a dress game, even in your 20s, how far that puts you ahead of niggas in your fucking age group? Jesus. You be leaving, you literally will have chicks from your age group to 40s trying to fuck you just because you look like you got some sense of style. Then on top of that, when you have those abilities to literally change up your style, you're more comfortable in your masculinity. You can transcend where people think you are. And here's the craziness: you can get another variety of women, opportunities, just by changing your style up. Not even changing your style, actually expanding it. If you could fit in more worlds and more places, then you can network better. And nobody likes that. Let's look at this real quick, right? Because I got to talk about this subject that a lot of men have never really been desired. And it showed. Why? A lot of men haven't been desired because of fear, because, like anybody else, rejection. But once you get over and you start opening your eyes like I had to, you'll be surprised how many women find you desirable, will lust after you, will want you. There's no type of, how you say, limit you can put on yourself after that. It's hard to become game goofy once you know the rules of engagement. It's hard. It's very hard. Oh, well, I never had a woman really want me. That sucks for you. But did you open up your options? How far did you spread? Or do you want the same women that the so-called Pookie and Ray Ray and the low brow want? We don't like to talk about that. There's too many motherfuckers out there worrying about one broad because you're too busy lusting after her that you never noticed the motherfuckers lusting after you. We've all been there. We've all been there. it's kind of funny that YouTube wants to get me from 17 people wide to 10, 9, 10. That's YouTube. You get used to this shit after a while.
Mm.
But it's just like when I said on BGS stream.
Mhm.
A lot of dudes, one, show their immaturity on certain subject matters like testosterone. To the point where niggas don't even know what the word simp means anymore. To the point where niggas don't even know how it feels to be desired. So much so that it feels like they're losing a winning battle. A winnable battle, anyway. But yet,
Mhm.
I have to blame this on the defeated mindset that plenty of us actually were raised with. So, baby M, because we look at ourselves as defeated. We look at ourselves as saying, well, let's settle. And why should you settle? Because nobody's
Scarcity
gonna,
mindset as well.
huh? It's a scarcity.
Scarcity mindset as well. Yeah,
Even
scarcity
though,
mindset. Like you have no
even
other options.
even though women outnumber you, but you're always taught that you're not going to get a good woman if you don't do X, Y, and Z. But yet,
Mhm.
I want to know how many times have moms and other people failed their sons with that type of rhetoric?
Plenty of times, and it's by design. You know, they'll say things to you just to destroy your confidence because remember, a lot of these women probably don't have a man, and that boy is unfortunately subject to the son husband phenomena, and so they got to crush his self esteem just to keep him around as a form of codependency, and that just shows how short sighted some women are. They
Well,
don't
it's just,
care about their well being, and then they say, "Why aren't you married? And why don't I have no grandkids from you?" Because you fucked them up in the first place. You hamstrung them from the get go, woman.
and this is what the saddest part about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
The saddest part about it is a lot of men will see this and not even say, hey, is there something wrong with this shit? Yeah, there is something wrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's
Anybody
okay to
notice it? Is
say.
it just me, or is this some? Is it just me, or is there something wrong with this picture here?
And this is the reason why spaces like this exist. It's okay to not be with the herd. It's okay to be a man of multifaceted thought. A lot of times with brothers, like I said last night's show, I give the benefit of doubt, but at the same time, we should never be afraid to say, yo, you fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
We should always try to help a person to unfuck a situation, but we have to acknowledge the fuck up first. Because if we don't, we're gonna still make the same mistakes as yesteryear. And I don't give a fuck about any other race because they don't give a fuck about us. I don't have any hatred or disdain for any other race, but when it comes to family business, stay the fuck out of it. And that's
They
only
got their
fair.
shit. Y'all got yours.
And
Charles,
that's
what's
only fair.
up?
Right, what's up?
Man, you know, I don't even pay those guys any mind anymore. It's like at some point, I know you see my comment. I usually say, BGS, F them. I'm worried about your blood pressure. You know what I'm saying? Because it's to a point that I think due to the fact that guys go in a lot of entertainment spaces of what they consider red pill, that
Hmm.
they're publicly saying stuff instead of being quiet and understanding what the truth is. And you see this on TikTok. There's guys that claim they're red pill and they're using these points, but they don't get they're taking themselves out of the game, letting women know they know the truth about something. You know what I'm saying? And it gets to the point like when they want to define like simp stuff and all that kind of. We know what a simp is. Yeah, we know what a trick is. They're
Yeah.
polar opposite. One knows what they're getting, the other one just assumes I'm doing the right things. I'm doing this, so I should get this. And you're act the simp is more disliked by women, the real simp, than a trick, and they want to they want to call creators simps that make content for women, not understanding that this motherfucker's just saying shit that women want to hear. And if he gains some fame or status off of it, it actually opens the door to more women for him a lot of the time because he's not an argumentative, presence. So your ability to understand the truth and not like bash women heads in or call guys simps left and right is the power that you need to use because that's really what's fucking up the game for you. Because y'all still mad. Y'all want these women.
Look at it this way,
I just get
Leon.
frustrated.
Now, yeah, I hear what you're saying, Leon. Because think about this. These are younger kids, right? These younger cats and everything.
Hmm.
Look how they grew up. Look how they grew up. We grew up before the internet, so we have the attention span of any normal person. Most of these kids, most of these younger folks and everything, they had the attention of the hamster because they grew up, wanting instant gratification through the internet. So they grew up on YouTube, MySpace. Well, most of them didn't have MySpace by the time they became teenagers. But Facebook, Instagram, and then they just switched to like Snapchat and all that. So they like that instant hit like a hamster. That short as attention span. There's people, a lot of fly by night snake oil salesmen who know how to get on, who have to get a social media presence and all the bells and whistles to attract those types of people. It's that Pied Piper thing. That's why you have all this entertainment bullshit, the trivial shit. These guys are not mature, and some of these guys are still trapped in the surface level. They don't want to go in depth because they don't have that maturity for it. A lot of people just want to be in that arrested development type of thing.
They can't go in depth because they don't know how to.
Yeah, and they have no desire to either because if they try to go in depth, they're gonna have to face the reality. I mean, earlier what you mentioned about testosterone, Charles, how people react when we talk about testosterone going low and everything. What does that tell them? A lot of these younger people, eventually you're gonna grow old. Young men do not understand what it means about having the faith about growing old because they do not want to understand mortality. That scares the fuck out of them.
Many of them you don't.
Yeah.
You got to think
It's like that
about
Nas
it.
song, man, second childhood. Some of these cats want to be in their second and third childhood.
You got to think about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
The average dude out there is not taught to be a man. He's taught to be an extended boy. He's not taught to say, hey, I'm the leader of a house. Because mom doesn't teach boys leadership.
Women cannot teach boys how to be men.
Don't say that about my mama.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that about your mama. If your mama was gonna teach you how to be a man, then she would have been your daddy. Or she was your daddy, and you swim out of it and you shot out of his nuts before the transition.
But guess what ultimately happens?
Mm-hmm.
You have a fool's gold game. I mean, it's foolish. If you really think about it.
They promise you gold, but pay you in pyrite. That's fool's gold, by the way, in case nobody know what pyrite is. You know? And to borrow one of Leon's catchphrases, motherfuckers still don't know how to stop the bullshit. Oh, Leon, I hope you got some Henny. This is gonna be a long conversation. We all gonna need some. Well, not me, but
See, growing old is a blessing.
Yeah, but I can't drink right now because I'm working on my bike and I stripped a screw in my
oh,
crankshaft holder.
oh okay. Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let
but
me.
I don't drink. I know, but I don't drink personally. And yeah, your camera's on. I don't drink personally,
Oh,
and usually I jokingly refer to myself as a designated driver. That keeps motherfuckers off my back about why I don't drink.
Just tell them you don't drink. Fuck.
What kind of bike you got? I tell them I don't want to. Leave me the fuck alone. At one point, one of my boys just got into that person's face and said, yo, if you ain't drinking, you ain't drinking. Leave him the fuck alone.
Yeah. Fuck 'em.
Uh-huh.
I don't got a good angle at the moment.
Yeah.
What's
What's this, a motorcycle?
See that right there? Y'all see that right there? You see
Yeah,
it?
yeah. Oh, wow.
Right there.
The electric bike.
Nah, this is Dixon
Oh, you got an
Valley.
e-bike.
Y'all see it? I stripped it.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
all right.
Boys and their children.
Yo, I remember I had a mountain bike when I was a teenager. My daddy got me 2 water bottles. He bought me 2 water bottles to go with that bike. And I didn't understand why until I looked at one of the water bottles and looked at it and realized, oh, that's not a water bottle. That's actually a toolbox for bike repairs and whatnot. The toolbox was shaped like a water bottle. And I realized, oh, okay, this gonna come in handy.
Yeah. You gotta
I mean, how many people don't know? I mean, people don't understand, when you're gonna have a bike, you need this, that, and the third. If you're gonna get an e-bike, this is what you need also. I mean, how many people buy a motorcycle but forget to get themselves a helmet? Yeah.
I mean, you got to think about it. The little things matter so much in life. I mean,
Absolutely.
That does happen. That does happen. The kind of stuff
Mhm.
I've seen, because I know how to work on all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I've helped people with their bikes. Like guys didn't even know that they're supposed to put lubricant in their clutch pads. They didn't know they're supposed to put
Yeah.
lubricant in their clutch, their throttle wires. They didn't know any of that. Freaking the other day, boy hit me up. His bike wasn't running. He took out other stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he bought new coils for his spark plugs. All I did was grab my meter, my multimeter. I put the negative inside, and the 2 prongs that it plugs up to the wire. It was at
Right.
4.5. It was at 4.5. To get proper voltage to a car or a motorcycle or anything, it has to be at least 12 and a minimum of 8. The shit was at 4.5. So he's been
Uh-huh.
just riding around with the least amount of spark, killing his bike. And it's just like, all you need is a multimeter.
like I was saying, you know,
Mm.
when you look at the black community. Oh yeah, by the way, I got a new Bowie knife too from Cold Steel, the Frontier Bowie,
All right.
1918.
Nice.
Bad motherfucker, isn't it? It's always a blessing.
Excuse me.
What's up, Hurricane Josh?
All right. That's
Big
nice.
Mo. Oh yeah, sharp as a bitch too. So
Oh, people forget you need to have a grinding stone to go with that. You know, it's because you always gotta. You never know. Every once in a while, you gotta sharpen them blades.
I got
Even
different.
chefs will tell you. Even professional chefs will tell you after they're done with the job, or when they before they start work, when they had to be at the kitchen early, a couple hours early, to prep everything, prep their station, and then they got to sharpen their knives, make sure everything's
The
ready for the job.
secret is you get a whetstone.
Yeah.
You get a nice little whetstone, let it soak for like 15, 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Get some oils. Even though I got some other stuff to sharpen it. Even though I got this one machine to sharpen it, and I use that for my kitchen knives. I could probably use it for my hunting knives as well. It can actually slice a very, very soft tomato into fine slices, if I will.
Ooh.
Oh, my shoulders are sore. I did triceps and chest today, which is pretty much the same muscle group should work any goddamn way. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
so forgive me for my soreness.
That's cool.
So,
Hey.
so my wife just came in the garage. She turned on the fan. She wants to hit some squats, you know. She wants to hit some squats, and she looking at me because I'm working on the bike. She wants to work out, you know what I'm saying? But I'm working on this right now, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, guess
All
what?
right.
That's a beautiful thing to have a woman who works out. And you don't have
Well,
to.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The beautiful part is you don't have to tell her.
Yeah. By the way, how's the baby boy
Oh,
doing,
yeah.
Leon?
I
I haven't
thought you
heard
had
about
me
him.
on Facebook. I know Charles does. I thought you had
No,
me on
I don't
Facebook.
have any. No,
Just,
I ain't got you on
they're doing
Facebook.
good.
No, I connect with most cats on WhatsApp.
No.
What's
Yeah, man, they
happening?
doing good. They over their grandparents' house right now. I dropped them off earlier so I could work
Yeah.
on this. Probably pick
Yeah.
them
How
up
old
in
is he
like
now?
8. I got a
How old is he
4-year-old
now?
and a 1-year-old. 4 and 1.
No, the baby. I'm talking about the baby. Oh, the baby's one now? He a toddler?
Yeah, he won. That
Talking?
little
Have you started talking yet or
he
what?
he got little light skinned brotherism. You know, he got some light skinned brother tendencies. Charles, you know who I am on Facebook, right?
Yeah, just put in the back chat
DD. Yeah, wait. I'll write you real quick. You be like, oh, okay.
because I think I do. But it's funny. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, I got it. All right, I got it.
All right.
You know, I'm one of them blunt motherfuckers. Everybody knows me. They be like, "How come you don't hide your identity?" If I'm gonna talk shit, I'm gonna take all the claims for talking that shit.
Yeah,
Who in their right mind is
they
gonna want to come for a cop?
yeah, y'all forgot. They thought I was crazy when what's his name, Brown, the guy that was running for office in Dallas. I mean Houston, the one that used to try to debate GG.
Mm-hmm.
His women saw me because I cut on my camera and I had my son. They were like, "Oh, we don't know if he like you." Yeah, y'all like me. Y'all like me. Y'all just you just mad because I won't argue with you. So you're
Yeah.
like, "Damn, we can't have a reason not to like you." And I'm like, "Yo, I have these beautiful kids in this family." And I'm saying, this is just what I'm saying. This is my belief. Y'all can ride with it or not. It was so funny. And they were like, this guy showed his face to these people, and it's because I don't troll them. Like
Well,
you can show your face, it's just a certain level of things that you say, you know what I'm saying?
well,
That you might not want to.
and I saw a lot of the people. I said, "Look, at the end of the day, I don't say anything from a place of hatred. I say it from a place of
Nope.
truth. If you don't like it, that's your soul, not mine. It really is.
Hmm.
And the saddest part about the whole transitioning part is that some point, women and simps are gonna have to realize certain things. Men with calibers are not gonna put up with your shit. They're
You are
not gonna
not
put up with
entitled to a man's presence. You're
No,
not entitled
what
to anything.
I think I've been trying to explain this to guys, and I'm like, the women are mad because they understand that they're aging, and it's different when you have, 300 guys in your phone that's talking about marriage, even when you're just a five or a four. So when once you turn 30, that number dramatically just goes down. And then guys are questioning you on things they never questioned you on before. And they don't know how to react to it. I was like, but y'all are saying too much instead of just letting her live that reality. Yeah, she still can have a long line of guys that wants to beat it down, but just like they say, this guy did this, he was just trying to hit, he was just trying to, yeah, that's the level that you're at now, you
yeah.
know? So
And unfortunately for them, they don't get the fact that, hey, when BGS brought up this is the best time for women to have babies, guess what? You're not taking advantage of that? Nope.
They'd rather have their eggs frozen.
I'd rather be a cantankerous bad bitch.
Hmm.
I want you to think about this. Megan Good been married twice already. She's a she was born in '81, so August she'll be
Yeah.
45. Still a beautiful woman, no kids.
Perhaps she didn't want to have any. Some women don't want to have children. I'd say, hey, more power to you.
Makes you think, right? Makes you think.
Hmm.
If I'm not gonna have kids, but it's even though I already know the Jonathan Majors thing was to play, damage control. I want you to think about that. Why, oh, why, oh, why would I sit here and marry you for any other reasons than damage control, and I'm not going to have a baby by this beautiful woman? Why would I want a baby by a 40-year-old woman if I'm going to have a baby?
You don't.
Then
I
on top
mean,
of that, it costs $20,000 to get a vitro.
in vitro, um, because remember the thing is, it's not one egg. They're harvesting multiple eggs out of you, and then they're just gonna then they take the sperm and in a test tube deep in a petri dish, try to get and fertilize enough of those, and then try to place them in your ovary, in your uterus.
And then
The whole process is.
you got to take
Mhm.
the progesterone because
Mhm.
your womb is like a street alley at this point.
You got to get the woman aroused, so her body is hormonally thinking, oh, we're going through conception. We're doing the process of conception.
And think about it. Ebony K paid what $40,000 to $80,000.
And she could afford it.
that's the thing that average women aren't getting. So you're gonna invest all your time in the market just to give them back for the possibility of a child. Bare minimum 80K. Like maybe you should talk to a financial advisor, then use that 80K and just go out and find you some sperm. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. You're giving your money right back to the market that you worked so hard for. That does
Well,
not make sense.
it makes sense because they can't find the man they want. Two, when you're
Uh-huh.
talking about freezing eggs and all that shit, you're probably too old to have a baby anyway, or right around the corner
Yeah,
from it. And
Y'all
yeah,
remember
I
Meet
agree
in
with all that.
America?
nobody's telling them the truth that it's okay for dudes to be told, hey, your best days in this sport are behind you. But for some reason, we don't tell the women that.
Mm-hmm.
They say, you can have all this career shit. I'm going to find a great man. Even if you're still pretty, nobody wants to live with a 40-something pretty old woman on a long-term basis. Unless we already invested 10, 15 years in your ass. That's the difference. Well, my friends, they married how long? For 15, 17,
Uh,
20 years. That's an investment. Who's investing in you the same way? Now, starting now.
dude, you know they're gonna be like trying to pin that onto the man. Y'all remember that Tony Braxton song from 2001? Wasn't man enough for me and all that bullshit. Another
Hmm.
song, just be a man about it. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna try to flip it on the man and say, "Ah, well, he wasn't this. He wasn't." Of course he wasn't. Why? Well, of course he wasn't for you. Look who he's dealing with. He probably realized what kind of person you was and just walked away. And here you are, bad mouthing, saying like he did everything wrong because you don't want to admit that maybe, hey, you did something wrong in that relationship. When have
Yeah,
you heard a woman own up to the fact that yeah, it was on me? Women love to play the blame game. No accountability. Excuse me.
but yet, go back into what? We go back into really, really bad circumstances.
Hmm.
Hmm. For some odd
I mean, I
reason,
asked certain. Hmm.
some odd reason, we don't want to talk about it. We don't want to talk about it.
Hmm. Eddie Murphy wasn't lying when he talked about he hates them timid ass females, the ones who got skeletons in their closets, more like graveyards in their closets. They're afraid to open their mouth because a bone might come flying out.
Not just skeletons.
Mass graves. They got cemeteries. Try to flip the script when they relocate from one town to another.
I get to the point where you got to be nice with your bullshit. You got to be. Because if
Hmm.
you're not, you're going to have to really figure out something shit.
Hmm.
What do you really want out of your life? If what you want out of your life always have to concern with women, then you're gonna live a poor life. If you try to get appreciation from your girlfriend, your wife, hell, even your kids, you're gonna live a poor life.
Doesn't start with them, and it always has to start with you.
And when we talk about this phenomenon, you have to develop what you're good at first, my dudes. You see,
That's right.
you see Leon. He's fixing up his bike while his wife doing some squats. Notice,
Yeah. Well,
notice,
actually, She's waiting for me to be done with this, so she took her ass back inside to do something else in the room, probably some free weights.
yeah.
But
But
she kept the
notice they
fan
got
on, like I need to do this soon, and I'm trying to get the screw out. It's halfway out, but the drill, I was using the
Smart move
shock
on her
vac,
part.
so I was using the shock vac while I was drilling to
Mm-hmm.
get the broken screw out, so I don't have any
Right.
stuff going in my engine, and
Mm-hmm.
it's twisting out, but the bolt was too hard to drill through unless I slam it. And I don't want to slam it, so I'm twisting it out with some small screwdrivers, pretty much. But I have it
All right.
halfway out. So after I
All
get this
right.
done, I'm gonna let her do her thing. You know, I'll go inside and my computer work.
yeah,
Yeah, but I'm happy she
Just
does
like
her thing.
well, Leon, let me ask something.
What's up?
Are you content with your life?
Yeah, content is my objective. Like you've heard me speak about family, so you understand that I purposely picked a particular type of woman in proximity to my family, and she has a decent
Hmm.
family too, really good family too. So that
Yeah.
takes so much pressure off me because, like I said, my kids don't go to daycare. They be at my mom's house or her mom's house. You know,
Good
grandpas be
move.
doing their thing, and that's why I have time to do stuff like this, change my own brakes, do all my own services and stuff, and I don't have to worry about the market. Because that's what I try to explain to people about is this market will bleed you dry, especially if you're not utilizing family. So I mean, give up a little power, then you find out that it gives you a great deal of more power.
That's the trade-off. That's the trade-off right there.
It's a worth.
People.
It's definitely worth it. It's definitely worth it. You just have to listen to your
Mm-hmm.
mom talk mess for a few hours and mother-in-law talk mess for a few hours, but they really manage the woman in the relationship anyway because they want time with the grandkids. You know what I'm saying? And she's so used to it that it's kind of like if I would have to spend that money for an outside entity to take care of the kids, it's just not worth it. So let me shut up. You know.
yeah,
And she understands you can afford a nanny, so she knows to shut her mouth and just, Now both them women know, hey, if we want to see our grandkids, we gotta act right.
Nah. See, I only do that to annoy my mom. I don't do it with her mom. But for the most part, they manage a lot. They manage women pretty good because once you get accustomed to something, it's hard to justify spending. Just the bare minimum right now is what 1,200 on daycare. You know what I'm
A
saying?
year, 1,200 a
No, a
year.
month. A month.
God damn, what the hell?
Yeah. I mean, like you can take your kid to a sorry daycare and have some random little kid punching on them or something. You know what I'm saying? But if you want a decent daycare, you're talking about bare minimum 1,200 to 2,000 a month.
Hmm.
You
But
know,
instead, he's with
so
the grandparents. Instead, he's with the
exactly.
grandparents, and he's probably got some cousins with him, and they
Yep.
learn how to behave themselves.
Yep. You know what he
you make
learned and who
it.
he learned it from.
What's up, Zulu? So you got to remember, you control if you put it in a family unit, you control a lot of the child's influences.
Hmm.
Not everything, but a total, at least 85% of them.
Yep.
Because now you got to look at the bigger path. Is what I want my child to learn? Is it being is it being manifested through other people, or am I going to be undermined?
Yep.
Hmm.
And then both of the grandmas and grandpas are so competitive. Her dad just took them fishing the other week, catching fish. Grandma doing this. One of them, I don't look. When I say I don't know what's going on half the time, I don't know what's going on. They be like, "Oh yeah, Miss Flo's gonna have her this day. My mom's gonna have her this day." I just be shaking my head like,
Yeah,
"Okay."
and it's crazy because That's what happens. That's what you're supposed to have as a family unit.
Hmm. And I did this on purpose. Like I could have picked some renegade chicks that I like more, right? But the outcome would have been worse. You know what I'm saying? It would be bad, like most average people would be. Like you're trying to do it all on your own, but it's so easy to utilize family.
But then again, that's a family that works together, a family that appreciates family, not this
Hmm.
cabal of fucking. I want a baby, and then you got to think about it. You don't even know who you're having a baby for or with.
Yep.
Hmm. Furthermore, some people, they're scared to ask for help because they think it's like a
Showing
betrayal of their
weakness.
masculinity or something like that. It's like a sense of shame and guilt. Others, they don't want to ask for help because they know they're going to have to owe afterwards. And you don't know if that person is going to be, if the person you're asking help from is going to hold that against you and make you all go, so like, you owe me,
I
or they
think
really
I
going to look
think
out for
I,
you for real, for
I
real.
think a lot of the women are trying to prove because okay, we we have the free market. Ladies can get all the socialism, daycares, all that type of shit. That they push their moms to the side, so because they wanted to be equal to them. You know, you can get welfare, you can get job training, all type of stuff. And now that's a way. It's like now you have to depend on your clan again, and they don't like that shit because they really don't like their mothers. They don't even really understand boys. That's their first argument always. My brother was treated better than me. He got it. Yeah, women treat their boys better because their sons are actually worth something.
Yeah, their sons. There's number one. Your daughter's not going to scare off any idiot that she might date. You're not going to lift the heavy shit in the house. You're not. Most daughters are not going to be taking care of their mothers like that.
Mm-mm.
You actually teach the daughters how to be independent. Why, ladies and gentlemen? We're joined by ABL.
What's
What's
Baltimore's
good?
happening,
finest.
man?
What's up?
No, I'm not defined as nothing.
No, I take it back. Baltimore's baddest because he's one of them bad motherfuckers.
I'm in between.
I
It's
need to.
cranky. One of the crankiest, so I'll say that.
Just like Chris Tucker. Pissed off, man. Pissed off.
Whenever I can use a
It's like,
magnet to make it a little easier.
Mhm.
what do I think about Larry Graham's death? Nothing.
Larry Brown.
But Lindsey Graham.
Oh,
Lindsey
Lindsey
Graham.
Graham.
Yeah.
Yo, they
Oh,
was on savage mode.
pardon my language, but I don't know another way to say it. Fuck Lindsey Graham.
That's pretty much all he is to me.
I'm gonna say right now, I don't care if you say fuck me, whatever. That's on you, ABM. I'm just chilling where I am. Being
He,
that when I was, of course,
he
everybody knew
sounds
I was a total pussy in the Congress. Yes, I
he
was a big ass pussy in Congress.
gets the big ass
Well,
pussy for other men too.
let me. Lindsey Graham is everything that's wrong with modern day so-called Republicans, conservatives. You talk
Hmm.
all this Christian family value shit, but notice you'll never see anybody, even the Democrats, nobody will ever say out loud that Lindsey Graham was gay.
Nope.
Yeah. How did they get into that topic? Because this is the thing: the Democrats, since they put so much emphasis on hearing the LGBTQ's voice, if you acknowledge that that guy's part of the gang, how do you go about debating him
You
properly? You
you
know what I'm
say you
saying?
say it just like I said it.
Yeah,
Okay, you're a fraud, Lindsey Graham, because you talk all this Christian value shit. Meanwhile, you're fucking gay.
yeah,
Yeah. And
Instead
then
of just fucking saying you're gay, another one of these people, open closets. Like, bro, you know
Y'all
what I'm saying?
remember?
You can't be
Yeah.
the
Hmm.
you can't be the Christian conservative And then meanwhile, the whole world knows you're not even down low. You just haven't said out loud that you're gay.
Yeah.
And
You
think
just like,
about it.
that's none of your business of how I swing.
You're a 70-something-year-old man, what, 71, no kids,
He
no
died at
wife,
71.
no wife.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're not even known to be a womanizer.
This
Because
guy
everybody,
served in the Air Force long before Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
and the funniest part about it is, you sound like a Southern dandy.
Yeah.
That's what he really sounds like, a Southern dandy. And
And
I'm not saying,
my ultimate problem with Lindsey Graham is not he's gay. He's a fucking racist.
yeah, he's a
You don't give a
racist.
damn about human life. You were all for the genocide in Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
You're all for the military-industrial complex. You're all for Israel,
You're a warmonger.
which by the way, their books say you should be put to death.
Yeah, you're
I
a
mean,
fucking
you're all for Israel. Well, that's what their holy book says.
you're a fucking
But you hate
warmonger.
the Muslims. Lindsey Graham, honestly, to me, was just a piece of shit.
He's just.
That and Mitch, he was also Mitch McConnell's lackey.
I mean, you got to think about it, right? He's another fucking warmonger
Mhm.
who wasn't man enough to do it himself. You try to run for president, and that shit wouldn't have worked.
Yeah.
Nobody would have wanted him in there, just like nobody wanted what's that socialist bastard?
Bernie.
Yeah,
Bernie
Bernie.
Sanders?
Nobody wanted Bernie. Only people wanted Bernie in there were motherfuckers who always want free shit. You're telling me that you're okay
I
with
wanted
starting war.
Bernie, but solely for health care. That's it.
And here's the crazy part, right? You want to start these wars, but you don't have kids because we know why you don't have kids. But yet you wouldn't put your kid's ass on the line. There's so much dark, dirty shit that the U.S. government does to its people and to its soldiers and veterans that, God damn it, why won't you put your ass on the line? Did you know before March 20th, 2013, that if you had a GI Bill, you had 15 years to utilize it? Or it would
Mhm.
expire. How would you tell a motherfucker that benefits you earned during blood, sweat, tears, and sometimes conflicts of wars, your benefits expire? What about the motherfuckers in Congress? When do their terms expire? Why don't they have a term limit? Now, all the people after the 2013, their shit is forever. So fuck everybody else before that.
Just like how many veterans who were affected by the burn pits in Afghanistan and Iraq were getting shafted by Republicans who did not want to give these people the adequate care they needed to recover for their lung issues and shit
Not just
while
the
serving
care,
on the line of duty.
not just the care, the money. You should be automatically 100%. I'm affected by the burn pits.
Shout out to John Stewart, who's been very passionate about that. Hell, he even called out a couple of Republicans who were lying about their stance on it.
There's a lot of shit that I could tell you with Lindsey Graham. He's one of the few motherfuckers I could never say kiss my ass because he probably look forward to it and maybe enjoy it.
Facts.
You are what makes America horrible. You're a warmongering, racist, classist piece of shit who doesn't even have the balls to come out the closet. You are a fucking true politician in every sense of the word.
All facts.
Absolute sleazeball. Absolute
All
sleazeball.
fucking facts.
You couldn't stand on anything as long as you would get along to get along type of motherfucker. You
Just
are
another Just another fucking politician lining his own fucking pockets.
Mm-hmm. The only
Long as
reason,
you get fucking rich, you wag your fucking finger at the Democrats, Nancy Pelosi, and look at all the money Nancy Pelosi got. What's your fucking net worth, Lindsay?
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Warmonger, piece of shit, traitor politician, kiss the Israeli lobby ass. You don't stand for a damn thing.
You're just a piece of shit.
You were all for this Iran war. You don't give a damn about the American people. Their gas prices going up, their energy costs going up, their food prices going up. You don't give a shit. And it's a disastrous fucking war on top of it. Damn, Iraq was better than this.
Yeah. And for
Iraq
what?
and Afghanistan together.
And W caught hell over Iraq.
And guess what? I don't care what nobody says. W handled Iraq a lot better than fucking Obama did.
A lot better. I heard more complaining from, people who actually had to do the work, do the fighting under Obama than I ever heard under W.
Because we had, a lot of that Kindler Gentler bullshit.
Yeah, the cards when I was at Fort Hood. I loved it.
A lot of that
Got it.
Kindler Gentler bullshit. People don't understand something. Putin even warned motherfuckers. And this is what I told people before, and this is how ignorant shit is, and that's the reason why I love these multifaceted, questions and statements.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, if Trump would have had his second term instead of the goddamn Biden, we would have never been in Ukraine in the first place. Now, Iran was a 50-year story. Something different. Ukraine broke us. The immigrants decimated us. And I don't give a shit who has a feeling about it. Because when you really look at things from a really big perspective, why do you think Hillary Clinton would have won? The first thing we would have done, we would have been at war with Russia directly. You're using all these goddamn proxies. And I'm sorry, I wish I could go make a bill that tells people you should never ever be voted into office unless you served as a firefighter, police officer, or as a goddamn soldier. You know why? Because all these other motherfucking draft dodging motherfuckers, hell, including the one we have now, a lot of people don't take
And
care.
his grandfather. He dodged the Germany war.
The Prussian army.
A lot of motherfuckers don't want to say, hey, you're making bad decisions. You don't know how it feels to be out there. A lot of people make a lot of these fucking things and don't even understand what it feels like to be in that fucking heat, to be in that battlefield. That's ridiculous. That is super ridiculous.
And Charles, you have to remember, I grew up on Fort Belvoir and Fort Hood. And you know what I saw coming home. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know exactly. I graduated 06, so you know what I saw when it was coming home, especially on Fort Hood. That period, guys that I knew that was 200, 220, they were coming back 160 pounds, eyes looking totally different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the youth is out
Features
there.
that
They look
now,
defeated.
yeah, they came back looking defeated. So my generation, when they were coming back, they looked buff, healthy, and just tripping over stuff. But that the Gen X generation versus the millennials, total different situation after like 2008.
hmm
You know what I'm saying? It's total different situation in the Middle East, what they were dealing with. They actually had barracks and everything else. Those Gen X guys, when I
Oh, they
was
were
in,
tense.
middle school, high
We had
school, total
we had
different situation.
we want to look at how much, and then tell me you traded in a fucking funky ass woman's basketball player for the Merchant of Death.
Because that fucking, and let's not forget that basketball player herself, although she was advised not to go, just like her teammates said that we're not going, her stupid.
But see, that's the hubris of this liberal mindset. You want to be a man
And she
so
didn't even
much,
let the team know. Her ass put herself in that position.
and guess what? The same
hmm
thing I said about certain kids.
hmm
It's kind of hard to feel sorry for fuck ups.
I saw the footage of her after the exchange where she's on the plane getting ready to go home. Just the way she was smiling.
Apparently, guess what, Andre? We
She
got
ain't learned. She ain't learned. She ain't
we
learned
got
a lesson.
we got sucky ass people. We got sucky ass people who served before.
hmm
Lindsey Graham, just because he served, I mean, good for him, but he still sucked as a human being. The military only advances what the fuck you are. That tells you something about white privilege, right?
Absolutely, especially
His,
for a boy from
his
South
sister,
Carolina.
his sister
hmm
basically his sister was 13 years old, and they were giving Social Security all this money, and he still managed to go to ROTC. What does that tell you? Both your parents are dead by the time your sister's 13. He's about what, 17, 18? How like probably a little younger. So how the fuck do you still make it to go to college with both parents dead?
Hang on, let me look it up.
And then they were using his mother's SS.
Oh, but wait a minute. Wait a
Go
minute.
ahead.
Isn't that the same sister that's now running to take his seat?
Oh, she's temporarily
Yes,
in the seat now.
she's temporary in his
Okay,
seat.
so where's all the DEI people at on this one?
Oh yeah.
hmm
Where's all
Where's all the meritocracy motherfuckers at now?
No, see, they're lying about that. So if you look at the data, yeah, women lost a lot of jobs, but all the jobs, for the most part, are being given to women anyway. You know what I'm saying? They might not be making the same income, but the states are so proactive on that taking care of women. I'm when I say that, I'm so fucking serious. They're giving, they're still giving women jobs to the extreme. They're just not making the same level of income. The state
the
does
thing
not want to
about it?
take care of these hoes.
Is that not nepotism?
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that one bit.
Is that not nepotism at its finest?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's nepotism, favoritism. It's complete contrast to merit. We're
yeah.
gonna be about merit now in this administration. Bullshit.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Okay, I'm looking it up. I'm looking up a couple things. I just realized. Okay, he died like what 2 days after his 71st birthday, and let's say it just says that first of all, both his parents were alcoholics. He was of Scots-Irish descent. Parents were drunks, and his sister.
Which explains why he was a drunk.
Man, if I have to go to the store to get some Scylla because I don't have none, I'm about to get pissed.
His
I mean,
sister was born 9 years after. It was 9 years his junior.
yeah. So wait a minute. They sure got a lot of
Darlene Graham Norton.
they sure got a lot of opportunities for a bunch of
hmm
drunken poor white trash.
Yeah. They operated a pool hall, this, that, and a third. She was only a toddler when their father died, and their mother died from cancer when she was 11, and he was an adult. They were later were raised by an aunt in Seneca, South Carolina. Her brother became her legal guardian
I hate my life right
before he joined the Air Force.
What's good, everybody?
Now
now.
you telling me he gets
Mhm.
what was he in the Air Force? What was his rank?
Okay, reached the rank of colonel. He served. Wait, okay, he served between 1980 from son of a bitch served from first of all he enlisted in 1982 and he was active until 89. Then he was in the National Guard from 89 to 95, and then from 95 up until 2015 he was a reservist and he reached the rank of colonel. He was in the Air Force, he was in JAG Corps as well as in the South Carolina Air National Guard.
So
He
he
was
was a
awarded
judge.
the Bronze Star and the Meritorious Service Medal.
Okay, just like somebody asked about the Bronze Star the other day. The
Hmm.
Bronze Star is one of the trickiest motherfuckers ever. A lot of motherfuckers, okay, will get
Hmm.
Bronze Stars
Excuse
and
my
do
French,
shit.
folks.
A lot of motherfuckers will get Bronze Stars and ain't do shit. You
Hmm.
could literally rescue Marines in Fallujah and you don't get a Bronze Star.
Yeah,
Ask me how I know.
yeah.
Yo,
Oh, I'm looking up his military record. It says here, according to Wikipedia, his military service. Upon graduating from the University of South Carolina School of Law, Graham was commissioned as an officer in JAG Corps in the United States Air Force in '82 and began active duty that year. His military service began as an Air Force defense attorney. He was stationed at Shaw Air Force Base from '82 to '84. He was later transferred to Rheinland Air Base in Frankfurt, West Germany, where he served as an Air Force chief prosecutor in Europe from '84 to '88. In
Wait, hold on,
'84, he
time
was
out.
defending. Mhm.
Okay, how old was he during that time period?
He's got to be in his late 20s
He was
because
Okay,
27 when he 27, 28.
and he's say his position again.
he was the judge advocate general of military lawyer.
The
JAG Corps,
fuck?
he was a prosecutor.
Wait,
Yeah,
so where did he go to college before he went to the military?
he went to the University of South Carolina. That's where he went for law school. That's where he got his BA and JD. University of South
There's
Carolina.
something. Okay, okay. For a person that loses both parents,
Hmm.
there's something. Yeah, he's part of the program. It doesn't matter if his parents. Nah,
yeah, of course.
that
Yeah.
that that
Like,
doesn't add up in my head.
Yeah,
there's
I'm sorry.
I mean,
People
he
may
joined
look at me and say,
ROTC while in college. He attended college and joined ROTC when he was 20. His mother died of Hodgkin's lymphoma at 50. His father died 15 months later, of a heart attack, and he became his sister's legal guardian. So when his sister was orphaned, however, when he enlisted, she had to move into with his aunt.
yeah,
Says here he graduated. During his studies, he became a member of the Pi Kappa Phi a fraternity.
five finger salute, what?
University of South Carolina, Columbia. So that's where he, yeah, that's where he got his Juris Doctorate. He has a BA in psychology. Graduated in '77. Got his Juris Doctorate from the university in '81, and then he enlisted in the Air Force in '82.
Okay, so yeah, okay, so he went in as an officer basically. Because I'm like,
He
this
was a commissioned
timeline.
officer because he was junior ROTC because he was
Yeah,
already ROTC in college.
yeah, and
He
he,
was
and he
an
got a
he was an
degree.
ROT
I
he was an
I was like, wait,
ROTC,
hold
not
on,
J, not
his
J.
timeline seemed crazy. Okay, hey,
Because
question: if I took
Right?
that screw that I pulled out of the my gasket part, how much do y'all think I would have been charged at a shop? It
hmm,
would have been like 1800.
oh yeah, they would have charged, they would have taxed you for that, and they would have took their time saying it. Well, it's labor.
Yep.
yo, Charles,
Okay.
yo, Charles, you hear me?
You're low as fuck, Andre.
Oh fuck. Hold on. Let me switch it up.
We can't even really hear you though, bro.
Yo, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah. Two things. So yeah, like since he died,
Oh,
like
sorry, my
what they're
bad.
saying is, since he died, what they're saying is, well, not what they're saying is that they're. I mean, sorry, I'm fucking this up. But yeah, what they're saying is he died doing what he loved because he apparently visited a drone factory in Ukraine, smiling in pictures and shit, like literally hours before he died.
Yeah. He was a warmongering, bastard. So it's like it's hard to feel sorry for these motherfuckers. Like, you gotta think, we're at a generation where I
Mhm.
mean some of these motherfuckers are damn near gonna be remembered like Strom Thurmond. Like, okay. Some of these motherfuckers just gonna be hated in death. Like,
Yeah.
that motherfucker was just an evil bastard.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was talking
and
about
Charles,
he
at
was
this point, I'll keep it short. At this point, man, once you see the cost of just having a soldier there, you know what I'm saying? Even before a bullet is shot, it's almost like y'all could have gave the Middle East $1 trillion over like 30 years, and we would
Hmm.
have the most advanced society right now in America. But y'all so stupid and warmongering that y'all did this to yourselves.
But that's
You
white
like it,
supremacy in a nutshell.
exactly in a
White
nutshell. That
supremacy.
y'all,
When have
it's
you
like
ever heard of
just
white supremacy sharing?
like that.
like, hey, Charles, just to say, hey, we're gonna give the Middle East since let's go back to 2000. We're gonna give the Middle East 20 billion or 200 billion over this 20 years to make them behave. Think about literally what this society would be right now.
The crazy thing is, like after this dude died, like I heard some of his clips, and like he's talking about if America nuked Japan, how come Israel can't nuke Gaza? And he's talking about nuking China just to thin out the population before they go to war with him. Like he was saying some crazy shit, and like, and I obviously don't believe this, but they apparently released like his income over the years, claiming that he only had a net worth of like 1.5 million or whatever, and somebody was like joking saying that that's even more crazy that this dude was just doing it for the love of the game.
Yeah. Think about nuking your a person that's 1 block away from you. What is he talking about? It's literally right there. That means when you nuke, all that dust and everything goes to Israel anyway. That makes no sense. Like that's crazy.
Like, you gotta understand something.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was saying, as I was saying to Leon, this man doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. This guy was in the Air Force, not in the Marine Corps, not in the Army. He wouldn't know anything about, land battles and shit like that. Not to mention he was a prosecutor. He was in the JAG Corps. This man wasn't a field commander. So you think because he was in the military, this, that, and third? No, you got to know exactly what he was doing in the military.
So we supposed to nuke them. Like, fucking wrong. Fucking wrong with you, big boy.
Yeah, that's
Like,
some next.
What the hell you talking about? The hell you talking about nuking somebody? Are you out of your mind?
That's some next level evil. Like that. Like even though I was joking in the comments earlier, it's like I'm wondering like
Mm-hmm.
how much deletions is this guy responsible for? Because he got to be up there in like the millions at this point.
like, I'm gonna share something with everybody, right?
All right.
Do you know how black pill most of your politicians are, especially your president?
Yep.
Very.
Obama will smile in your face and fucking send a black ops squad to kill you the next minute.
They are the 1% of black people.
So with Trump, so with Bush. And people still think that to be the ruler of a country at whatever given time, you're a nice guy. Hopefully,
No,
you're an honorable man, but you can't be a nice guy. And this is the shit that black men struggle with all the time. What's up? Let's say Peter. Yes, we can. And this is why the black pill's not for everybody. Until you put in a certain situation, you'll never say what you'll do. Better yet, you'll never know what you're willing to do.
how far you want to go?
Of course, Obama was black pill. I don't know what president wasn't. You can't be blue or red pill to fucking send 25 to 50 operatives into a sovereign country to capture. Well, he wasn't going to get captured. To assassinate a fucking motherfucker. That's not blue or black pill shit. Okay?
That's
Blue
not
or
blue or
red pill.
red pill. That's
That's not
black
blue or
pill.
red pill.
That's black pill.
pill.
That is black pill. Because you are talking about life or death situations, and you understand the risks that come with it. And he wasn't just doing it willy nilly. He understood the actions and the consequences to do it.
There are people who have already put their necks in the guillotine. If that mission would have fucked up, who would have took the blame?
Mm-hmm. His administration would have been, put on blast because of the failure, especially.
He could have easily been. They would have had a fucking tribunal against him.
He would have been impeached.
Now,
Mitch McConnell gleefully had him impeached.
this is what people don't understand. And this is why black pill is beyond what what you care about bitches. Because at the end of the day, that same female you trying to fuck, the same female you trying to fuck, a female will never love the same way a man does. She will separate her love for you, for her business, for herself, and her offspring. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's black pill. If men were black pill, men would still get married, but they would get married under different contexts. And what happened is you would have a contract already written to say, look, either I get this out of you, or we get absolutely nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the fact that how I know that's how it will work. A lot of the guys don't want the rejection, which I don't blame them. But a lot of the guys were not being chosen anyway. So it's easier not to look for dates. You're making it that much of a better decision for certain guys. So when all these chicks are chasing the same dude, and dude said, well, fuck it. I'm either A, gonna fuck fat bitches, or not so pretty bitches, or B, average bitches, or not fuck them at all. And when the average and the subpar looking bitches start acting like the high tier ones, they decided to leave them alone. And this is why it's tough to have a lot of conversations in this space because certain conversations are really over niggas' heads. I'm not calling people stupid now, but there's some people who don't get it. Or when BGS talked about testosterone, it showed. It showed.
Yo, I can touch that conversation. You already know I can. If I brought my wife, a lab scientist, into it, she'll explain it to you so easily. Then you add the other side of it. But this is the thing: your brain matures at 30 and 35, but you take the large noticing of it at 35 because your testosterone drops off like 5%, and that 5% is literally the ability to pause and think.
Yeah.
It's the difference between like that 5% change is literally, I'm going to hit the club and there's already some chicks that's going through your mind. Instead of like, I'm going to hit the club. I don't feel like doing it.
Yeah.
like it's such a dramatic change. And plus your brain fully develops. So you're not
Yeah.
saying, hey, I'm gonna go out and spend $40 and every time you spend 250 plus you get a ticket. Because we all did that shit multiple times. Or we say we're gonna spend this, and at the end of the day you spend $250 to $300 and you're like, wait, I wasn't planning that. Or if you spend the 40, you end up getting a ticket. You know what I'm saying? And you already have that process in your mind that if I go out, I'm gonna spend $250.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm good.
Well, I bet you your wife would also tell us that 5% of testosterone that men produce, if you pump that 5% into a woman, she
She'll
becomes
be
a
a
raging,
psychopath.
become a raging lunatic.
Psychopath.
She be humping the wall.
Man, eyes be all bloodshot,
She'll be trying to
tunnel
fuck
vision.
everything that looks like a fucking phallus. She'll be trying to fuck.
She don't know what to do, bruh, with that
And
5%. That
think about it.
5%,
We control it pretty well. And that's just 5%. I wish they did an experiment when you gave testosterone to women. They probably did. And see how they reacted. They're like, oh, this is what men got to deal with every day? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we're joined by Sando. Woo. Hey,
You're
hey,
on
Captain
deck.
Jack.
Yo, what's going on? What? First of all, I got a shout out before the panel. I have to acknowledge my exalted master Nyama. So I am learning this. I have no shame in this, right? I Part of success in life is to realize that you are a constant student. And I'm letting the world know that I am proud to sit at the foot of my master, the exalted tiger, the two-hump camel of Eritrea, Nyama himself. And
Thank you.
I sit at his feet. Right now, I'm just a white belt with the yellow tip. But inshallah, I'll work my way up. And for Charles and the rest of the panel, man, shout
Woo.
out to you.
Woo.
Oof.
Woo! You know, so again, it's been a minute, right, since we talked, but I have to go back to, so when you talked about being black pill, right, and understanding power and understanding the world. So again, look at what you just said about women, right? So women are very pragmatic when it comes to survival. This is something that they understand. And so, again, as a man, back to what I told you guys before about idol worship. So, as a man, if you were to dedicate yourself to purpose, if you were to dedicate yourself on your ability to terraform, right, to terraform an environment, that too would come with its rewards, right? So again, at least in Sandog world, right, women are a byproduct of your success. They in and of themselves are not success, right? So a woman represents comfort, a woman represents peace, a woman represents pleasure, those things to men, right? And so if you obtain pleasure without purpose, right? If you obtain a spouse and your goal in life was to just simply have a spouse and be in love, I don't know how far that really takes you, right? Because now all you're living for is that woman or whatever comes out of that relationship, right? So you're supposed to have, or a lot of us have, other purposes in life, because in life you're not just one thing. Even for women, right? You're born, you're somebody's daughter, then you become a sister, right? Then you become an aunt, then you become a wife, then you become a mother, maybe a CEO of your own company. So life in and of itself is not static, right? And so for men, and I mean, I'm not saying anything new to you guys, right? I really highly recommend that you pursue your purpose. And the good thing about pursuing your purpose is, if you pursue your purpose, you have better odds at finding the right people that will fit into your life, right? So if I'm
Mm-hmm.
Sandog and all I want is a cute girlfriend, okay, I get her, but what does that mean, right? As the last poet said, related to what, right? As BGS said, right? You're bringing her into your life for what? She has to have something to do. What? So if
Mm-hmm.
the whole thing is, so if your purpose is to do nothing but bring her into your life and kiss on her like you're Pepe Le Pew, I don't know how far, like I said, I don't know how far that gets you. But if she's coming into your life and you're like, hey, I'm gonna be Senator Sandog, I'm gonna be President Sandog, right? Or I'm gonna be the next Stan Lee Sandog, or whatever the case might be. Then once you're on that journey, you're gonna find the right men and women that fit into your life, right? So for me, I would have never found my exalted master of tigerdom, right, if I was on a different path than where I'm going to,
Mm-hmm.
right? But since I'm on a particular path, right, I found them. What did they say, right? When the student is ready, the master will appear, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the things that they say in life. So now if I'm out here chasing, if I'm out here, just chasing scissor because I'm crazy about her, right? Again, I don't know, like I said, I don't know where that takes me. And if you read the Bible and other religious texts, right, you're being told the exact same thing, bro. Jesus says, seek first the kingdom of heaven, and all those things shall be added unto you. So for me and my life, and again, I don't participate in these conversations only, I mean always, but I've never had a problem with women, simply because, like I said, for me, my purpose in life mattered more to me than anything else, right?
Mm-hmm.
Finding that purpose, finding that definition. So I once entered a relationship before I could actually define myself, right? And that relationship didn't last, because once I started to evolve into what I truly was, right, I discovered that me and that person wasn't compatible. So I would tell both young men and women, especially in today's time, because maturation takes longer. Because it seems like, I mean, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Nyama, it
Mm-hmm.
seems like the more intelligent a species is, the longer the maturation process, right? So for example,
Mm-hmm.
a deer or an elephant could fall right out of its mother and start walking, right? A human baby can't do
Right?
that. So for us,
No.
the more technology and all that stuff that we obtain, the slower our maturation process, right? I'm in my late 40s. Man, if this was 10 AD, I'd probably already be dead, bro. I would have.
You
I would
probably
have
would have been
probably.
you probably would have been dead, or you probably would have become a grizzled veteran and a mentor to many young men.
Yes. So I mean,
Because very few
Charles.
live to be 50 to 60. That was
Yeah.
rare in that past.
Yeah, so Charles, I'm a cavalryman, right? I was a cavalryman, Charles. If we were still in the days of Malay combat with arrows and everything else, do you think I'm still here? Right? You know,
No,
if you go back, if you go back in time to 10 BC and find my great grandfather, he'd be like, "What are you doing, bro?" Well, my great grandfather was 15. He probably had already been a slave, fought a couple of wars, had 3 wives, you know, all that at you know what I was doing at 15? I was playing Sega Genesis with my younger brothers and watching Fist of the North Star. That's what I was doing at 15. So there's something about technology that when it's introduced, at least from my small observation, that it somehow causes certain types of maturation to take longer. And
It
so I
causes
think,
it
Uh,
causes basically a degradation and growth.
um,
yes. So
Syndrome, let me add one line to you. So I was checking this out. Gen Z and millennials went to school for 200 more hours just to begin there with not even entering into the concept of college
yeah,
yet.
yeah. Yeah, there's something about the introduction to this technology, and so
mm,
what I'm trying to say is that we are also a product of that age, but just earlier. And so if I could go back in time and tell a younger Sandog that, bro, you would be better fitted to build your life first, right? And wait until you're 30 or 35, right? Before you, like I said, before you pick a wife. Why? Because at that point, I would have put my life on the trajectory that I wanted it to be on, right?
Hmm.
And
mm-hmm,
so think about it. Because when I was in my early 20s and you're getting married, I don't have I have not developed a lifestyle or or any kind of personal, for lack of a better term, any kind of personal or direct institutions for myself that will facilitate certain things. So at 30 or 35, I know that I'm going to be a senator. I know I'm going to do this. I know I'm going to do that. So I know what to bring into my life and what not to bring into my life. Versus when you're in your early 20s, right? That's nothing but pure idealism, right? Unless you're some prodigy of sorts, right? But for most of us, if you're like, hey, this is the direction that, or for a lot of us, until you could kind of figure out what your purpose is, what your direction in life
mm-hmm,
is, and everything else, you may make a lot of mistakes in terms of choosing the type of company that you keep, right? So, so
correct.
again, so if let's say my destiny is to be the next Stan Lee, right, or the next Mr. Rogers, right? So hanging out on the block with the local dope dealers like I was doing when I was 15, or 21 or whatever the case might be, that may not be the those may not be the people that I want to be around on my journey, right? Unless there's some other greater cosmic force behind it, right? But beyond that, there's no reason. Just like what my master taught me, right? Life is full of pitfalls, right? So
Yeah,
you have a lot of pitfalls in life, right? Life is not necessarily a straight line. So what I would say is give yourself the opportunity to go up and down the valley, to take the curves, to get lost in the maze, to fall in the pit
mm-hmm,
and climb your way out, right? Before you
mm-hmm,
say, I want to add people into my life, be it male or female, right? So give yourself that opportunity to go to the maze, fall in the ditch, climb out, go the wrong way, all of that other stuff. And then by the time you know what your purpose is or what direction you need to go in, you know what your life needs and you know what your life doesn't. Does that make sense?
mm-hmm. Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, and this is the thing where I think what a lot of people don't understand. First and foremost, I know we're talking about women right now, but it's not really about the women. It's about other things other than the women. For a lot of young men, and for us as older generation, first of all, we grew up when we were coming up, going through school and everything. We were not indoctrinated like a lot of people think. Now, fortunately for me, I was taken out of that system and put in a different educational system. But y'all, when y'all were in school, that they did begin to transition. Core millennials and Gen Z and onwards, they enter school post 93 when things changed and everything. And so they've been indoctrinated in a certain way, which is why they are kind of hamstringed and you know, they think as such. But when we were coming up, we learned the importance of taking an L, learning how to deal with the loss, because you win some, you lose some. This generation does not want to lose. They avoid losing at all costs. So either they play the game to win or they don't play at all. That's how they look at these things. But the problem is like, you have to understand, you have to go through these trials and tribulations to find out who you are. I mean, Sando, you and myself, we had these conversations before, and we talked about certain important things. For example, and Charles, you've mentioned this before. Young men don't go through a rite of passage anymore. There is no rite of passage for young men. There's been people in many of the many spaces within the manosphere said young men in the past couple of generations have not had a rite of passage, so they don't know who they are. They don't know what they're really made of, you know?
Correct. Yeah. But just like how we, saying like,
Mm-hmm.
how we talk, like, when you look at that process, what people don't understand is that failure is success. Most of us
Mm-hmm.
do fail. You constantly fail, right? So even in religion, sin is not that you got it wrong. Sin is that you missed the point. You missed the mark. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So sin also comes from a lack of understanding, right? That's what Jesus said. Lord, forgive them, for they know not what they do. So when people are sinning, it is also a bit of a lack of understanding. So because my master Nayama has enlightened me to different forms of justice, right? So
Yeah.
we come from a world where our systems are mechanical. My master comes from a world where systems are relational, right? And so now in the mechanical world, everything is punitive, right? And so every mistake
Yeah.
you make has some kind of punitive, it has some kind of punitive correction. And especially when you're young, that's an overcorrection, right?
Mm-hmm.
For everything, like I said, for everything to be punitive, right? So, when you're young, you're going to get out here, like how you and I talked the other day, Nama. If I'm
Mm-hmm.
16, right? You know what I'm saying? Outside of murder, right? Or something like that. If I'm 16 and I go out here and I do something stupid, and the next time I see daylight, I'm 37 years old, that's an overcorrection,
Mm-hmm.
right?
It's
You know what I'm saying?
excessive.
So, yeah, correct. That, like I said, that's excessive. And so what happens is, especially for those of us that come from, let's say, uh, a more human-like society instead of something that's so mechanical, right? We're gonna have to build institutions and shield our young people where they could have the opportunities to explore, make these mistakes, fall in these pits, and then come out and not necessarily be, because I had friends like that. I had friends who got locked up in their early 20s and didn't see daylight until their mid to late 40s, right? And again, and it was behind, like I said, it was behind stupid and young stuff. And the crazy part is that when you sit down with people and then you see why they're doing what they're doing, right? You'll find out that it's tied to something that's personal. So I had a childhood friend who went to prison in his early 20s and didn't get out until his mid 40s, right? And so he was discussing his journey and how that happened, right? And so when he was a young boy, I didn't even know this in elementary school, right? So when he was a young boy, our I remember when this happened, he said his parents got divorced, right? And so when his parents got divorced, dad moves out, he's not in the home. But he noticed that whenever he would go to school and get in trouble, his dad would come back. So this is how he started to get in trouble. So he would subconsciously go out or consciously get in trouble so his dad could show up. So it was just a way of him bringing his father back home. And from there, it evolved into, unfortunately, it ended up evolving into the circumstance that will put him in prison. So now, so
Hmm.
now, is that like, based upon what my master Naama has taught me, right? Is that really justice? Right?
No,
Is that
it's
is that
not.
really justice? So you have a little boy that was wounded by his parents being divorced, and that was something never resolved in him, and now it evolves. Like I said, it evolves in him. Right? Okay. Every time I get in trouble, my dad shows up. Right? And so now it's this slippery slope. You'll say now he's in prison. So, again,
Hmm.
alhamdulillah, nobody got killed or anything like that in the things that he was involved in. But for that to be the driving force of what would change his life and put him in that experience, I don't know if I could call that justice, right? Same thing. There
No,
was a black woman that went to prison, and I mean, everything failed her. Her family failed her. She was on the streets before she was 10, right? And so this girl is 11, 12 years old, prostituting herself to survive before she's even a teenager, right? And then, and in
right?
her case, it did end up in a homicide. I'm trying to remember if she was protecting herself, whatever it was, but I'm just looking at it and I'm like, the homicide is really unfortunate. I'm not trying to protect that, but I'm looking at it and I'm saying, man, society, her family and society has failed you're gonna throw her in prison for the next 30 years. And you just heard that she's been selling her body on the streets before she was 13. Like, how do I sit there as a judge and say, I'm going to lock you away for 30 years instead of saying that I need to give you the help that you need? So, like, again, I'm sorry, guys, that I turned the conversation, another way. This is a bad habit of those of us who come
No,
out of
no.
Tiger School.
No,
But
no, no, no. You
This
making
this
sense here.
this
You laying
is
something heavy thick for us, and we need this. This
this
yes,
is the
conversation needs this kind of
false
lesson.
so
this is the false moral position of America and
Hmm.
state rule that you made this mistake. You should morally know better because you should know better. And
yeah,
it's created all these contradictions, and you see it. They okay, if this tiny percent of women are being trafficked, but the rest of them are doing it for survival, we're gonna increase the laws to make sure guys do this.
yes,
It's just so many. It's so many, man.
yeah.
And
So like,
13-year-old girl being in the game at that age, they don't want to fix it because if they fix it, that means they're actually acknowledging that their society and the way they ran it has a flaw that they have to fix, and they don't want to do that.
yes,
You
Right?
know,
because
there's a
it's
way that you can articulate that better than me.
yes,
Hmm.
because in the
And
Spartan
to your
situation,
point, Sandog.
yeah,
To your point, Sandog. I have to interrupt for a moment because we got to acknowledge one of our brothers, or should I say, one of our elders in the space, Master Sergeant Semper Fidelis, because because he's from Harlem. He grew up in Harlem,
yeah,
and he had a similar situation when he was coming up. His parents divorced when he was young. He started acting reckless. But fortunate for him, because his mother had him see a child psychologist. But not only that, because he's mentioned this story before. His favorite uncle, one of his uncles, his favorite uncle, was able to get through to him, and say, "What you doing? What you doing?" Because, like in the case of your friend, nobody, like in the case of your man who got, who ended up getting locked up, nobody sat him down when he was a kid and explained to him what was really going on. So he internalized that his parents' divorce and thought it was something he did wrong. But
yes,
fortunately for Semper Fidelis, he had somebody in his corner who was willing to pull him aside and say, "Come here, come here, come here, nephew." Sat him down, talked to him, And look what happened to him afterwards. He got back. He got back on. He got it. He got his life together. No, he got back on track, and then he joined. He joined the Marine Corps, and look at him now, happily married for like 30+ years, and is a grandfather over in
Yeah,
Finland,
because I think in
and
terms
has
of
served the Marine Corps and served 20+ years in the Marine Corps, retired with honors.
yeah, and like I said, and that's the point, right? And so,
Hmm.
especially if you're going to claim to be a Christian nation, right? Christianity of all things is about redemption, right? That is the you know what I'm saying? That's the central, that's the central
Hmm.
theme, right? That's the central theme of the religion, right? And so, that, like I said, that will be my thing, right? And so, like I said, so in my sparring sessions with my Tiger Master, right, this is what we
Hmm.
learned about, and we learned about these types of justice, right? Because one of the things, especially in the space, right, that we don't see. I remember I was watching like one of the podcasts, like whatever podcast or whatever, and
Yeah.
and guys was jumping on the girls about being on OnlyFans and everything else and all of this stuff, and I was angry because I'm also a master of supply chains and logistics, and everything has a supply chain to it, right? Promiscuity just
Hmm.
don't promiscuity just doesn't come out of nowhere. And so now I was like, so you have to understand that, you're talking to young people who are a product of like they're being born while the society is eroding away, right? So you're in the period of decadence, right? So families are disappearing, right? So maybe people's home lives are not that great and everything else. And so for me, like when I talk to a lot of women, because I know women personally, right? Maybe for young men, we're not as, young men may not bring this up as easy as, let's say, some younger women do, right? But and I'm thinking to myself, if the girl's on OnlyFans, if she's saying, I don't need a man, I don't need this, I don't need that, and I thought about my homegirls, and I was like, bro, what happens to your worldview in life when somebody has been trying to stick a penis in you since you were 10, 11 years old? What does that what
Oh,
does
that's
that what does that
Chris Rock
do?
said it best. Chris Rock said it best because he said since you were 13, niggas as a dude, women have been offered dick every day. Anytime a
Yeah,
guy
yeah.
but it,
does
it
something nice for you, you have to always assume he's trying to get in your pants, whether or
yeah.
not he is.
So this is
Women
what
get offered dick every day.
Every day.
and that's what I'm
Hmm.
trying to say. And if you're 13, that offer is not coming from other 13-year-old boys, right? That could be coming from
Hmm.
that could
15,
be coming
16,
from grown
17, 18,
yeah,
24,
yeah.
25.
That could be
Yeah, we've
that could
seen
be
it.
coming and not even that. What happens if this is like a family friend or a close relative? What does that do? What does that do to your worldview? What does that do to your worldview, right? If you were raped by your uncle, what does that do to your worldview? So
Yeah.
for me, on that podcast, I didn't appreciate it because look, hey, these young women may not come right out and these young women may not come right out and say it, but if
Hmm.
you took a basic psychology course, right,
It's there.
bro, there are certain things that happens in a person's life that leads to promiscuity. To include the fact that, okay, I'll ask this young lady, oh, you're under 30? Well, guess what? When I was a boy, right, if I wanted to see big naked booties, I had to wait for my dad to sneak out of the house to hit his stash,
Hmm.
right? So these kids today, bro, on your PlayStation, on your phone, fam, before you
Your
even get,
tablet.
you
The
could
PS4,
access,
tablets, the
yeah,
phone.
you
Yeah.
you can access porn now. Like I got a
It's
homeboy,
going
a
on
Gen
edge.
Z. I got a Gen Z homeboy who said, "Yeah, bro, I've been watching porn since I was 6." Like,
Yeah.
like this is this. So, like, so when I look at certain podcasts like this, I'm like, bro, you are. I get that you may have your pain, right? Especially if you're older. Okay, Sally didn't go with you to the prom, but bro, the fact that you can access pornography at the push of a button from the age of 6, right? You know what I'm saying? So even before you get the porn, right? I could be 12 with an Instagram account and I could have nothing but ass all up and down
Yeah.
that Instagram account, right? Before I
Hmm.
hit puberty. So whether it's YouTube or nothing like that. So these kids are growing up in a completely, they're growing up in a completely different space. And then like a lot of us adults may not even have the tools or the knowledge to even protect them, right? Because some
Yeah.
the
Send
technology, social media is something unprecedented to us, right?
it's
So
attractive.
Hmm.
like even to manage your kids, you would have to understand RAM versus ROM, like which a lot of, I mean, the fundamentals, right? You would have to understand algorithms, right? The parental
Hmm.
controls, caches, computer languages, all of that other kind of stuff, man. You got a boomer parent or a Gen X parent or whatever, bro. All you need is a folder with a password, and they probably will never find it,
Oh yeah, I
right?
got done.
Like look at these tech CEOs and look. You could
Nah, I
just
love
go
to
on
get some
C-SPAN.
ceiling.
You could just go on C-SPAN and watch these tech CEOs talk with Congress, and if you got some old man putting on his glasses, okay, so the internet, capital I, and so like this society and this world that we live in is something so drastically different. Just like somebody said online, I don't know who made the quote, but he says that we are an ancient species with medieval institutions and godlike technology. And none of that, and like I said, none of that is a good mix. And so we
Hmm.
have to understand these variables and we have to understand the contract. Because remember, if you study man and of himself, every time man has evolved, his relationship with God has evolved,
As
right?
involved.
So
Mark.
so when we were hunter gatherers, hey, I need 100 wives so I can make a whole bunch of kids, right? Then when we became farmers, hey, I need a whole bunch of wives so we can make a bunch of kids so I can work these fields, right? And then now
Yeah.
we industrialize and you're like, okay, well, I only need one wife. I only need this. I only, again, or
Mm-hmm.
Roman political laws come into play, right? Based upon Roman
It's
society,
patriotic.
right? I
Yes.
need, I need this, I need that. So for man, every time his relationship with his environment changes, so does his relationship with God
Well, women.
changes. And so
You got
we are now in a space where we have to figure out how our relationship with God has changed so we can manage everything else, right? So okay, so
Our
let me
relationship with the environment, with ourselves,
correct.
everything.
Yes.
And to your
Yes,
point,
sir.
brother, about the conversations about these like the younger generation. Let's put ourselves in that position. Imagine what we were like at that age.
Yeah.
Our
I gotta
parents.
tell you.
No,
Go ahead.
yeah, Leon, just bear with me if you could, please.
I
Just
know
Okay,
bear
go
you
ahead.
with
My
me.
bad.
you address me as my proper rank as Cub. It's okay. I'm
No, it's all
working
right,
my way
baby
up.
bro. Hey, you my big brother. No, I can't, because where I'm from, I have to address you as my big brother. That's
What's your
how it
nickname?
is. You big brother. That's what I gotta call you at all times, big brother.
Okay. Okay.
That,
But
no,
no,
that,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah.
but like you remember when we were kids, we were like what, pre-teens, not even teenagers, pre-teens. Our parents, who were boomers and sometimes or a silent generation, in fact, some of them had a hard time trying to have a conversation with us about the dangers we had to deal with in the 80s and 90s. Not that many parents didn't know how to have the conversation with us because the vices we may have exposed to, such as controlled substances. And remember, when we were coming up, HIV/AIDS was on the hysteria, and they didn't know how to give us the talk about the birds and the bees. Some cases.
No.
Now, fortunately for some of us, we had schools that taught us some of these things. I remember we had health science with me. Some of these kids aren't being taught that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, hell, let me give you an example. In 2006, the British comedian Stephen Fry, in collaboration with the BBC, he did a 2-part documentary about HIV, the 25th anniversary of its discovery. Well, the naming of it. He talked to an older man, to a boomer who had been living with HIV. And this brother will tell you, I've been on, and this was a white guy who talked about, yeah, I'm on ARVs. But I noticed a lot of younger people, younger millennials, Gen Z, they see me and they think, if I get AIDS, I can live on ARVs and be okay, right? No, you can't, because the virus will continue to evolve. There are new strains being discovered that are drug resistant. Prevention is still better than cure. I go to schools and I teach kids prevention
Yeah,
is better than cure.
yeah.
I got
But
that
that,
education
but
when I
so,
was
but
back
I
when I
mean,
moved.
that's it, right? And
Hmm.
so I just think that we have to understand the supply
Hmm.
chain and the
You said
changing
you got
times.
AIDS when?
So one of the things,
Yeah.
especially
There's
now,
a
so
part that
when
I
when
want to
we were
touch before
growing
y'all
up,
move on.
right, the challenge was
Hmm.
to overcome hardship. Young
Yes.
men and women today have a much harder battle than we do because they have to overcome comfort. And what happens, remember, and people tie comfort to success. Hardship is
Mhm.
tied to failure, funny enough, right?
Yeah.
But comfort is tied to success, right? Roger Kipley said if you could treat triumph and disaster and treat those two imposters just the same. And so for today, for young people, the fight is to overcome comfort. And a lot of us don't have real answers for that because our formula is for hardship.
Yeah.
Yes, I wanted
Also,
to touch
yeah.
a
Go ahead,
spot. I wanted
Leon.
to touch a
Go ahead,
spot.
Leon.
When you really engage with what happened to
I'm
the
sorry, could you guys
younger
hear me? I think
millennials,
let me see.
yeah, we heard everything. When you
I
engage
heard
with
you. We heard you.
what happened to the younger millennials, I'm 38, so it's
Yeah.
something about that no child left behind policy. On top of during 2006 to
Hmm.
2014,
All right.
mothers' work shifts changed,
He dropped off, by the way.
especially especially with the increase in DEI. Women's work shifts changed, the how they work changed. Um,
Hmm.
the level of divorces during that period of time, and fathers being unemployed, disappearing, all type of shit. You know what I'm saying? And these kids saw their parents split up. They went from having a decent life to total split overnight during that market crash period. You had people. It was just different, bro. Especially like for us, we're about to graduate. Our parents aren't getting along, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But those kids were in elementary school and
Oh,
middle school.
you got to think
It's
about it, right?
then 2011, as the market crashes, the iPhone and the Android comes out, and they have access to all
Hmm.
types of shit. It's just a lot
No, you on
during that.
point.
You got to think about this, right? This
Hmm.
is where the downfall really happened. The younger millennials almost have nothing in common with the older ones because y'all went to school. A lot of 35 and under millennials went to school calling some of their teachers, from what I heard, by their first name. A lot of stuff happened because some of the motherfuckers were like in grade school when 9/11 happened. The oldest of
Hmm.
us were adults, and some of us, like myself, were in the military or the workforce. And what happened was a lot of times during the 80s and 70s, when you went to the school to the 80s, it was very rare to not see a two-parent household. It was very rare. Later down the 80s and 90s, it was an explosion of just teenage pregnancy, explosion of violence from the drug crack epidemic of the 80s, and then the biggest thing of all, lack of fathers in the households. And what happened to a lot of people is this: you had no barometer of your masculinity in the black community. Even if you had one dad in the community, all the kids came around to learn how to box, learn how to fix cars, learn how to do something manly, learn how to cut grass. And guess what? Your mom, especially if they're black, had this I'm the mother and the father mentality, which never works because you're overstepping your role and boundaries. Stop. Stop and see here. You put the same requirements of masculinity on young men that you didn't let them actually learn how to do what? Become men by observing, learning, and being taught by men. So what happens? We literally had, oh, I need you to be the same man your grandfather was, but I don't want you to be independent of me. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
I
User,
do.
I'm just
And to
finishing this
We
that,
up.
don't
I
want
ask
you to
one
become
question.
a man of
I have one
valor, a
question.
man with power,
Okay,
a
finish,
man with
though.
consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want that. We want you to be
She
every
don't want
bit positive
authority.
about granddaddy with none of the authority and none of the
Mm-hmm.
power. None of the dictating saying,
Mm-hmm.
I can have my kids. I have dominion over my kids.
They wanted you to forget about that.
So
That's what
Charles,
happened.
so Charles,
Believe it or not, it was not a lot of black men with two families.
so
They might,
Charles, I hop back on
trust
what I
me,
wanted to. Sorry,
a
what you saying?
lot of stories we hear from a lot of black mothers and shit. They were fucking a guy they already knew had a family.
Not only
Most of the
that, but they
time we
weren't
go out
listening
there
to their damn mom or
and we
grandma
really
right
look
when
at
they hit
most
that
black
period.
men, most black men try to keep their families intact. What's up, Mel? And it's a struggle because there's no authority. You want me to pay all the bills, you want me to take all the responsibilities, but I get no respect, no authority, no power. And that's what she basically raised her kids. You raised your kid to be pretty, not to be efficient, not to be independent, to be pretty. You get him to go take his license, but you can't teach him how to change a tire because you can't.
Charles,
But hold on,
But
let me come back in.
here's I just got to say this before I go, right? Can you guys hear me?
yeah, Sandog, I want to ask you something before you go, brother.
Yeah.
Now go ahead and finish. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh
I was
no
just
no no
saying I want to
yeah.
ask you when
So
you're done.
here's the thing, right? Especially what you have to understand is that one of the things that human beings are hostile to. Human beings are hostile. Human beings are hostile to things that remind us of our own failures, right? So so think about it. If you have a dad, right? I'm going to use Spider-Man for example, right? And so, or I'm going to use Lionel Luthor and Lex Luthor from Smallville, and I'm going to use uh, Harry and Norman Osborn from Spider-Man, right? And so when your father is hard on you as a young man, he's hard on you because he you remind him of his younger self, and he doesn't want you to make the same mistakes that he's made, and he wants to toughen you up to prepare you for a world that is tough and ruthless, right? So if you watch Smallville or if you watch Harry Osborn, both their sons saw their fathers as monsters, but their fathers didn't want to be these monsters. They had to become these monsters to prepare them for the world that they would, you know what I'm saying, for the world that they would enter. And so, why did I bring this example up? Why did I bring this up? I brought this up because when you look at America and you look at all the complaints about Black America is nothing more than a reflection of what America is, right? What America is at its core, right? So Black America is a reflection of what America can be, And Black America is also a reflection of everything America shouldn't be. So the reason why there's so much complaints about Black America is because Black America's failures is nothing more than America's failures being reflected back in the mirror, right? And so what evil doesn't like, or what we don't like, is we don't like our bullshit being reflected back at us, right? So when people say that Black American culture is hedonistic, it's this, that, and the third. Again, American culture is hedonistic, right? This, that, and the third. So so again, if you're gonna go out here and, I don't know, enslave people, genocide Indians, all the faults that our country has, right? What is it that you value? If you're capable of doing things like that, what is it that you value? And so ultimately, what we are, what just like those fathers and sons, what we are is a reflection of America. And so one of the issues that people have a problem with Black America within our society is because Black America's failures is a direct reflection of America's failure, not Black America in and of itself, right? But it is a direct reflection. So it's a direct reflection of America's moral failures, right? So America wants to be seen a certain way globally, right? So again, so having something as cruel as chattel slavery and Jim Crow, right? That is a that is a failure that I don't want reflected back at me. And a lot of us, myself included, do not like it when you hold up a mirror and our failures are reflected back at us. None of us likes it, right?
Yeah,
So
Sandog, what
yeah,
you just said, it's like what BG has been saying. It's like, black men are the canaries in the coal mine. That's basically what you're saying. Well, my take from it, not what you're saying. My take from it.
no, but that's a part of it, right? But what I'm trying, no, like it's one thing to be a warning, right? It's one thing to be a warning, right? But but for you to look your own failure in the face, for you to look your own evil in the face, is a different experience than just being a warning. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Sandog, what I wanted to ask you is the same thing I was asking the panel earlier. Is like your thoughts on Lindsay passing. Well, specifically his thoughts on just dropping nukes to thin out populations, and well, that's what he said about China. Was like Lindsay. He said that just dropping a nuke on China would thin out the population and make it easier to win the war.
Yeah. So these are the things that happens. It even my Tiger Master will tell you I'm guilty of such. These are the things that happens when arrogance and power get a hold of you, right? So I think that if you were to sit down and give that man the opportunity to sober up, I don't think he says that, right? So for example, there are things for me, right? I would love for Black America to get, I would love for our people to get our lives together, right? And so for me, there are times I'm like, oh man, if sometimes I should just be a General Zod or a King Rao and just, you know, come out as come out on my horse at sword point and get these people to do right. But you know what I'm saying? It's, sad and most unfortunately, right? Those actions can work, but it'll be temporary. So I think like most human beings, there's shit that comes out of our mouths that we will not normally think, want to do, or say we do, but there's shit that comes out of your mouth when you're a prisoner of the moment.
So,
Right?
Sandog, like I personally wanted to ask you, like I asked Charles specifically because you guys serve. Is just
Yeah.
as your take as an ex U.S. military, your take on like Lindsay passing, because like the
We
shit
don't
that he
give
was
a
saying
fuck.
was crazy.
We don't give a
Yeah, but
fuck.
that's what I'm trying to say. So, but that, like I said, but that's my whole point. So, for example, when I was in the military, right, when I went to Iraq, right, I was, we had people saying crazy stuff like that, like, oh, we got to take it to the enemy, we got to do this, we got to do that, And when I was with the Iraqi people, I'm like, bro, I wasn't sent here to be another tyrant, right? I was sent here to be I was sent here to be a liberator, right? And so again, this is this whole thing of, we're gonna get you to act right by force and stuff like that. That sad and most unfortunately is something that exists. I can't even say that's a thing of Western thought, because there are many other governments. There are many other governments around the world who think the same way, right? That hey, the way to get you in line is to pound you in line, right? And so if you want to look at it, from, I guess, an American or Black American lens, so to speak, you could call it. You could call it a negative byproduct of Western hegemony, right? So you could call it a negative byproduct of that. But no, that's not anything that I agree with. And when I was fighting wars and I heard that rhetoric, I flushed it down the toilet with all of where shit goes, right? Not yeah, not at all. And I really think that that's really the kind of shit that you say when you're the prisoner, when you are a prisoner of the moment, right? Especially, so think about it, especially right after 9/11, right? We all remember. So after 9/11, we were all like, whoever did this, we're coming to fuck you up. That's how everybody felt in America at that particular time.
Yeah, speaking of that, like I actually watched. It was a short clip. It was like a 4-minute video. It was it was somebody who was leading. Like it was somebody who was leading. I'm sorry, I'm not military, so I can't like say the
Yeah.
specifics. But it was somebody who was leading, and he was just like, pretty much, all that matters is the person to the left and right of you. And yeah, we're gonna delete anybody that stands in the way, which is fair.
Well, yeah, no, but the point, like I said, the point that I'm making is that, like, so right after 9/11, right, the nation was the nation was in shock, and then it went to anger, right? So if you take the American, I don't know, collective personality on September 12th, September 13th, right? Whether you hated George Bush or not, you were behind him on the fact that somebody needed their ass whooped for this, right? That
You
was
got to rally
something
around the flag stuff.
Yep, that is something that we all agreed upon. And so, like I said, again, right? So I would have to go back and look at, okay, exactly when he said this, exactly when he said that. And there are times we all do shit in our lives that just doesn't age well, right? And so you would have to exist in that moment, at that time, in that circumstance, right?
Yeah, that's a real opinion. That's all I was asking of you. It's just I wanted to hear your
Yeah.
opinion. Same with,
Yeah,
with
so
Charles.
you would have to exist in that time and that circumstance, right? And then and then God forgive me. And for my brothers and sisters in the Middle East, forgive me. And then I would go to the Middle East and I would be like, there's no way they did this. I was like, God forgive me. I was like, there's no way they did this. The know-how, the work ethic, all of that. I was like, bro, there's just no way. And
So,
so now, so think about it. We all went from being pissed and angry on the 12th and 13th of 9/11 to where a lot of people now believe it's an inside job. So
yeah.
look at how things age. Look at how your perspective on things age as time goes by, right? And so and so that's what I was saying. So probably he said a lot of things while his balls was backed up, right? But most of us as men, we know what post nut clarity is, right? And so probably when he would get post nut clarity, his position will change. But before but before then, right? It's what Mariah Carey and Jermaine Dupri say. Oh damn, the club's gonna close in a
So,
minute, right? So it's 3:30 a.m. The lights are about to come on in the club, and I gotta go home with something, right? So
uh,
prisoner of the moment.
Sandog and Charles especially, but anybody can answer this. It's like, what do you guys think about the current like conversation that's going on, talking about like bombing bridges and desalination plants and stuff? Like, just that, like stuff that has no actual military application. Like, I mean, anything that they could prove anyway.
Yeah, so no, I disagree with
hmm
that, right? So you don't go and destroy infrastructure, right? That that people need to, for basic living and survival, right? So that's something that I completely disagree with, right? But again, but that's gonna come out of an act of desperation, right? So what's that's telling me is that whatever you plan before that came out of your mouth is not working. That's what I hear, right?
Yeah,
hmm
actually,
So
while you guys
yeah,
were talking, like, yeah, like some bridges were just bombed, like literally, like last hour or
yeah,
It,
whatever.
it happens.
And that shows you first and
yeah.
foremost,
So no, for
Andre.
me
There's
to
one thing that
stand
people
on
forget
something
about is
personally, like I said again, like
uh,
t- tearing up infrastructure or like non-military or non-military type, because again, if you're going to target like desalination, right, you're cutting off people's access to water. Uh, again, right,
Especially in
unless
the Middle East too, like cutting off their
yeah.
access to water
So
is
It
crazy.
it's yeah,
happens because guess what? I'm trying to bend you to my will. It's
correct,
this
yeah,
part where I keep telling y'all about the black pill thought. A lot of y'all not ready for these conversations because they're gonna get dark. If I'm trying to
yes,
bend you to my fucking will, I'm gonna destroy you. I don't have
correct,
to
yeah, this is
destroy you.
correct too.
I
yeah.
gotta it starve.
Yeah,
And guess what?
hmm
I gotta have the wherewithal of not giving a fuck.
yeah,
Okay? This is the part that people don't like to hear. I
yeah,
don't give a fuck.
Yeah, yeah, I get it.
If my objective is to conquer you or defeat you, am I really gonna give a fuck?
no,
And sometimes this is the part that kind of frustrates me with people, but I have to understand that some people never had the experience. Y'all never really
hmm
experienced people who really don't give a fuck. And when you see that side of people, and it surprises even my closest friends when I can just really be cold hearted to people, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. If you're not part of my tribe or part of my group or part of my team, I don't give a fuck.
yeah, that's true too.
And to
Yeah,
literally have that attitude, it surprises people because guess what? I have to say it to some black people.
yeah,
Why? Because there are some black people, as much as I love my people, I got to say you're part of the problem.
yeah,
And this is the
Certain
part,
people are detrimental to your well-being. At
and
the end
this,
of the day,
and this
No,
is the part where we,
Charles, don't get me wrong. I agree with you. Like, yeah, if you try to bend somebody to your will, like it is what it is. You got to do what you got to do. Because I
hmm
like one of my good friends. Yeah, he was in Afghanistan, Iraq. I mean, he specifically said Kandahar. I think he said that was Afghanistan and like Africa
yeah,
and shit.
Southern Afghanistan.
because you look at the shit, right? You're not fighting people, you're fighting ideologies. And an ideology does not die. So when you have
That's a
these
hearts and
people
minds battle.
who said death to here, death to there, death
hmm
everywhere, even if I don't support my country fully, guess what? You told me that if I'm in my country, you're gonna kill me and mine. And at
hmm
some point, bleeding hearts die. Sorry.
that's true too. Yes, again, that's true. And the thing, and I will tell you this as a New Yorker, Donald Trump is ruthless. He's Donald Trump. Again, he's always been that way. But yeah, but this is like I said, this is also true. But like I said, again, in the larger, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
I
I
can hear
hear
you.
you. Like,
Yeah,
you're
but in a
definitely right.
larger, but yeah, yes, you bend people to your, but like I said, but in the larger, like I said, in the larger scale of things, right? Like I said, that kind of shit. Here's the thing, and I really do get what Charles is saying. I really do. But again, like just from my perspective, right, in the larger scale of things, right, when you do it, it's temporary, right, because
Hmm.
those people are only biding time. So unless you're gonna go and wipe them, unless you're gonna go and wipe them all out, right, that's not gonna happen. The way you change human behavior is through incentive,
So
right?
Hmm.
So human behavior is changed through incentive. So for example, right? So what what I've seen in my experience is, right, force has its limitations, right?
yep.
So force has its limitations, and then also kindness has its limitations, right? So again, so we went there, we took down Saddam Hussein, we did it with overwhelming force, and then an insurgency came, right? And then if you take black people, right, singing about Jesus, moral arguments all over the place, right, and you still got discrimination, right, and slavery and all the things that exist. And so for human beings, sad and most unfortunately, right, man is still a part of the animal kingdom. And if you want man, and violence could be an incentive, right? The ability, remember what we talked about, the ability to reward and punish. And so at the end of the day, right, it's all about finding the right combination of incentives, right?
Like
Hmm.
So for some people, right, it could be stick, 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 carrot, carrot, carrot. For some people, it could be all carrot, right? It could be carrot, carrot, stick, stick, stick. And there are some people it's stick, 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 carrot, carrot, carrot. And for some people, it's all stick,
what
right?
Yeah.
one of the craziest things that I heard recently was that like the dude that's running Syria was the head of the Taliban of the ISIS or
Mm-hmm.
ISIS, like,
No
and
shit.
yeah,
Yeah,
and he was put
yeah.
in
Al Jalal.
position by
Abu
the
Ahmed.
U.S.
Oh, you mean Ahmed
Why
Ashura?
do you sound
Or
surprised? Like I don't.
No shit.
I mean, like, yeah, exactly. But bro, when I was a boy, they were called freedom fighters, right? And then you got to go back to
Mujahideen?
Afghanistan and fight them when I'm an adult. Like, again, this is true, and this is what I'm trying to say. Truly sad and most unfortunate. Just like my Tiger Master taught me, right? Again, an alliance today could be a war tomorrow, right? So people.
One
So
minute you're
where you come
allies,
into
next
place,
minute
right?
you guys
There's
are
only
rivals.
changing interests,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I pretty much.
Can you
That's what I've learned
can y'all
recently.
hear
That
me?
yeah,
Yeah.
we
Can y'all
can
hear
hear you,
me?
dog. But like, just real quick,
Okay.
what I learned
All
is
right, Dre.
Get
most of
the
the enemies, like, are people that were put
Hmm.
in place by the empires.
Yeah, correct. So why do you think Africa is still suffering? It's called elite capture, right? So again,
Hmm.
if you were amongst the black elite during colonialism, right, you were the ones that they left in power, right? They're not gonna they're not gonna put people. If I'm gonna quote unquote set Nigeria free, or if I'm gonna quote unquote set another nation free, right? I'm not going to leave the people in charge who really want the nation to have its own destiny. No, I'm going to leave the people in charge who are aligned in what I believe, right? So,
That's
and
100% true.
correct. And so this is what people don't get. So the buffer class in Africa weren't only just Asians, but it was African elites, right? Guys educated in London, right? America or wherever else you're going to take them. And then, they'll come back. And so they're the ones that could do the administration, right? Because again, it's not possible if I'm the British, it's not possible for me to control 3 million Kenyans, right? If that's the number, right? I'm going to need something in the middle. So I'm going to take Nyama, I'm going to educate him in America, I'm going to teach him statecraft, bureaucracy, and all of that, all through my eyes. And then when the country is free, I make him president. And guess what? Kenya was built for extraction. And when Nyama gets into power, it'll
Uh,
stay built for extraction, and I'll make sure he
Hmm.
gets his cut and life goes on.
the
So
only thing I
about
disagree
Yeah.
with you on that
yeah.
is that you don't need to educate them at all. Especially like when I was talking about in the case of Syria, it's like, yeah, like
No, you do need to educate
you
them.
need to
Yes,
educate
you
them
do.
because
You
education is
You
part of the
have
You
have
do
to
need to
educate them because you don't want them to make their own philosophy.
Yeah, I understand that. Like, I know there's some sort of like indoctrination that needs to happen, but like the nickname for like the Syrian leader is yeah, he's the lead head chopper. Is what everybody's calling him.
And that's their culture. That's what they believe in, the strong man.
You behead, yeah. That's you have to understand. You have to understand where they come from, Andre. And I remember it was a late 19th, early 20th century. Your British philosopher said when he talked about Western Europe compared to the rest of the world, the colonized world. He said there are people who have faith in institutions, and there are people who have faith in honor. So these people traditionally in the Arab world, in Africa and Asia, and even the Caucasus for that matter, especially the Russian Caucasus, these are honor-based societies, which means your word is your bond. They're about that. Your word is your bond shit and your reputation. And if somebody wrongs you, you can't find no police. You got to go out there and handle that yourself or talk to certain religious or social authorities. Otherwise, it's going to be blood in, blood out. That's how they operate. They don't have a court. They don't have court or law enforcement certain parts of the time. So that head chopping thing, that's part of Sharia law. You know, and his other nickname, Ahmed Ashura is his name. It was called Abu something Al-Jalani. Al-Jalani.
Jelani is
hold on.
now.
No. That was his nickname. His alias. Jalani means is Arabic. Means he's from the Golan Heights. That's his original hometown. That's where he's originally from. The Golan Heights of Syria, which has been under Israeli control since 1967. People don't understand why these people use these names. Abu such and such, al something.
Because
what's that all about?
They talk about the lands they're from.
Yeah, the lands they're from, and Abu something is an Arabic tradition where a man or a woman is referred to by the name of their firstborn son.
They always go back.
That's a sign of respect. That's a sign of respect. Traditionally, it's supposed to be Abu. You know, in your community, you're called Abu such and such if you have a son, and then your last name is means which tribe you belong to. But these people refer to the towns they come from. But go ahead.
A lot of times, people forget.
Mm-hmm.
America does a good job of hiding the real world. Okay? Real
Mm-hmm.
Especially the Western world in general, but America predominantly hides
Mm-hmm.
the real. You think you think these little motherfuckers are running to protect something in America? Fuck no.
No.
You feminize them so badly that they can't even defend their own lands. You make an enemy out of your brother.
Yeah.
You telling me first and foremost that we're going to get some really good results out of the youth of America. The males of America are more effeminated than the women.
They've been feminized for a reason.
A goddamn sheep herder in goddamn Afghanistan at 12 years old is more masculine than the goddamn the boys here.
So Charles, you and Sandog would know this, but yeah, my brother who served over there, like, yeah, you talk about a Haji.
So you're looking at masculinity on a different scale. They have rites of passage. You don't.
Mm-hmm.
They know who their father is, tracing back in their full name. We can't even get lineage because we have an issue of everybody having a baby by everybody.
And that's important in my culture. Some of us can trace our paternal lines all the way back to like our 7X grandfather. But where I'm from, it's also, you have to understand which end you belong to or clan you belong to. And I belong to two clans. My father's clan and my mother's clan. I have to know, and my mother's clan is secondary. My father's is primary. Doesn't make my mother's any less, because that's still my family. And I understand just like legacy. I also understand lineage, but I also know the importance of alliances as well. Because those people in my mom's clan are my kinfolk. They're more than just my family. In times of strife, they're the people who are my support network. In times of war, those are my comrades. Just like my extended cousins and other neighboring clans who I have blood ties with.
Hey, I'm about to
That's the
roll
importance of
out.
legacy.
I'm about to roll
All
out and
right,
pick up
fam.
my boys. So I'm gonna holler at y'all. Y'all
All
take
right.
it easy.
Yeah. Drive safely, bro. Drive safely. Congrats on the 1-year-old.
Yeah, always a pleasure, man.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure, Evan. And right there, just understanding the importance of who we are and everything, and understanding the importance of what we need. And thankfully, traditional societies, like, most of the women do not allow their boys to be effeminate. They need them to be masculine, and they understand if his father's not here, it's not just his father. You got to have your uncles also around, your grandfathers. Your father teaches you how to be a man. Well, it's your father's role to teach you how to become a man. But from your uncles, your grandfathers, and other men in your community, you learn what type of man to become or not to become, because they all set examples for you.
So Charles, I agree with what you've been saying when you were saying that like men, like younger men, should join the military. I agree with you on that, because like a lot of these lefties that are like against what's going on currently, I agree with that, but I don't agree with like saying don't join the military. I don't agree with that.
Because that's an archetype they gave black men. Don't go to college. What you need to go to college for? Get this little job here. Everything you tell a
Go to
black,
trade school.
I mean, every time they told you not to go to there at one point.
Yeah.
Every time a black man wants to pursue something, they tell you not to go. Why? Why?
Well, they don't want you to be a
Because you
threat.
might reach your fit. No, because you end up fulfilling your potential, and then some. You exceed, and then then you realize the people who are discouraging you, they want to keep you at a level because they can't elevate higher than you can.
Think about that. Everybody wants you. Nobody ever asked the question, why did they tell black men not to go in certain arenas?
Mm-hmm. What's the point? What are you
Why
afraid was going to happen?
why can't that black man go and become a senator? Why can't he achieve? We do it for the
Why
women
can't he go to medical school?
because think about it. We don't celebrate our heroes. We don't
So
celebrate our heroes.
so Charles, one of the main people in like the geopolitical space, like the ex-military people, is Larry Johnson. I'm assuming you know who that is, Larry Johnson, white dude, old white dude.
No.
So basically, he's in the geopolitical space. I don't know what branch of army he served in, but basically he was saying that he was like an advisor to Colin Powell. That's his whole claim to fame.
Most likely, probably. I mean, here's my shit, right? It's very hard to listen to white boys give their advisement on shit because white boys cause a lot of shit. So it's kind of hard to really take them with a grain of salt.
Mm-hmm.
And I really do because it's really hard to trust them motherfuckers on a fundamental scale. And I'm not on some racist shit. I'm just talking about historical shit.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. I've been looking up Lindsey Graham's his military record, his military service career on Wikipedia. It tells you he's been around.
He's been around the places that you ain't supposed to go. Say that.
No, I'm not me. No, not as a senator. Not as a senator. I'm talking about his time in the Air Force.
I mean, You gotta like look it up more to understand what I'm talking about.
A white Republican senator. What you think?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was a log cabin Republican. That's what he was.
LCR. Do you know what a log cabin Republican is Andre?
The full history, no, but a general
Do you
description.
know what it is? Not the history, but what it is.
Well, I just said the full description, no, but a general description would be a Republican that is on that playing for the other side.
The biggest lobbying group, the oldest known lobbying group in America, and they are Rainbow.
Yeah,
They're about that alternative
that's what I was
lifestyle.
trying to say. That was the point of what I was trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I just
Hang on a second.
yeah, damn. I just dropped 102 on
Yeah. Anyway.
I've looked at shit from a standpoint of this.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have to think of something else where hold on. 102. Just 102. Where we're gonna have to be pretty pragmatic about shit. And when you look at American blacks when it comes to pragmatism, we used to be so fundamentally sound in it. But we bought into the dream that we're all equal. That's why you can have I'm on a boat with a bunch of white dudes and nobody knows where the fuck I am for several days. And I end up dead.
Yep.
Somebody
And your phone's
was
missing.
not. What's up, Vancouver?
The parents
Been
are too
quiet.
trusting.
What's up, Uber? You've been quiet.
Hey, he's taking it in. It's good, Earl.
I'm all fine.
Yeah, I'm mostly just you know, as
Taking it
you guys mentioned Lindsey Graham. I mean, Lindsey Graham was a closeted, alternative lifestyle man who I believe his uber conservative reactionary act was largely a form of cover-up for his private life.
Yep.
And I think he got a lot of support from the Republican Party because, there was a sort of a kind of a dance there of we know what you are, you know what you are, and therefore you're willing to toss a lot of dirty water for us, which is what he did. I think a lot of that, all of the sort of maniacal, mercenary militarism was largely an act. It was largely an act to create this aura of this tough guy, uber tough killer guy, who probably was wearing pink panties on under his pants.
Yeah, you're probably right.
What you mean, probably?
And so whenever I saw Lindsey Graham, I just always thought I was seeing a performance, and the performance was based on that.
So
Well, he was an attorney, so yeah, he knew how to perform.
So
plus,
Black Guru. Just real
Yes.
quick, Black Guru. I'm not sure if you heard about like Starmer in the UK, like their former prime minister, or the one that's like stepping down. Yeah, he had allegations of Ukrainian boys coming over to like I don't know what they call it, like the prime ministerial house or some shit. I don't know.
10 Downing Street. It's
Well,
called.
Yeah,
It's
I
number
mean,
10 Downing
no, that's
Street.
not. I'm talking about like what they call it, like as in like the U.S. calls it the White House, that kind of thing.
They
yeah,
call it. Yeah, in
look,
England, in London,
I
it's
don't.
called 10 Downing Street.
Well, that's the address. I mean, like what they name it.
Yeah, number 10 or number 10.
Yeah, I know the
The
address.
building's called number 10.
I'm saying like how it's portrayed. But basically, what I was trying to get to is that he had the same sort of allegations, and Lindsay was over there in Ukraine, visiting a drone factory, taking pictures and smiling like hours before he died. I mean, he
Well,
died
look,
doing
the irony of things is that, ironically, the English, or the upper crust of English at the aristocratic and the higher political level, they are generally more honorable and accountable people than their peers in the U.S. You had a prince, 5 positions away from being king, right? Who had to step down and rescind all of his princely honors. He's no longer referred to as prince.
You mean Epstein Andrew?
Yes. Now, where have we seen anything remotely comparable to that in the United States?
We have even
Where?
seen Clinton do it.
So it does not surprise me that the English prime minister, would be required to be accountable for whatever he might have, egregious activities that he might have had going on in his private life, because England, for all its many faults, again, at its highest levels, at its aristocratic and high political levels, they're generally going to be more accountable than their American peers.
Like from following this stuff, like the word is, like, he never stepped down because of that. He stepped down because he was pushing this pro anti-Russian propaganda and supporting the war in Ukraine and stuff. Meanwhile, they're importing like all kinds of immigrants into Europe, specifically England.
Well, then what you're describing is, one thing is being kind of used to maybe give cover or be the real explanation.
Well, I'm more so saying it's a mix of both, but the main thing is like the people were mad about
look. You can have your boy pool party when you're towing the proper line, and when you're not towing the proper line, they're gonna pull the plug on your boy pool parties.
Exactly. Like, they don't care about that stuff. Like, I mean, that's where that stuff came from in the first place. They don't care about that stuff.
Well, yes, they do when it gets out.
Mm-hmm. Well, look at Keir Starmer right now.
It didn't hurt Bryan Singer, the guy who produced all the X-Men films, when he was having the underage. I probably shouldn't say that on your channel, but
quack.
We've had
allegations.
We'll
just call it a reverse adult
in the U.S. And how many films did he make and produce?
Black World. What I meant was, like, just looking back at the history, and when you look at like Greek, like Roman, all that kind of history and shit, it's like that stuff was always in there.
Well,
look, I mean, there's always been some, I think there's an argument that to some degree that has been used as a means of control and allegiance, where you cross a certain barrier of activity, and so you're then bound to each other to the highest and most extreme level because you transgressed, if you will, in that way. So I think to some degree that was particularly used militaristically. That you guys were referring to Black Pill, where you so sort of transgressed into this extreme state of living and existence, and especially when you could literally be dead, the next dawn of the battle or whatever. In that kind of environment, a lot of other things seem somewhat trivial
Right.
by comparison.
When you're fighting for your boyfriend, you'll fight hard.
Well, that was a belief. that was a belief.
Yeah, like even like that movie 300, and even like this current war with like Russia, Ukraine and stuff. It's like what I'm hearing is like this ain't about anything that's happening now. This is them fighting shit that happened 300 years ago.
Most of European, almost all of European conflict stem from things that occurred long before any of us were ever even thought of.
Yeah, there was like actually a British dude, that dude that's on like the Duran, that dude that's over there, like Alexander, whatever, the British guy, and like he literally came out and said like, yeah, this is just like old European wars that's going on right now.
Basically,
and like
all it is the old KG, the old USSR.
Well, no, he was going back
a lot of it even precedes that. You have unresolved, and you have unresolved things that stem from the creation that predated the USSR, where you had the destruction of
Russia,
monarchies and tribes, and and wholesale obliterations of entire populations or precepts of people, and those wounds have never healed and probably never will be healed.
Yeah, these guys are fighting wars from like Alexander the Great, Peter the Great, and shit.
Yeah,
that's what they're fighting.
Yes. Take France and Russia example. I mean, when France was on the winning side in World War One, what they were able to extract in the Treaty. Hold on, what they extracted in the Treaty of Versailles. Some of it was payback for what for the terms they had to adhere to from the Franco-Prussian War in 1870, and what was agreed to on the Treaty of Frankfurt.
So one of the
in
arguments,
turn saw World War II.
So one of the arguments that I heard from like that dude, which BG hasn't said this before, and I'm assuming other people said it as well, but one of the arguments that I heard was from a British dude. He was saying that he was saying like one of the reasons why the EU is trying so hard to keep the US in NATO is like they're trying to stop the Europeans from killing each other, and that's like part of the reason why Russia's like not trying to rush this war, because they know that like if the US like steps away, like all them crazy white people are gonna start killing each other, and Russia's gonna be the target.
This is the part. You're still the policeman of the world. There are a lot of other countries really don't do well defending themselves without traditionally in the last 100 years America's help. NATO has always been there. Has been there for a reason. Because when you think about it, they always talk about the behavior of black people, but how many fucking times do black people wage war against other societies?
Yeah, you're right. I watched all them Viking shows, and white people have been deleting each other for centuries.
White people love that barbarism shit.
Yeah, it's interesting. When you observe them, and now you see, the reproductive rates are pummeling, and now their particular practices have infected other humans, other non-Caucasian humans, where now their populations are seceding and subsiding. And for usual business, he references the term, although he usually referring to Black women, but I think the term might be more even aptly applied to the European, and that is that they're utilizing the anti-life equation.
Mm-hmm.
They're utilizing the anti-life equation. They are utilizing
Nice
a
dark side
particular
reference.
methodology of death.
Nice dark side reference, by the way.
Right. I saw some interesting AI dark side
Anti-life
videos. Yeah.
So
I mean, so like when you see the activity of what's going on in the Middle East, the particular roles of non Arab or non-Persian people involved with. You mentioned Lindsey Graham earlier.
Yeah, I didn't mean to go so far back, but like I've been hearing like stuff from people around the world, like, and that was like the European aspect of it. But like the people from America, like they straight up said, well, a few of them like straight up said that like this is just like the West, aka the white Europeans' last chance at hegemony. That's what's going on right now.
Bro, chicken's coming home to roost. It is what it is. Chicken's coming home to roost. It's hard to
the biggest problem with subjugation now is people know too much, and they're too connected and too networked. You could perpetuate these hegemonic states where logistically it was just much more difficult for people to know what's going on a few miles away from their home, for example, much less what's going on in their respective province or county or province or state or country or whatever. And so you're putting people in a position where they know so much and they're being forced to really delve into, okay, so what am I? Am I just going to let myself be subjugated by these people, knowing all I know and knowing all of what they've done? And you are you do put yourself in a position where you do have to either, do work out some kind of real sort of diplomatic arrangement, or you end up having to obliterate people. And the problem with that is you got to get everybody.
Yeah.
Because the reality is that you even if you utterly destroy whatever we consider to be Palestine, you have created billions, really, of potential enemies on this planet by doing that. Like billions. And some of those enemies, guess what, are Americans.
And what most
Some of those Americans are eventually going to do some stuff that might be the biggest threat to everything that you're doing. So now you got to obliterate these people. You got to oppress the people that remain. And then eventually you're going to have to oppress your own people. It's a lose-lose scenario. There is no winning this. There is none.
What a lot of people like don't know is that like this war in Iran is being fought on multiple fronts, and like from what I'm hearing is like the main goal is like to contain China. So by doing that, what they're doing is like, even just the other day, if people don't know, is like Saudi Arabia is attacking Yemen, and you know the UAE and Saudi Arabia has a war in Africa, which is like supported by the US, the French, and that's against Russia. Like all this shit is connected.
It's a global conflict.
Yeah, it really is. But like
the last 50 years, it's been a global conflict.
And they're making it seem like it's not connected. They're just talking about all the separate things happening and stuff, but like literally all this stuff is connected.
Who said that?
Who said what?
That it's not connected.
Nobody directly said that, but it's just the way that it's portrayed is that it's not connected. It's like these are all separate events, is what I'm saying.
Here's the thing, how things are, right? You can't say it's not connected when we live in a global economy. Even if they try to say it.
Well, again, I don't mean like they're saying it's not connected. They're just like saying all these things separately. But when you put it all together, when you piece it together, like you realize it's all connected.
Well, China.
Would it make China? If they said it together?
Yeah, because one of the most recent things like that happened is that the U.S. and France like actually lost a war in Africa that nobody talked about. It was over in Mali, you know.
Have they?
Yeah, over in Mali, in Africa. Because like the U.S. and France had like they had proxies over in Africa that was trying to take over, but the Mali was backed by Russian forces, and the Russians won that war.
Did they actually?
From what I heard, they did. Yeah, unless you have other information.
Like,
you know the backstory of everything.
Hold on.
Go ahead, ABM. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say China's already said that it's connected. Because China buys a lot of oil from Iran, and China has flat out said to America that they're not going to let the United States back them into a corner.
And since you brought up China, ABM, China actually like they've been relying on their oil reserves. Like if they continue to buy oil, like the price of gas and diesel would be way higher than it is right now. They've been relying on their reserves because they don't want the global like prices to rise, because that's going to fuck their money up, because they're relying on other people to buy their shit.
Yeah.
And also too, there's another thing going on with China is that like the Philippines and Japan like actually signed the defense pact, and coincidentally it's over the waters where Taiwan is. So that's another problem that's happening.
Yeah. Everything's connected because of the global economy. It's a delicate balance. Why do you think nobody's trying to let America fall? America falls, how many countries come with it?
The world comes with it, actually. So
it's too big to fail.
Yeah, that's actually why my name now is Toronto Raptor, because Charles, our friend Mike V, gave me that name because I need to focus on Canada instead of what's going on in the world.
I don't care what people say on other streams.
Yeah, I didn't mean to bring that up to you. I'm just saying.
True. Hey, he can call you whatever he wants to call you. What do you call yourself? Is the question.
I like that name, actually. To be honest, I could rock with it.
All right, Reggie.
I think Americans better start wrapping their heads around the idea of America not being a global superpower anymore. It's going to be
It's
more of a
American
regional
flag.
power.
I disagree with you on that. America still is a global superpower. Just stop interfering with other people's shit.
Well, then you wouldn't. If you wasn't interfering with other people's shit, you wouldn't be a global superpower, would you?
I mean, China's doing that without interfering with anybody's shit. They're just doing their own thing. Like right now, they're literally the reason why the price.
Oh,
of
China
diesel-
absolutely interferes with other people's shit. They arm Iran along with Russia.
I'd say Russia's arming Iran. Like
China is absolutely arming Iran. That is a fact. That's a fact.
You're gonna have to send me
And
some proof
Russia.
for me to believe that, because I've been following this geopolitical stuff for like a while now. So you're gonna have to show me some proof.
The Iranians and the Chinese have said it. they
have
said it
not said
themselves.
that.
I mean, again, that's what I was when I said that China said that they're not going to let the United States back them into a corner. They're talking about Iran and the oil. They get a lot of their oil from Iran. You already cut them off from Venezuela. China sees the play.
I mean, the amount they get from Iran is like 10. It's like 10% or something. That's not a
But
lot.
they
How does that work?
still get oil from Iran. This is the point. Again, remember, you cut China off from Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
China didn't make that statement for nothing. They didn't just pull that out of their ass one day just on the strength just to have something to say. China absolutely sees the play.
Well, yeah, they see the play. Like that's the reason why Trump went to China, because he wanted to go there and be like, I got Venezuela and I have Iran, so yeah, do what I tell you to do.
And America's going broke.
Yeah, because
you can't be a superpower and broke. You can't be a global superpower and fucking broke. I wouldn't be surprised if when the dust settles from this whole Iran thing, yeah, they're going to be pulling back on some of those bases around the Middle East.
I mean, the Middle East bases are being destroyed as we speak.
Yeah.
Like literally, like I said, like an hour ago, like there's literally videos of like shit getting destroyed.
And that's the whole reason why the Saudis sell their oil to America at a discount for protection. Now the Iranians are proving America can't protect you. Well, then why would the Saudis keep fucking selling you oil for discount when you can't fucking protect them?
So since you brought up the Saudis just attacked Yemen, which can cut off the They can cut off the they cut off the Red Sea, like.
Well, you already knew you knew that was bound to happen when this whole Iran thing started, because remember, Yemen and the Saudis were going at each other for years.
Yeah, like.
And then it stopped for a minute. But once you saw this thing with Iran start, you knew you had to know Yemen and then Saudis were going to start going back at each other. You knew that was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So that's no surprise. To me, just my humble opinion, this is like soft World War III.
Well, the surprise that I've seen and heard is that like Saudi Arabia like attacked them first. Because ever since like they got attacked from Saudi Arabia, like people in Yemen, they're actually like cheering in the streets because they wanted this.
What do you mean? You got to be specific.
Sorry?
Andre, first and foremost, I don't know if you've been paying attention to the news in the past few decades.
I don't watch the news. I follow like alternative media, man. Like I'll send you all this shit.
Anyway.
All right, go ahead.
Yemen is not a stable country, my dude. You know that country's been ripped through by civil war, right?
Bro, off stream, I'll send you all the stuff I'm talking about. Like I can back all the stuff up.
No fly zone.
Yeah, like during that funeral for the supreme leader, like, yeah, like Iran, like actually flew the Saudis back to, they flew them back to Yemen, and Saudi Arabia tried to stop them from landing, and then they destroyed the airport after that. And then, like, after that, like, the Saudis tried to stop them, but they let them land, and then they destroyed the airport after that. Yeah, there's a lot of shit going on. Like I said, I've been following this stuff, so I could back up all
Where
the
in
stuff.
Yemen exactly? Where in Yemen exactly?
Off the top of my head, I can't tell you, but I could send you all the stuff that I seen off stream.
Cool. You have my WhatsApp number, so go ahead.
Yeah. I'll send you all the stuff I seen.
All right, Trey. Especially because we're talking about stuff that's right in my neck. That's in my neck of the woods.
I'm like this when it comes to a lot of this shit, bro. Matter of fact, this is business as usual. We're just hearing about it more because you have much more outreach with social media and phones. I want you to think about that. It's like why do chicks think they got options? Called social media.
I think social media is a good thing because, because my own government here is talking about going to war with Russia. Because I was over here like, oh yeah, like what are the Americans and the Europeans doing? But I was saying what the Americans doing in terms of like the Iran thing. But like, yeah, my government here is like, yeah, let's fight Russia. I'm like,
why does Canada need to go to war with Russia?
Because Carney, like our current prime minister, he actually was the head of the bank in fucking England or whatever. I don't remember exactly the name, but he was the head of the bank over there. Like, he's a globalist, so he follows this program, and it doesn't matter what the fucking people say; they don't care, right? So,
I mean, let's look at it this way, right? It's monkey see, monkey do. That's basically what it is.
and at least you guys have term limits, because over here it's like once you get elected, you're there for life.
Well, I mean, it's still a commonwealth of the goddamn.
Well, term limits for the presidency, but congressmen and senators, that's not fucking term limits.
Yeah. I mentioned earlier, like Lindsey Graham and the dude before him, like they were in there for like over 50 years. But in terms of like the prime minister for Canada, is like once you get in, you're in for life. Unless you get voted out, you're in for life.
Well, that's your people are basically British. I mean, that's used to that shit.
Yeah,
pretty much.
That's some king shit.
Like, that's unless goddamn
you're
King
the prime minister.
Unless you're the King of England says, "Hey, I've asked that seat."
Because remember, when you have to, if you were to step down, who do you hand your resignation over to in Canada?
Like, even our court system is like Supreme Court's like the Queen's Bench. Well, I guess now it's the
You answer my question, man. Bro, you answer my question.
Let's keep going.
Hey, speaking of Canada, is there a wildfire or something in Canada? I'm hearing something about a wildfire they saying the smoke is coming down here.
Yeah, there's a wildfire right now. I'm currently back home in the east. I'm in the Toronto area, so yeah, there's a wildfire. But
in
I live in
Ontario?
Alberta Alberta that wants to become part of the U.S. By the way, the wildfire right now is nothing to me. It might be a lot to you guys, but I'm used to wildfires because I was out there for a long time.
They're saying that's why Baltimore is so hazy and shit, and you can actually kind of smell it.
It's worse over here. It's yesterday the sky was yellow, it's not the sky. It's just like the air is just yellow.
Yeah.
You can't see the sun. It's just yellow and fucking, which is not bad to me because, like I said, I experienced worse. Right, like my worst experience was a couple years ago. It was like that fires that happened in like Fort McMurray, Alberta, that was like going all over the states and covering you guys' whole shit.
I mean, yeah.
So in other words, Canada got to get its shit together.
Yeah, I would say so. Because my argument is like, instead of like, because our government's like, we're sending like another billion or something to Ukraine, but we have wildfires right now. So yeah,
They gotta. They trying to keep up with the pocket. Hey, you sent the billion. We'll send the billion too. To a useless goddamn war. Boy,
yeah.
sometimes.
Well,
So,
well, that's what I was hinting at earlier a minute ago when I said that America's going to have to tone it back. I think they are going to have to scale it down a little bit from this world power shit. You might want to be a regional power or something
it's still
because
gonna be a world
people.
power.
Well, the thing is people not going to keep tolerating the same excuses. Oh, we can't afford health care. We can't afford this. But then, I mean, you pulling all this money out your ass for some shit on the other side of the planet. You worrying about fucking Ukraine, and now it's
Yeah.
Iran, and next year
So
to be somebody else, and like,
so
dude, people, and that's why you're seeing all these socialist motherfuckers getting elected.
so ABM, like, we currently have the same problem that you guys have. Is that our right wing, we want to fight for Israel, and our left wing wants to fight for Ukraine. It's literally the same thing.
I think that's why you're starting to see these socialist people get elected, and just
Yeah.
by coincidence, they're all like fucking Indian or some sort of Arab or some shit, which is scaring the fucking conservatives. But I mean, again,
South Asian again.
when you look at the economy and you got these Gen Zs out here and they can't afford shit, you can't afford to move out your mother house because the average rent is $2,000. You know what I'm saying? And then there's no jobs. AI is taking everybody's jobs, even though nobody knows what AI even fucking does yet. It still took your job. It's pissing a lot of people off, and a lot of people want something different.
So I've been saying this for a while now, ABM, is we have a lot of resources over here, and we're actually trying to invest more into like the oil industry in terms of like producing like producing a fucking, we called it again, fucking the shit that the oil goes through. I don't remember the exact name for it.
Oil refinery,
Pipeline. Yeah, pipeline. Like, I've been
pipelines,
saying,
refinery. Okay.
yeah, like that Keystone XL shit. I was all for it. Like, that's what we need to be doing, because we have the resources. You guys produce it, right? It makes sense. Like, we don't need to give a fuck about what's going on in the Middle East and the other motherfuckers. Like, who cares? Like, if they want to delete each other, let them have it. That's what I'm on.
I mean, that's why why people like Lindsey Graham was supporting the war, because they were making money hand over fist because they got stocks and support into the shit. That's why. That's
Do you
why.
actually
He was getting
believe?
paid.
Do you actually believe? Because they're trying to claim that Lindsey, he died with a net worth of 1.5 million. No fucking way he died with that, and he was in
No,
Congress.
that's his states, but he probably had, but as a state congressman, but his private portfolio and such,
No, that
he probably
like,
had plenty in stock and shit. He probably had
well,
plenty
no,
stock
like
options and whatnot.
that's his net worth. So they're including all his private stuff, but you never know about
What's
what he had on the side.
what's his net worth?
1.5 million, or 1.5 to 2 million, and he was in Congress for like 30 years. Like, no way. And he was like all for like
No fucking way.
yeah, exactly. Like, and he was talking
No
about,
fucking way in hell.
he's talking about nuking
Because
China,
I'm pretty
nuking
sure
Gaza and shit.
he's
No way.
closer to he's probably close to the 90,
Charles, they cut you
if
off there.
more, if not more, 90 to 100 mil, if not more.
At least, because they're saying that, like, they said recently that Trump, like, in the last, like, well, ever like his second presidency, he made over $2 billion. So there's no way that Lindsay was in there for like 30 years and only made 1.5 mil. No way.
Just for you to know. I mean, he got some secret stuff stashed away. That's the problem. Well, everybody wants to know everybody's fucking shit. And we talk too damn much. Everybody wants to
You
show
know, he
off.
could have had some of that. He might have some. He's got way more, but some of it might be offshore accounts. But he also might have certain things under other people's names. And the stuff that's under other people's names is to protect it from being taxed.
And what I have mentioned before ad nauseum is that they literally have like all kinds of accounts and websites just following Nancy Pelosi's trades.
Yeah, you think they don't have S corps and C corps? The fuck out of here. They got that money saved the fuck up. Then millennials and Gen Zs, they're not going to change shit because they like this shit. They like this overpriced rent shit. Voting for all these motherfuckers. Oh, but
All I'm saying is like, call me wrong if you want to, but you know, like all these motherfuckers out here making all this money doing all this illegal shit that you could never make doing any kind of street shit. I'm just saying, once you get yourself in there, you could be doing it too. They're doing it. Why can't you?
because I don't have insider trading info.
Yeah, you get in there, you'll get it.
You just got to get in. And that's the point. These are the same. You got to go and you got to see. How the hell is it that you get all this shit going and you still got the same what? Don't forget to hit the Cash App, people. You know, you still got the same criminal mentality that motherfuckers had since day one, A1. And you're going to tell me that these motherfuckers become billionaires and millionaires and billionaires, and a motherfucker can't even fucking make $1. You can't even get the interest that's supposed to go on your taxes. What you think about that? You can't even get the interest back on your taxes.
Hey, I think AO in the back.
He has risen.
He's here.
Think about that. You get a tax refund that you can't even get the interest that they owed you on, that the government takes every fucking week you get paid. That says a lot.
Yeah, what I have learned recently is that while we're busy arguing about like trans in sports and trans washrooms and also what was the other fucking thing? Like voter IDs and shit like that. Like all these people are getting wealthy.
I mean, it's business as usual. Well, you're getting wealthy, but I can't afford your fucking housing. Can't afford your fucking cars. Can't afford your fucking food. What is it? What you expect? Fairness?
I mean, it's been a couple years that Bill Gates said that I can't remember the exact quote, but he was talking about like, yeah, he's pretty much like, yeah, we're gonna own nothing and be happy, and he invested billions into farms. So yeah, enjoy your Buffalo Wild Bugs and your Kentucky Fried Bugs.
I mean,
Yeah. I mean, this is the fucking problem. I mean, this is why I get mad when you see these races. You know, that every fucking day it's another so-called minority that you got your problem with. It's like, yo, black people didn't give you a Federal Reserve. Black people didn't give you AI. Black people didn't give you COVID. Black people didn't give you BlackRock. Black people are not the reason why these corporations don't want to fucking pay you.
And
Your government openly says they'll rather bring in Indians and Chinese for these tech jobs and not your white ass.
and ABM, I'll go further back and say black people didn't take you off the gold standard.
Yeah.
No, you can't afford it anyway.
I mean, that's why I brought the Federal Reserve. I mean, black people didn't give you a Federal fucking Reserve. But you silly motherfuckers, you just, as much as you talk about this, you know, hey, we need our AR so we can fight tyranny and don't tread on me, you motherfuckers ain't nothing but a bunch of bootlickers. You can't wait to fucking bow down and fucking slurp people like Lindsey Graham who sell you out. Sell you out to the corporations, sell you out to Israel. But it's black fatigue?
Oh yeah, since you just brought that up, actually, ABM, you know what the funny thing is about the whole Lindsey Graham dying? Not the funny thing, because you know I'm not gonna. I mean, I could laugh at his death, but yeah, the funny thing about him dying is yeah, even the Democrats were coming out and saying that he was a great American patriot and shit. Yeah.
Well, I said that. I don't know
That's
if you
just
was
the
in here earlier when I said even the fucking Democrats won't call out Lindsey Graham for his blatant hypocrisy, Christian family values and shit. Meanwhile, you're an open closet homosexual. Fucking people already starting to come out now that you're dead, and they're saying that your NDAs don't apply anymore. About how you running around DC with your fucking male prostitutes and shit. Like, come on, man. The fucking Democrats won't even call them out for it. The Democrats will protect them the same way the Republicans protect them. Nobody will ever. This is the party of Christian family values. Nobody else can be a Christian except for Republicans, apparently. But
Well,
you won't call out
Don't
Lindsey Graham.
forget backstabbing. Don't forget backstabbing.
That's
Yeah,
not
like
even
in,
talk about. Let's not even
and
talk
ride the
about.
fence.
Let's not even talk about how many of these fucking Democrats and Republicans are nothing but goddamn warmongers.
yeah, that's what I was talking about. Because in general, like as a uniparty, because like I mentioned in the chat earlier, like apparently, like some of the Biden staffers came out and said that this war in Iran, they said that Biden wanted to do the same war. He just doesn't like the way Trump did it. Because like he doesn't like how Trump is so open about it, just saying that like, yeah, we're gonna take your oil and sub I can't even say the word right now. You know what I'm trying to fucking say.
Now,
Subjugate.
Yeah, thank you.
they've been
Don't
trying
forget
to do
also
that.
Trump's a loose cannon.
But yeah, that's what they came out and said. So yeah, you know, they're just like they don't like the way that he did it. You know, because he was too upfront about it.
Oh, so they like a lying motherfucker the way they do it.
Yeah, they would rather say that, you know, we're coming over there to you know, bring democracy to your country. Like that's a meme. It's been a meme for years. It's, you know, yeah, we're coming over there to bring democracy. And like I don't know if you guys followed this, because even like during this war, like Trump actually said that he was fighting for the LGBT people in Iran. Yeah, he literally said that out of his own mouth. I'm not saying this out of my ass. Like he said this out of his own mouth.
Oh no, you better be careful. Lindsey Graham might hear you talking about your ass. It's unreasonable subterfuge. I mean, oh boy, when you got, I mean, look at the Republican Party, look at the Democratic Party. They're just two sides of the same coin. That's all. There's no real difference.
If you believe they really have ideological differences, I got some lakeshore property on North Avenue to sell you.
Yeah, because even like one of the main content creators over here that's supposed to be like Canada First or whatever is like they're advocating for anti-Semitism and obviously talking shit about Muslims and shit, which doesn't really bother me that much, but somehow black people seem to be the face of it. I'm like, what?
Because they don't want to really call out the Arabs. They don't like doing it. They don't like doing it. It's easy to shit on blacks. It's always been. Think about it. White people commit most of the crime in the United States, but who's the face of crime?
That nigga over there.
Black men.
But yet, we literally have how many black men shoot up fucking schools?
Men?
I mean, personally, I know a few, but it was personal. It wasn't no like rampage shit. It was personal.
Compared to white people?
No, I'm not comparing. I'm just saying like it was personal. It wasn't no you going for anybody. It's personal.
You don't really hear black people doing that shit. And it's like they don't want to push that out. You know, oh well, you commit this 52% of the murders. Y'all commit damn near all the sex offenses. Nobody wants to talk about that. Well, if you're in the woods, you're safer with a bear. These are the same motherfuckers that say that shit. Same motherfuckers.
It's funny how it's so easy to bump the asses.
Well, you guys don't do this shit today.
Motherfucker, you do all the serial killers. All the serial killers you know in the world are y'all. I can name them right now. Ed Gein, John Wayne Gacy, Jeffrey Dahmer, what's his name? Ted Bundy. All of them white. And they were all screwed up in one way or another at the hands of a family member. But what about Richard Ramirez? He ain't black, he Latino. What's his name? The brother who's dealt with Klansmen and made them left the Klan because of him. Son Lewis.
Yeah.
He talked about he was in the car with the leader of that group and another man, and he said, "Well, you guys are all criminals." And he said, "Oh, really? Well, how do you know that? Oh, it's got to be genetics." Okay. Then he said, "Well, I guess if that's the case, I guess then I guess white people are genetically. It's genetically. I guess it's a matter of genetics that white people are spree killers or serial murderers." What do you mean? Well, I can name, how many serial killers are there out there in the world, and they're white. John Wayne Gacy, Ted Bundy, Ed Gein.
So
Can you think of any black ones?
So back to what I was saying earlier about like the whole like geopolitical thing.
Wait a minute, we're gonna one subject for a minute, and we're gonna stay on this one because you have a bad habit of changing the subject and draw. But we're gonna stay. Number one, if you think about it, traditionally through white society, how do they treat every other race when they get to meet them, or every other culture?
Brutalize them.
That's subjugation, enslavement, financial disenfranchisement, and/or eradication or extermination. But they always try to come off as the moral police. No hate, just historical context. Just historical context. So what happens is when you utilize this shit, I mean, look, you had a semi-closed, cracked closet white dude as a senator talking about nuking countries. For what?
Because he was doing it for the love of the game.
He was doing it for the love of the money.
I mean, according to legal official documents, he wasn't making no money. But we all know it's a lie. But
the fuck he wasn't. You believe that dumb shit? Think about it. There's no love of the game. You want to put on this tough guy persona because you ain't want people to call you Aunt May.
Like the comment that I was trying to make was so basically I don't know if you heard about like what was going on with Poland and Ukraine. Charles.
More bullshit.
Basically, Poland is like they were on like they're with NATO and the whole pro anti-Russian thing, but so basically, Ukraine they named like a new unit in their military after this was like like those people from Germany in the 1940s. They named a unit after them that actually.
You mean the Azov Brigade?
They deleted like it was like 300,000 at least like Polish people, and the Polish people like Poland was like, why would you do that? Like, what's up with that? And Ukraine was like, we could do whatever we want, and we don't care if you like it or not. So yeah, that's like an example of white people in my eyes.
I mean, this is war. Somebody's making money. That's the number one rule of war. Don't believe that they're not. So, who benefits?
Military-industrial complex, from what I see.
And it's not the military, because the military does not run the military-industrial complex.
Well, I don't mean the people that serve in the military. I mean the industrial complex.
I know.
Arms dealers.
Yeah.
Arms manufacturers.
Exactly.
You got to think like Lockheed, and all these other places.
Lockheed Martin, Halliburton, McDonnell Douglas, I remember. I'm familiar with that company in particular, McDonnell Douglas. Because during the first Gulf War, after the first, because there was a lot of those people, who were operating inside KSA, Kuwait, and whatnot, because they were the people who were responsible for maintaining the Air Force.
Hello, Brown.
While they were maintaining the no-fly zone.
Yeah, the reason why I brought that up is that's another example of like the Europeans fighting with each other, and America has to be they have to be
this whole time
the big bro to step in. And
we didn't say one thing about a nigga in this war. Well, we gotta talk about democracy. Your fucking kids can't even read cursive.
They don't know how to write cursive.
Yeah, they can't even write in cursive.
They don't know how to write, period.
Yeah, like the thing that I hear going around is like there's a couple things. Like the recent one is
so yeah.
They're quoting
yeah.
I can't remember if it's
George
think
about that.
I don't know if I'm delayed. My bad if I am.
So what happens when everybody complains about this shit? Here comes this midterms, You still got the same old crusty, dusty motherfuckers stealing your goddamn money. And they taking away your shit.
So
Vote them out.
there was two things that I heard. Is that there was a quote that was
But yet, we don't want to talk about this.
Mm-mm.
yeah, there was two things that I heard. One of them was God created wars so Americans
Wish I
can
could show
learn.
this video about police getting ambushed. And I'm like, you know, they're bringing up good reasons why a lot of women should not be in law enforcement. I'm sorry. Call me what you like. Call me what you heard. If somebody's shooting at you and you got the capability of shooting back, shoot back.
Hey Charles, I think my man Toronto was talking. You can't hear him. I don't know if y'all can hear him. I can hear him.
To take that motherfucker out while they're trying
I
to
think
hurt
I'm
you in your
delayed or
apartment.
something. I don't know.
Why are you in this work? Oh, it's
No, he can't hear us. Charles can't hear us. I think there's some way wrong with his audio.
Okay, he gonna drop out, come back. You know, I just get fucking sick of hearing the complaining from these "don't tread on me" people, but they never complain about their fucking politicians and their fucking like who allows these immigrants to come here?
I mean, both sides.
Somebody did some dealing.
Both sides.
Somebody did some horse trading. There was
We
horse
know
trading involved.
we know both sides do it, but when you listen to the "don't tread on me" types, it's always the left, it's always the liberals, it's always the Democrats. When Donald Trump himself fucking said it, even when he took his trip to China recently, yeah, we're gonna bring in more Chinese, and you got white people saying, hey, why don't you want to train our fucking kids? Because your government, your politicians, and your corporations has said fuck you. That's why. But they just don't want to admit it.
Import.
So
they don't want to admit it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
AB, both sides are doing this. Like, this is why you get censored when you say it, because right, if you say that, then you're acknowledging that, like, what they want is us to fight over stupid shit that doesn't matter, instead of why we're getting fucked over.
You know why you getting fucked over? It's that guy's fault. No, it's that guy's fault.
Yeah.
Why not you getting richer since you've been in office? Bush is bad. Trump bad. That's not what I asked. Trump bad. See you later.
Yeah. It's every time you listen to him, it's one conversation, it's the blacks. The next conversation, it's the illegals. The next conversation, it's the Muslims. The next conversation, it's the Jews.
Yeah.
It's everybody except the people who look like you. And really what it boils down to is a lot of these white folks just don't want to admit that the time has come that you're in the same boat as everybody else. Your whiteness really can't save you anymore.
So ABM, I disagree with you there. Like, they're not in the same boat as everybody else. They're actually worse. Like, literally worse. It's like, you got Macron, like the president of France, like, he's going to Africa just begging to still be involved.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they're taking advantage of the African people. That's the whole reason why the Europeans in general, like, got the way they are today, was doing that. But it's not happening anymore. So, like, they're over there begging. And what I mentioned earlier, they're starting, like, these wars, these proxy wars and shit, which people aren't talking about, to try to stay in power. But, like, those people are like, why are we going to give you control of our resources when we're not benefiting from it? It's like the whole Africa thing is like, for that, it's like for the French, it's
Belgium, French, all of motherfuckers.
I forget the name of the currency, but it's like it's like a African French franc or some shit. You know?
So it's the West African. No, you have two: West African and Central Africa. They have their own versions of the franc.
I think it's the CFA I was talking about. but yeah, it's yeah.
No, WFA. Depends on which country that Macron was talking to. Which country was it? Is it West African or Central African?
I'm gonna send you the links, and we'll talk off stream because yeah,
All right.
I want to learn more about this stuff because it's interesting. But yeah, they're basically over there like we can't do it by force anymore, so let's try to talk business. But there's no business to be talked about when you're on the losing end of everything.
It's hard to have free healthcare, uh, months of paid vacation, months and months of a
Sick leave.
woman, maternal leave when a woman has a baby and shit.
And the
There's
fathers
a
get
lot of good
paternal leave.
things going on in Europe, but the problem is that when you get all your shit, all your natural resources that helps you have your so-called first world country, you get it for free or next to nothing. You can afford to do this type of shit. Now you have African countries saying, "Fuck you, pay me." You're gonna have to pay a fair price for your shit. Now you can't really afford to do a lot of those things, and a lot of those European countries are hurting. Germany's hurting. France is
Germany's
hurting.
hurting, France is hurting, like England's hurting. They're all hurting.
Yeah.
Like
For one reason or another, especially considering like Britain, it's been like mismanaging its finances since the 70s and 80s, yo. Germany, they're going through an economic slowdown. France, they've been sucking, the life out of out of Africa.
And
but
Haiti.
I mean, they rely on Niger for all the whatchamacallit, for uranium for all their nuclear power plants.
well, I believe they were taking uranium from Burkina Faso as well. Like when I first heard about the whole thing, I believe that's one of the things they were taking. But apparently they were paying like France was paying these African countries. They're paying them like $1 for the resources like that they were taking. I can't remember the exact specifics at the second, but they were going back
Literal
and
next to
selling
nothing.
it for 200.
Literally next to
Here's the
nothing.
other thing, people.
Yeah,
Here's the other
next to
thing.
nothing.
Here's wait.
$250.
Here, hold up. Here's the other thing you guys are leaving out of the equation. Many African countries have reserve currency accounts, right? The majority of those West African countries were francophone. Who controls their foreign reserves? France.
Yeah.
France.
Yeah,
France.
that's what I
And
mentioned earlier about
yeah. No. I didn't hear. I didn't hear you. But hear me out. France has control of their federal reserves, which means they have these French countries by the balls. Even those three Sahel states who seceded, even though those countries are starting to reconsider or rethinking their alliance with Russia, given how things are going on over there, and they all understand. Listen, we got to get this shit together. We got to sort this out, and they got us by the balls. I mean, the only country who is not part of France's alliance, but they are through proxy is the DRC, because they were Belgian.
Last thing I'm gonna say because I got to drop is like even I learned that apparently like Iraq over there, like the sale of their oil and their resources, it all goes through American banks, and they don't have no control of it whatsoever. America decides whether they get paid or not and how much they get paid.
What does that tell you?
It's telling me that during this current conflict over there, they have no say in the region at all. If you've been following it, there has been some rebellion over there, but they can't really fully rebel because they're still controlled.
Hold on, Tiger Sharks.
I missed that. What'd you say, Charles?
I said, hold on, Tiger Sharks. You think they're gonna let you rebel? Oh shit, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Like niggas, you ain't gonna rebel shit. Mm-mm-mm. God damn. Niggas. Let's be serious, niggas. It always makes me laugh because when we talk about this global political shit, a lot of people don't even see how shit really goes. And unfortunately, things really are getting worse by the minute. Because politically, right now, let's take Baltimore for instance. What are we doing to make the city better? You got a YN problem. The fucking kids are abysmal. No type of training. But we'll give money to fucking convicted felons to start programs. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, he dropped. He'll come back.
He'll be back. But what does that tell you? They put money in who and who?
They put money in their puppets.
Mm-hmm.
This is your tax dollars. Your tax dollars
At work.
could be going to fix your infrastructure,
Mm-hmm.
renewable energy,
Mm-hmm.
better schools, more police officers, since you're so fucking worried about the streets, our cities are fucking dangerous. You don't pay cops.
Sufficiently.
Don't even pay the medics and firefighters.
You don't pay the fucking
Mm-hmm.
teachers.
And there's no sense of community.
You talk
in
big
certain
shit
areas.
about the Democrats, but let's be real. The 10 bottom fucking states in America as far as literacy rates, all Republican states.
Mm-hmm.
The 10
Especially in the
poorest
South.
states in the United States, all Republican states.
Mm-hmm.
California supplements Texas and Oklahoma. You talk about the libs and you talk, look at the bullshit that's going on in California. Texas gets billions of California tax dollars to help Texas. Fucking Texas. Oklahoma
Federal
gets
subsidies too.
billions from
Mm-hmm.
California. But what does the governor of Oklahoma want? He wants Bibles in the classroom. Yeah, that'll fix the fucking problem. By the way, don't have free lunch.
By the way, kids
By
can't.
the way, not all your student body is Christian.
The majority of them ain't. The majority of them can
Mm-hmm.
give two fucks.
Mm-hmm.
But see, because again, you're in this fucking white denial that you wanna Jesus Christ your way out of this shit. Yeah, the problem is we need more Jesus. Great. Now, what does that do about the $2,000 rent?
What does that do with the fact that you have a literacy problem?
What does that do for the kid that's going to graduate high school and can't get a fucking job because AI is all over the place? Huh? But hey, at least I got Jesus. I mean, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is how fucking stupid it all is.
You want to give
That's
them
where
hope?
your
Do you understand?
your tax dollars, instead of being funneled to all these corporations that's getting rich behind these wars, could be
Mm-hmm.
going to at least the fucking kids can have free lunch. I mean, damn, since you make it a law that kids got to go to school, the least you can do is give them a shitty fucking school lunch. You don't even want the kids to have that fucking much.
You can't even get tutoring.
can't pay the teachers. You can't pay for tutoring. You can't pay for free lunch.
And pay for
Can't
transportation.
pay for after school programs. But you can't even you can't provide them what you call new computers, or you can't afford a shop class or music class. But y'all got plenty of money for the school football or basketball
Thank
team.
you. I was just getting ready to fucking go there. I was just getting ready to say that. Name which one of those schools in Oklahoma that don't have free lunch for the kids also don't have a fucking football team.
That's
Yeah.
I
well
bet you
back.
got a
That's well
fucking football
supplied.
team though.
The football team is
That
well
you can
supplied.
afford. That you can
Well
afford.
equipment. The football team or the basketball team, school basketball team, even both.
Let's not even talk about
We can.
how many scholarships the kids going for college.
That weren't football or basketball based. Full
Well,
academic scholarship.
athletic shit.
Or track, for that matter.
I mean, as much as I hate the Democrats, especially the black ones, you have to call the shit down the middle. You can't blame everything on the left and the Dems and the libs and woke, and it's all about woke, and it's all about DEI, and it's fucking what's that history shit they was bitching about? Critical race theory and all this shit. You can't keep
Cultural Marxism.
complaining and bitching about all this other shit when the bottom line is your politicians. Because remember, Republican president, Republican House, Republican Senate, majority of the Supreme Court is so-called conservative. You have every fucking thing you want. So why is the fucking gas prices going up? Why is the fucking rents all across the country going up? Why is all these people out of work? Why can nobody find fucking jobs? But they get online and bitch every day about interracial dating.
Ah, hell. Hey,
Why would the white bitch want you anyway? You can't afford shit. But you think you're supposed to have some sort of dominance over the white bitch? You know what I mean? Like I saw this clip of Tim Pool, and he was talking about how things were in the 50s. Oh man, yeah. Oh man, I wish we could have that back. Wish you could have what back? The stay-at-home wife? Who the fuck can afford it?
ABN.
You can't.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I've been warning these knuckleheads for months. If y'all don't address housing and the cost of living, you're gonna get your ass whipped by the Democrats in 2026. And I ain't gonna say shit.
Dog, I'm pissed. Y'all have heard me on Charles' platform prior to the election. I can't stand Democrats. But I'm pissed off because what has Trump done? He's pissed this shit right back to the fucking Democrats.
Yeah.
And what you think? You think woke is over? Oh, trust me, when these motherfuckers get back in power, it's going to be full speed ahead with this shit. They're going to go even harder now because now it's payback time.
And now you got to look at it, right? You got all this education, which they sold us out like anything else, right? All this education going down the drain because you got all these fucking Indians coming into power. Have you noticed all these fucking Indians are now in fucking high tier positions? New mayor of New York.
Yeah.
Director of the FBI. Well,
Yeah.
how many niggas been in these positions?
I said it earlier, Charles. I said all these people, and notice something. A lot of these people, they're the ones pushing this socialism shit.
Yep.
And this is why the young people are buying into the shit because, again, you're not offering them something. You're offering them the same old.
Yeah.
Okay, you hate woke. Great. How does that help me get out of my mother's basement, though? This is why they're hearing this Mundami talk, and they're like, "Oh, well, yeah. I mean, hey, I don't really have a problem with that." The bottom line is this: my humble opinion. I think America is going to have to just bite the bullet and understand that at some point you're going to have to adopt certain aspects of socialism
Yes.
in order to survive. The same way when you look at China, and as much as Chairman Mao was a hardcore communist, when he died, the Chinese government understood, okay, if we're going to be a power and if we're going to survive, we're going to have to adopt some type of fucking capitalism. China is not a capitalist country per se, but they do have certain aspects of capitalism. And this is what made China a power. America's going to have to do the same fucking shit, but just on the other side. You're going to have to adopt some sort of some forms of socialism.
We already have, actually.
Well, I mean, we already have it, you know what I mean? Fire department, police department, shit like that. But, I mean, come on, dude. You can't keep telling people you can't afford health care, right? When you're giving money to Israel, all these other fucking countries.
And and Israel has socialism over there. Oops.
And then, by the way, all of these fantastic weapons and shit you got with the greatest fucking military on the planet, somehow the ragheads are still kicking your ass.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's a hard sell.
Yep.
You can't keep selling the American people. You can't afford one of those fucking interceptors. It costs like $1 million and some change. Iran has drones that cost maybe 20 grand tops.
Yep.
So Iran with $20,000 drones are fucking kicking your ass.
And let's not talk about the fact that because of your shitty ass education, you can't even make enough engineers to develop any weaponry.
Which goes back to why they're bringing foreigners in for these top tier positions. And again, you have white people asking, wait a minute, why don't our kids get trained for these fucking jobs? And your politicians and your corporations, see, you love to eat ass to people like Elon. And you like to point to people like Elon and say, oh, look how great the white man is. See, that's what we white, because they love to take credit for shit they don't do. So they'll point to Elon and say, well, look at how great we white people are. But Elon don't want to fucking hire your kids. But he's not going to hire your fucking kids, though. That's the point. But you slurp them.
And you voted for this soccer mom helicopter parent bullshit.
The soccer mom can't afford to get her fucking Honda Odyssey fixed. Every light on the dash is on in that fucking Honda Odyssey. She can't afford to get it fucking fixed.
Man, I don't even know what the fuck they're doing with these new cars. Nobody, I wouldn't be surprised that over the next 4 or 5 years, nobody buys a new car because they're just too damn expensive. Cars that cost like $20,000 back in the day are now $80,000. That's fuck. At some point, you know.
Right now in America, you have the highest rate of auto loan defaults in the history of this country. More people are getting their shit repoed than ever before in history. Same thing with credit cards. The largest credit card debt in the history of this fucking country. People can't pay their fucking bills. But it's the Muslims. But it's the blacks.
Prostitution's gonna be a motherfucker.
Yeah. You got these motherfuckers in the pure white Christian blonde bitch. Oh, why you selling pussy on OnlyFans, bitch? Because you can't fucking put her in the house and take care of her. That's why. Because you can't fucking do it. And even if she did, and what do you think you're doing with your 84 grand a year salary? So let's say you can pay all the fucking bills. She's not on Easy Street. You can't buy the bitch Birkin and all the shit bitches want. When this bitch knows she can get on OnlyFans and make 10 times that, but you want the days of the fucking Stepford wife? Those days are gone, dude, because you can't afford it.
Mm-hmm. Black people couldn't afford it back then. Oops, I said it out
It's
loud.
over. Yeah, they love this idea that was every white man in America. No, it wasn't. The majority of you motherfuckers were broke, just like the majority of you today are broke. Just
Yeah.
like during slavery. Only 20% of the South had slaves.
Yep.
The rest of you motherfuckers were dirt poor. You couldn't have a slave if you fucking wanted one.
And then had a nerve to be racist. And you were just a step above them. That's the funniest shit ever right there. Right the fuck there. I'm gonna be racist, but I can't afford shit. Nigga, you can't afford to be racist.
Boy, that's sad. That is sad.
Mm-hmm.
You telling me you want to be racist, but yet not one goddamn invention y'all made in the last fucking 250 years was made probably by your hands. Most of the shit you got was off of black hands. As my grandfather so eloquently put it, the only thing the white man invented was the patent house to steal your shit. And you think, well, let's blame the Negro. No, nigga, let's blame your fucking mediocrity.
They can't blame us anymore. That's the funny part.
Hell,
By the way, the mediocrity is generational.
if you think about it, right, since they want to make it look like blacks are so inferior, how the fuck does slaves make shit before you do? How the fuck you couldn't win your own American war without the slaves? Anybody want to take a crack at that shit? Nobody wants to talk about the real shit.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wants to talk about, oh, well, black men need to do this. Even with the women. What the fuck did you do that black men couldn't do? Let's talk even more.
We got our education. We got more degrees than black man. Yeah. We talking about getting the black man.
Talk about this, right? You're the most in debt.
Yep. Most evicted now too, unfortunately.
Most evicted. There's nothing that really says you cultivate your own kids. You're the least married, most divorced. And no, it's not because y'all sick of black men shit. It's actually the other fucking way around. Like, really. At some motherfucking point, men and black men in particular are going to say, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Yeah, you saw that dude divorce his wife, spend all that money to go to a Chris Brown concert.
And she thought that was cute.
No, they already checking out. Charles. You know what? Black men are not tolerating this shit.
Then on top of that, black men ain't shit, but you complain when we leave the country. Pick the struggle.
Yeah, you said you did it once, but you complain when we go elsewhere. Pick another race. Pick a struggle.
I'm gonna go get a white man. Okay.
And
let's say it, what do y'all fuck white boys because y'all sluts to them?
Yeah, and that fucking white man to put a fucking life insurance policy on your ass for $1 million. Call his buddy that went to Georgia Tech, got a chemistry degree, and he'll slip some fucking poison in your damn food. Nobody will be able to trace.
Mm-hmm.
You die and he cash in on your fucking insurance money.
Mm-hmm.
Like that broad that went to Kenya with that white dude came back dead. Yeah, go right ahead.
Mm-hmm. Most of y'all gonna pay for that nigga anyway.
I think it's funny that they think they're intimidating us by saying they want to date white men. And I'm just like, okay, well, go ahead. Go be happy. Big deal.
Newsflash: white men don't want to date them.
We don't care. Sorry, Shorty. We don't care.
Most white men, if they are going to get serious with women, they're going to get with black women. They're going to be good with black women who are authentic, genuine, straight up, or they can go to some other place and get themselves a black woman. That's what black women in the U.S. don't understand. And what's next? You're gonna accuse, and what you gonna do? You're gonna accuse a white boy of going for the exoticals?
Then, by the way, unlike black men, white men have a standard that you can't meet.
Most of them can't meet that standard.
Huh? Can't meet that standard.
Even the ones who are even the ones who are mixed race, you know, a lot of them can't meet that standard at times.
You know why? Because you love being obese. You praise being obese.
You praise being irresponsible and go like, I don't care. I want high cholesterol. I want this all the time. Who the hell are you telling me to take care of myself? Quit telling me what to do. You can't tell me nothing.
Yeah, you can't tell them anything.
It's basically Kanye West. It's Kanye with the song "Tell Me Nothing." Every 1st and 15th, you know, they were like, wait till I get my money right. And like, you ain't gonna do shit. You just go back and do the same shit.
You know, I'll be so glad when shit hit the fan in this country for real. And black women will finally be forced to accept the fact that white people, man or woman, don't fucking like you. I don't know what it is with this thing where black women get on my nerves online with this fucking fairy tale that they keep trying to sell everybody. Your answer to everything is get you a white man when, again, the average American, this is statistics. Average American don't have $500 fucking in emergency money.
Nope.
That's your average American.
Mm-hmm.
The average man in the United States, not just black man, average man in the United States makes less than $100,000 a year. But black women have this fucking fantasy of the rich white man coming to fucking save you, like Cinderella. Bitch, you're not Cinderella. You don't have a fucking pair of glass Jordans, okay? And it's not a fucking magic pumpkin. Not a magic pumpkin stagecoach. It's a fucking Nissan Altima outside, bitch. That you're behind in the pavement.
You don't have Whitney Houston as your godmother, as your fairy godmother.
Okay? Just wake up. It's not happening.
Dude, wait. AB, you understand that when they have to wake up, that means they got to take off the goddamn bonnet as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the average price of a home in America, $430,000. Anybody got $430,000 laying around?
Nope.
Average rent, $2,000. Child care, $500 a week per kid. The average mortgage, $3,000.
God damn.
By the way, 45% of Americans make less than $40,000 a year.
Speak on it.
You got to think about it. If black men make $50,000, close to 56, black women make on average 39 to 50, 40 to 42. How are you making better strides than us?
And that's just when you generalize it. Break it down by the state. It gets sad. Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, black women are averaging less than $30,000. And don't give me that bullshit about it's cheaper in the South. Cost of living is cheaper in the South. Bullshit. No, it's not.
ABM, to your point, think about this. How many of those heifers, when they were in high school, took home ec? How many of them even know how to budget or how to be fiscally represented? Do any of them know how to balance a checkbook if they have a checkbook, or know how to pay a credit card debt?
I've been saying for about 20 years now that there needs to be an overhaul in the American school system.
Yeah, they took that.
You
Remember, they
need to
took that
teach
home ec and
kids
civics a while back.
how to manage money. And I'm not talking about some elective. No, I'm talking about a actual fucking class like math and English and
mandatory
history.
class, a mandatory class.
Teach kids how to fucking manage money. Teach kids how to do their own fucking taxes. And again, it's the fucking consumerism that destroys the black community.
Mm-hmm.
The fucking constant need for broke niggas to always want to pretend that they're fucking rich. You got to go buy. Hey, my man, what does that $700 Louis belt do for you?
For a belt?
Attract all the
Like,
bitches.
why you got a $700 belt, bro?
Attract all the bitches. Hold on a second. Why do you have the new iPhone? I want to say up to date, man.
$800 Balenciaga sneakers, bro.
For what?
Let me hip you to something. She's not going to suck you off because she like your sneakers, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same bitch who will fuck a drug dealer on a dirty basement mattress.
Dude, if she's going to slurp you, it's not because of them fucking Balenciaga sneakers, bro.
Mm-mm.
You can just go get yourself a pair of fucking New Balances, bro. It's all the same shit.
She doesn't know. You trying to impress her?
Ma'am, why are you at the BMW dealership with $3,000
shit?
Ma'am, why don't you take your ass down the street to the little rinky-dink dealer that's around the corner from your house?
Build your credit up.
And go ahead and get that fucking that 2014 Camry and call it a fucking day, bitch. Why are you at a BMW dealer with a $2,000 car? I see the video. Shorty was talking about the car. The payment was $1,800. Of course, it got repossessed.
I'll be goddamn.
$1,800. Oh my gosh, really?
No fucking way in hell am I paying $1,800 just to drive a fucking car, and that's payment and insurance to go along with it. $1,800 a month for the payment. We're not even talking about the full coverage insurance.
I'll be goddamn.
God's gonna find a way for me, ma'am. God don't like you.
No.
He don't like you, yo. You fucking stupid. You're surprised. You're surprised that you couldn't make the payments.
Well, I didn't think it was gonna cost that much. How much do you think? What do you think $1,800 is?
On top of the
$1,800 a month.
She got an $1,800 a month fucking BMW, and she's surprised that she couldn't make the fucking payment.
car note. She got a car note that's $1,800 a month.
On top of the fact that these new cars, they're gonna start adding a whole bunch of subscriptions to features that should have already been in the car.
Dog, I was so furious watching this fucking video. I mean, dog, I really wish motherfuckers stop this shit.
How many motherfuckers even understand, the importance of car insurance?
Well, they're finally cracking down on it in my state. Charles will tell you. Everybody wants to go get the Virginia tag so you don't have to have car insurance. And of course, that's the motherfucker that's getting ready to get in a car accident.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'll get out the car. Hey, bro, can we keep the insurance people out of this? You hit my car, and now you want me to do you a favor.
I got 10 folks in VA, and they tell me, the DMV over there doesn't fuck around with that shit. They don't fuck around. DMV down there don't fuck around. Oh, by the way, folks, I mean DMV. I mean Department of Motor Vehicles. Don't get confused.
Well, like I said, Maryland's getting ready to crack down on that Virginia tax shit. That's not going to fly no more.
Good.
It's crazy. The problem in America is the fucking economy.
It's the economy, stupid. No, not y'all.
In the same way you got the conservatives that want to try to Jesus Christ their way out of this. You got a lot of black people that want to do this fake it till you make it shit. Well, let me just pretend like I got money. Like, yo,
I've seen a movie called The Joneses.
yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I literally just watched that shit Saturday night.
With David Duchovny, Demi Moore.
Oh no, this was
And you see
another.
no, I'm talking about, no, this is another movie called The Joneses with David Duchovny and Demi Moore. Amber Heard's in that movie as well. Where they like the you know, it's like covert advertisement they do, where you know companies will send people into certain neighborhoods as a family and try to advertise their shit covertly.
Yeah, you mean Amber Turd?
Yeah, Amber Turd, but she is a turd.
Nasty bitch. Anyway.
Well, she always had a shitty personality, so why should we be surprised?
Yeah. But that's some nasty shit. Going shit in somebody's bed. That's fucked up.
Shit. That is, you know, I don't know why people are like doing the psychological profile on her, saying she's, you know, borderline. She ain't no borderline, man. That is a narcissist right there. And obviously she has no self-awareness. You know, she thought she could do things without any consequences. And she was just short-sighted in her shit. Short-sighted fuck up. But anyway, keeping up with the Joneses, you know, there's this movie called The Joneses. And you see how the negative effects of, you know, some people, you know, fall for the advertisement. And next thing you know, they're behind on their mortgage because they were buying a lot of shit on credit. People forget a lot of people like that in 08, 09 started losing their homes as well as their businesses due to foreclosure. Behind their car notes, behind their mortgage. And the banks would give them a chance to restructure their shit.
Yeah, and a lot of people never recover from that.
Yeah, that's subprime shit. Yeah, hey, a lot of families divorced as a result of that shit too.
Yeah.
I'm like, why'd you divorce this man? It's not gonna help you. It's not gonna help you now. And now you got 2 kids, and he's gonna probably you know check out because he knows you know it's either lock up or he's gonna be have to work a dead end job just to pay the child support or the commitments.
Hey, because that's a woman's MO. When the going get tough, when the times get tough, bitches get going.
Yeah.
That's how they do.
ABM. How, as an 80s baby like yourself, how dare you disrespect one of Billy Ocean's greatest hits?
I call it like I see it, man.
I know you call it like you see, but you gotta leave Billy Ocean out of this.
You damn right she's divorcing your ass.
This is divorce your ass, you know?
The only fucking thing that kept her there was that fucking house.
But now you lost the house and you're going. I remember, what was that movie? There was this movie I remember Giovanni Ribisi was in. It was like where he plays like a stockbroker for a covert company for a chop shop. That's a front for a stock brokerage. One of the people they bamboozled the hell out of money. That person ended up losing his family as a result of this shit. The only reason Rivisi's character didn't do time is because he was told, like, hey, you help the SEC and you testify for us, you don't get touched.
Are you talking about Boiler Room?
Huh?
That movie Boiler Room?
I think that it was called Boiler Room.
Yeah, his father was a judge and his father tried to come help him out. when he found out that his
Yeah.
son was working at a chop shop and his father
Mm-hmm.
got jammed up.
Mm-hmm. By the way, folks, when we in Chop Shop, we're talking about a sham broker, stock brokerage, not the chop shops y'all know about. And then when the SEC tried to threaten to, have his father disbarred and embarrassed, he said, listen, I'll testify, but you don't touch my father. You touch my dad, I don't help.
Yeah, he gave him everything. He was fucking Nia Long too in that movie.
He was fucking Nia Long, but then one of the guys he talked to before he left, he said, listen, I need you to sign this, because he wanted to save, because there was one dude that hustled out, he felt bad, tried to save him, right? So listen,
That was
dude,
Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel he talked to. He said, Vin, I need you to sign this.
Yeah, that was Vin
Look.
Diesel's character.
Yeah. Listen, most of the people we take money from were rich guys. They can afford this. This person doesn't allow it. So please, let me do something right. So I said, all right, fine. And he saw in the end of the movie, while he was leaving the building, the feds started, bum rush and everything. Imagine how many people have been like involved in those types of scams in the past few decades and got busted. And right now, like a lot of people talking about, like you got like teen hackers trying to hack into shit, thinking it's sweet. And most of them are white boys, and then now they're learning the hard way. They can get caught, especially since most of them, know each other through social media and shit like that.
Scamming is the new crack.
Mm-hmm. And that little Miami song ain't no joke.
Yeah, I've said it a million times. Yo, the drug game ain't nowhere near what it used to be. It's all about scamming now, because it's a lot cleaner, especially if you know what you're doing.
You can claim it's a victimless crime when the victims, you don't have to come, you don't come face to face with the victims.
It's going to take the government a few more years to really catch on.
Mm-hmm. Remember the movie Swordfish?
Yeah.
We can see larger shit like that. People just forcing hackers to get into things like that. If the cops catch your ass for hacking, they can make sure that you are on an electronic monitor and you can't be anywhere near you can't have a cell phone, no computer devices or anything like that. Remember watching a documentary about Anonymous? Those groups like that, some of those guys would get caught. Imagine how many of them will end up, being told, you got two choices. Either you can come work for us under the table, or you're gonna be going to like Rikers or San Quentin or a Supermax, and have to share a bunk with a big man who's gonna call you Daisy. A lot of those guys will turn into ethical hackers right there on the spot, right there on the spot.
And the feds will pay them. I've been watching a lot of mafia podcasts last couple of weeks, and it's amazing how many of those mafia dudes from the 90s and the early 2000s who snitched.
Mm-hmm.
Not only were they confidential informants, but they was getting paid from the FBI. This one guy was getting $30,000 a month.
And one of them said, like, yo, man, there were certain cats who were like really violent, who were able to get away with all kinds of wild shit they were doing because they were paid informants. One of the former mafiosos, he said, like, he said, like, I took a deal with the feds to protect my father because my father was old and he was dying, and the last thing I wanted was my father to die in prison. It was either I was going to take a plea deal or they were going to take me and my father down. So I took the deal to save my father. And I did my time.
So the crazy thing is that, okay, you were a criminal. You were in organized crime.
Mm-hmm.
You get busted by the feds. The feds turn you snitch and then paid you $30,000 a month. What the fuck?
How
So
much?
the
Well, how much? What
federal
was the info
government,
they were getting?
the fucking FBI gave you a 6-figure salary to be a fucking snitch, on top of telling you to go out here and keep on doing the illegal shit that you was doing. So he's getting even more money.
So he was making more than $250,000 a year,
Yeah. He was
and
getting
now
30
and where
grand a month from the FBI. 30 grand
and
a
was that
month.
clean? And was that clean money we're talking about? 30 grand?
Then
Or was that for
on
30
top
grand
of
for clean?
that, he's still supposed to go out here and be a mafioso, because I think he was like a captain in the
Right, it
Bonanno
was a
family or
capo.
something. So
Right, a
he's
capo.
doing his mafia shit, and he's
hmm
getting money from that too, on top of the 30,000 a month he was getting from the FBI. Jesus fucking Christ.
Shit.
Unfucking believable. They're gonna do the same thing with these scammers. When the feds
And these are
finally catch
white. And they're
on,
white.
yeah. When
And the
the
white ones,
feds
yeah.
finally start catching on to these scams and how to get a
hmm
grip on them and shit, they're gonna flip a lot
hmm
of people, and it's gonna be the same thing. They're gonna fucking pay you good money to you know what I mean, deliver other scammers to the fucking feds, and it'll be the same thing. No, you go out here and keep on doing your scam shit. You know, we'll pay you. Yeah. So you'll get money from the FBI on top of
hmm
whatever money you're getting from scamming to rat on other scammers.
And and they're not just going to do it within the U.S. You know, they're going to be going overseas. So they're going to be probably working when they're working with Europol or Interpol.
Yeah, facts.
And those guys in Europe understand, hey, if you don't comply, there's one word that's going to make them comply. You know what that word is? Extradition. You want to get extradited to the U.S.? Realizing, oh shit, they're not joking around. No, we're not. You work for us, or you get extradited.
Yeah.
Let's not forget how many companies right now are really vulnerable, especially considered they don't have enough IT technicians or whatnot. None of IT guys, you know, especially computer hackers. People forget, you know, there are people who are paid to try to hack into computer systems for various companies, and they make good money doing it. They're hired into, like, you know, they're hired to do cybersecurity. And you got two groups. One group is supposed to like review the, you know, the security you set up and see where needs to be patched or fixed or whatnot. The other side, they gotta, you know, see if they can penetrate and break into it.
What's up, Dapper Dons and everybody? I'm still here, just on the phone. So continue. You're having a great conversation.
Bad news conversation. I mean, how many people, you know, realize the future is, and everybody's talking about this thing about AI this, AI that. I'm like, what do you know about AI, first of all? How much do you think you know about AI? ABM?
Nutty?
Nothing. I don't know shit. Nobody does.
Not that many. The average person doesn't know much about AI, and yet they're using AI for this, that, and the third, not understanding that shit is trying to figure you out and see if it can exploit you.
The average company doesn't know what AI is. They're hell bent on using AI to minimize labor costs, but they don't know
Mm-hmm.
what they're going to be able to do with AI. They've laid off all these people, fired all these people
Mm-hmm.
because of AI, and they don't really know what the fuck they can do with AI yet. So basically, you got rid of a bunch of fucking employees for nothing, but they're hell bent on using it.
Mm-hmm. They're hell bent, but they don't know what they're doing. That lets you know what the hell's wrong with the leadership.
Yeah.
A lot of them are just so fucking short sighted. You know,
I
there's
mean,
not
again,
enough long
I don't
term thinking.
understand what's the point. Like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and this is why you're starting to see people talking more and more about the UBI, Universal Basic Income,
Mm-hmm.
because they see where the trend is going. I don't understand why you want to put humans out of work. I mean, I get it from the corporation point of view. Well, you know, we want to save money. Okay, great. But when people can't afford to buy shit, what exactly are you going to be producing?
And that's the point right there, is that how you going to talk about we're trying to save money when you're letting people go from working? What happens to, like,
Mm-hmm.
really, you would actually save money if you did a universal basic income, or, you know, basically let the government pay for healthcare, which is very easy. Everybody gets paid off of that one. If you could give $1 billion, what, $3 billion to immigrants, and how many, and $500 billion to fucking Ukraine and Israel, you can afford insurance. Then on top of that, you telling me the infrastructure? That video I played of Brandon Scott told a lot of shit. Look at where the money goes. What's that? That park, that beachfront park at the harbor, Rashfield. Rashfield was supposed to be open June. We didn't even get the
Why is
Key
it so
Bridge
close?
fixed yet. Where's the money going? Oh, you spent it all on fucking immigrants. And it's not the immigrants who legally are here. It's the motherfuckers who were scamming people. And don't get me wrong, you know, I'm not a cruel person, but, you know, when you go into the UBI and all this other shit in AI, and we still don't even know what the fuck AI is going to be used in many of these workplaces,
Mm-hmm.
you don't even tell the kids, you don't even focus on the education for kids to even fucking focus on how to fix it, improve it, or even maintain it.
Somebody said it best. The problem we have is we got our education, the education system still stuck in the 20th century. And now we're trying to use 20th century solutions for 21st century problems. Make that make sense.
It's like it's like policing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're using 18th century shit to catch a 21st century criminal. Now, there are some 18th century shit that's gonna still work to this day.
Mm-hmm.
As they said in Batman, criminals are a superstitious, cowardly lot. Use that to your advantage. But if they're using social media and you're not adapting to social media, you're 50 years behind, my Kimosabi. It's like
Yeah.
right now, you can't go to Baltimore in the summertime because the YNs are fucking invading Fells Point, robbing people, pistol whipping them. You don't have any recs anymore. No basketball, no overnight basketball. You sure as hell don't have enough police because, hey, you let go of police, you were firing them for all these little infractions that could have been much more lesser charges departmentally. But yet people who actually got people killed still work there. Go fucking figure. Now, let's look at this, right? You have a disconnect from the YNs because you haven't taught them how to be shit. The parents don't even take the time to raise them properly because, let's just say, many of these kids are check babies. Think about it. You were not even made out of love. You were made out of lust or necessity to just get paid. So what the fuck do you think that's going to do? Oh yeah, Sir Robert Peel basics work, but it's always got to be updated. That's why I've said this for years. I wish I would have had much more of a bigger platform, or at least speaking engagements. And for some reason, can everybody hashtag me to fucking Sean Ryan? Because I think my story deserves to be told as well. I need to get some notoriety and some money. God damn, give me a free gun. Not the 6 hour that fucking that fucking shoots people. Okay. Give me one. Give me a nice little AR pistol or a nice new Glock. I'll be happy. But you got to look at it as this, right? Parenting has rarely changed, with the exception of the cell phone. If you're not sitting down with your children and actually taking time, because people, AB, I'm gonna tell you, as a parent, when you punish your child, you're supposed to punish yourself too. If I got to sit in this house with you to make sure you get your shit together, then guess what? We both ain't gonna have a good time. Actually, you're gonna have it much worse. Any good parent worth their shit. I'll be damned if you're gonna embarrass my family name. But that's the point, a family name. When you don't even know who your father is because your mother been giving out pussy like fucking Uno cards. Do you know how many chicks I ran into who are 40 or younger? It took them years to find out who was the real fucking father to their child. How do you have the audacity to even fuck two men while pregnant or while getting pregnant? And I mean, I know shit happens, but guess what? You can't tell me that you wife material and you playing Ring Around the Rosie with dicks. But then, I get it. There's some guys who leave away. But guess what? Y'all know those type of niggas. Stop saying if you know this nigga selling drugs on the block or scamming, and this nigga got three fucking girlfriends, why do you think your pussy's made out of the same material made out of fucking Aladdin's lamp? At some point, we got to be very realistic about our shit.
I call it the magic pussy theory.
Yeah.
Everybody believes they have the magic pussy.
Yeah.
Never mind what he did with the other 4 baby mothers. My pussy is the greatest pussy ever. I'll get him to change. And again, I mean, this is a culture thing. Because let's just keep it real. A lot of women, you bitch and complain about men cheating. You say black men don't take care of their kids and all this shit. But there's a lot of chicks. I'm not saying all. I'm not saying most. But there's a lot of chicks who secretly, they don't say it out loud, they like that shit in a dude. Oh, he got 5 baby mothers? He must got some good dick.
It's like,
he get bitches. Yeah, that's the type of nigga I want. Yeah, nothing me. Because you get bitches. That's how they think.
Especially if the motherfucker got he got a bump on the top of his dick. It looked like a blueberry. Oh no. I think it's weird because there's so many women, and maybe it's the guy's fault, maybe it's the women's fault, maybe it's America's fault, that they have no fucking way of seeing what a decent man looks like to such a point that we have any nigga will do will be a father. And at some point, as a black society, we got to say, what do you think a grown man is supposed to look like? A competent man. I've always said, if you're going to get pregnant by a nigga, at least get pregnant by a nigga with a car in his own house. At least he has a job. Y'all not even smart enough to get a nigga on SSI or lead at least. God damn.
That's boring, and they don't want to be bored. They are under the impression that they're going to be fucking kids forever.
That's the point. You got niggas under delayed adulthood. You're 30. Stop sagging your pants. You should have stopped that shit at 20. Why are you doing it at all? This lets you know how broken the community is. When you tell niggas, where does the sagging come from? Prison. You cosplaying a thug and not a man. Nobody. It's funny as shit, right?
Sagging comes from prison, but it also comes from showing other niggas that you're available.
That's
like,
what it meant from prison. It shows your availability.
Right. That's crazy.
That's from
And
prison.
They do it out here.
They do it. Why do you think the niggas sag out here? Because now they get to cover. They get to be freer of who they are. Because think about it. Look at tattoos. What type of people had tattoos back in the day, ABM? Outlaws.
Gangbangers, outlaws, back in the day.
Sailors. Military people. You either was on one side of the law or the other. You couldn't get a tattoo unless you were in the military or a sailor or somehow you were in the fucking circus. Because people will test you off of a tattoo. You go to a fucking Marine and talk about his tattoos, you got your ass whooped. You talk to an outlaw biker, you got your ass whooped. So if you didn't come from those two different worlds, you didn't cosplay that shit. Now look at the commonality. Motherfucking chicks got whole sleeves.
Don't talk about me like that. No, I'm already getting sleeve.
Damn near got a whole sleeve. But think of this. You came from tough jobs. And that's why, they always said criminals and cops tell the best stories. But look at it. You got the so-called thug out there in the street cosplaying toughness. But when shit gets done, they got to run. And what we did was transmute this shit because of the lack of fathers, once again. Whether he left or he was put out. Think about this. You have an issue in saying, well, this job won't accept me because of tattoos. There's some shit that's just not acceptable in certain positions in life.
I always tell younger people, do not, under any circumstances, get tattoos that you cannot cover.
Exactly. There's a professionalism you're supposed to maintain. I don't give a fuck if you're security. I don't give a fuck if you're the electrician. I don't give a fuck if you're police, military, scientists. There's a level of professionalism you need to maintain.
Yeah, I mean, let's just face it, dude. Like, if you see someone with a tattoo on their fucking face, you're going to think a certain way about this person. I'm sorry.
Yeah, unless you're the best at what you do, the absolute best, people are going to look at you weird. It's bad enough being a guy that's 5'10", 280 pounds, and people looking at you like, oh, this nigga.
Tattoos on your knuckles and shit. Like, I'm telling you, bro, like, people are going to think a certain way about you.
Yeah.
So here you come to a job interview, you got a fucking tattoo in your hand. Automatically, they think, and you black on top of it, okay, automatically, you already know they thinking gang. Like, you do this shit to yourself. And, you know what I mean? It's a waste of time to have the, well, that's not fair conversation.
And this is what I was telling Uber yesterday about Carmelo Anthony. Well, I feel sorry for him, but you're a fuck up. I'm going to show you how to unfuck this shit. I think that you were railroaded with 35 years. I think that's unfair. But you had so much going for you. And I've said it. Dude, you could have popped that big motherfucking... I don't give a fuck if you 5'9". Let me just put this out there, right? I wasn't even 5'10" in basic training yet. Okay? I was 5'8", 5'7". 170, 180 pounds wrestling. Dude, I got in a fight with 6'3". And He was 230 pounds, arms like a goddamn telephone pole. Big country Nashville, Tennessee motherfucker. I don't give a shit. You gonna tell me you're not gonna rock that nigga first? Bow. How do you stop a bully from bullying? You hit him with the force of the civil rights movement. Right in his lip and right in his nose. Bow.
But here's the thing people don't want to admit about the whole Carmelo thing.
Tell me you can't fight, nigga. If
You
can't fight,
you
don't be tough.
you're months away from graduation. You have scholarship offers. What is a fight on school grounds going to do for that? Why even jeopardize the shit?
Exactly. Why do you think I said the two things that never mixed in America was white boy audacity and black boy ego?
The Boondocks and that episode about the nigga moment.
That nigga moment.
If this Carmelo Anthony shit isn't that episode of the Boondocks in real life, I don't know what is. Now again, I wasn't there. Maybe he couldn't leave. I don't know. I'm just simply saying, bro, you have to understand you have more to lose than just your fucking pride. If you can get up out of there, just get the fuck out of there, dude. It ain't worth it.
That's the problem, isn't it?
But not only did you bring a weapon, school grounds, you can get expelled just for that. Then you use the weapon. So now you're going to jail automatically. And then the kid died.
Mm-hmm.
So when everybody was debating back and forth about, oh well, was it self-defense? I'm on the other side of the issue. I'm like, yo, fuck whether or not it was self-defense or not. You're going down. That's asking too much. Weapon on school property. You used it. And the kid fucking died. Come on, bro. And you're black. And you're in fucking Texas. Bro, you're going down.
You lucky they didn't hang you in the spot.
You're going fucking down. And they're doing the appeal now. The best, in my humble opinion, I think the best you're going to see from this appeal is they'll knock off a few years. At best.
Yeah, but you still
He's not fucking getting out of getting out of prison, bro.
You still gotta pay that penance. You still got to pay a penance. But I'm like, here's my shit, right? This is where, and because it was a great conversation last night. I grew up in the city of Baltimore, where I had to deal with bullies, I had to deal with gang members, I had to deal with all the typical urban shit people. Guess what? Pow! Right there. You telling me, see, it goes back into, this is why I said it goes back into you not having a daddy at home. Or if you do have a daddy at home, he's basically a bitch.
Never taught you anything either.
The first time Peanut got into a fight, I had to show him how to throw punches correctly. I even had one of my best friends call me and had to talk to me because he felt weird because he never been in a physical confrontation. And I said, sometimes it's like that. Almost unheard of, but sometimes it's like that. You got to think about this shit, right? A lot of black parents put their kids in affluent schools and never teach them, nigga, stop forgetting that you're black. You can't do what they do. You got to be, they watching you before they watch them. Reality is reality. So, you're going to have to be nice with them hands. You're going to have to be nice with them takedowns or throws. Think about it. The only community we expect boys to automatically come out the womb and fight. You don't tell me that shit. I know motherfuckers right now, 5'7", who will fuck you up at 6'4". And guess what? If you didn't teach your son some type of combat sport or martial art, yes, you failed your boy. You failed as a father, especially if you're in the fucking house. I said it. Then you didn't teach your son wherewithal. Walk the fuck away. It's one thing if you're cornered, but you want school property, nigga. Who you proving it to? What are you proving? We always got to prove our fucking toughness. To whom? You could have been like, my bad, talk to the coach. Or talk to somebody. No, you got to take it in your own hands because you're a man. Don't give me no bullshit about him being 17. What's the difference between 17 and 18? Only one and
365 years?
Huh?
365 days?
That's it.
365 days, that's it.
If I could join the military at 17 and I'm still standing on my shit, you can make a decision to walk away. If you got almost a 4.0, you should be smart enough to know to walk away. Unless you're in a death, you can't tell me you're in a life and death situation if you're going back and forth with a motherfucker. It's just not going to work.
Secondly, this is Texas we're talking about. He in Texas. You're in the South. You understand those white boys also carry knives. Some of those boys, when they go to school, they don't take the school bus. They drive to school on pickup trucks with gun racks in the back.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Namer.
Mm-hmm.
How come after he stabbed the boy, he ran then? Right?
He didn't want to get caught. Nobody picked that up. Nobody said, dude, would you? Not to mention,
you stabbed one motherfucker and then you ran. But you could have done that while niggas were trying to converge on you.
You could have stabbed more. I mean, I'm not condoning it, but if you're going to do one, you might as well do everybody. Let them know, I'm not here to fuck with you. But those dudes also, he didn't know if those guys were carrying anything, and he was reaching for his bag. And the white boy said, all right, reach for it.
Sorry, I guess you want to call it a debate with Uber. I know goddamn well he wouldn't have fucking had I know goddamn well he wouldn't have been talking that shit if he didn't know he had that knife in his bag. Mm-hmm. Don't give me that.
That white boy was just thinking. No, I'm saying the white boy was dumb enough, Yeah. I'm not saying I'm not defending anybody here.
Well, that's why I said his white boy audacity. The audacity got him killed.
Yeah, his stupid audacity got him killed. His twin brother was right there to witness it.
Dumbass, leave it alone. If he wasn't bothering you, that's why I said, and I should actually trademark that shit. White boy audacity versus black male ego. It's because you have a lack of ego in your community. You really got to protect yourself there. Then why am I sitting near people? Why? ABM Namer? Why? Nobody ever said, everybody in the hood saying, I wouldn't have moved anywhere. Bullshit. Don't use the size of the boy's excuse either. If it's a group of niggas, period, most of you niggas would even sit on a bus stop with them. So don't even give me that bullshit. If you see,
like I said earlier,
7 niggas at the liquor store, are you going to go inside that liquor store or are you going to be thinking about it?
Thinking about it.
So how do niggas say, well, he couldn't have to go nowhere? But you on the block and somebody be like, yo, where you from? And you're going to become feet of fleet? You're going to be looking like Barry Allen?
I mean, again, if you want to say he didn't have to go anywhere, I mean, technically you might be right. I don't understand. I don't know the precise rules of that particular school and that particular track meet. I know my school, when I was running track, we had kids from other schools sitting with us all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing, though. Actions have consequences.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
Absolutely.
going to say it one more time. You're months away from graduation. You get in a fight right now, that's a suspension. You could possibly not graduate. On top of that, you may lose your scholarships. That's just a fight. You killed the kid. It's not fucking worth it. Sometimes you have to stand down in life. Period.
Oh, I'm looking up an article here. It just says, MSN.com says that the new judge was appointed to hear Carmelo's post-trial reversal motion. And on top,
There
you
is
know what,
nothing
ABM?
wrong.
I'm glad you mentioned. Let me mention something here. You remember the comedian Tommy Davidson? And there's a reason I'm bringing him up. He was adopted and raised by a white couple. This white couple have a daughter. When he started getting the shit, when he started fucking up in school, his mother showed up. You know what's the first thing she did? She gave him his nigga wake up call. She sat him down and said, listen, your sister can get away with fucking up, but you can't. This world is going to judge you harshly, son.
There's nothing wrong with a tactical retreat. Any military person will tell you that.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier. Get out of there.
Sometimes you have to do what you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
This fucking white
Carmel.
boy wasn't worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Because the bottom line is, I mean, and I ain't trying to, I don't intentionally mean to sound like an asshole, but he's dead. His problems are over. You're the one that got to do 30 years in prison.
35. Yeah.
Again, is it fucking worth it? I got a cousin right now. She allegedly just got, well, put it this way. She pled guilty.
Mm-hmm.
She's about to do 30 fucking years in prison. Was it worth it? This is over a dice game. Go figure.
Oh shit.
Was it fucking worth it?
And this is somebody from another school. You never met this fool before? You don't know this kid from Adam?
This tells you why we're so emotional as a people. Because at some point, shit gotta make sense.
Mm-hmm.
If you feel like, share, subscribe, please hit the cash app if you feel inclined that you're learning something or being entertained. This is the reason why we got to be able to shut off our emotions. Why do you think for 12 fucking years I've said that young black men need to go to the military at some point? Because you're grown in a society that's too goddamn emotional. You can't think, yo, if I stab this nigga, I'm going to jail.
Mm-hmm.
You can't use self-defense in that fucking case. And you're going to tell me because he pushed you. Yes, that's assault, but that's not life-threatening. Sorry. It's not. You would have been more justified just popping him quick in the mouth. Yeah, his brother would have jumped in it. But guess what? If you're afraid of his brother jumped in it, why didn't you leave? Obviously, you had to be the ego.
And before anybody wants to call me a coon, remember the last time, Charles, we had this conversation. I talked about it from both sides.
Mm-hmm.
The Metcalf boy. You know what? If your fucking tough guy bullshit didn't cloud your judgment, you probably would still be alive today.
Yep. Why do you think I said audacity?
White boy audacity.
How many white people approach black? What about that white guy approaching that black woman?
Yeah.
And she put holes in his ass.
Yeah.
That audacity got him killed.
Pride,
She stood her
ego,
ground.
white male tough guy bullshit. It's an argument over a fucking parking space, dude. She has the gun out, pointed at you. Bro, if there was ever a fucking time to stand down, now is the fucking time.
And guess what? She had a better claim for self-defense because that's a much larger man.
Yeah. A woman will always get that one.
Sorry, that's how it works. Why do you think sometimes I like having female partners?
Again, the tough guy bullshit. Bro, get in your fucking car and drive off and go home to your fucking wife or whatever the fuck and enjoy life.
It's that John Wayne shit, man.
I literally saw a clip this morning. It looked like a white guy to me, but I was reading the comments. They said it was a Cuban guy. This is down in Florida, of course.
Yes.
They got some utility workers in front of his house. They doing something on the poles. He comes outside with his gun. God damn it! I told you don't park in front of my house. Starts shooting the fucking trucks. Didn't shoot nobody, but he shot the tires in the trucks. And then one truck, he shot up the tires in the engine. So you mad because they parking in front of your house, so now you disable the vehicles, which means they're going to be parked in front of your house even longer. But again, you see the fucking retardedness of it all?
And what did I always
And
say?
Dude, you come outside with your firearm, shooting the fucking vehicles.
And you think you're in the right.
I guess you wanted your retirement to be in prison because that's where you're getting ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Because guess what? Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, shooting.
I mean, once again, it's this tough guy bullshit.
Weapons brandishing.
It's this tough guy bullshit that gets so many men jammed up.
But guess what? What if that electrical worker had a gun on him? And retaliated and shot him? He'd have been in the right. But see,
it would have been rule of self-defense on the part of the utility worker. Because remember, this is utility. This is not a part. Remember, hold on a second. This is somebody who's employed by the city, correct? This utility worker.
Even as a private worker.
I don't know if it was city workers. Maybe they could have been contractors. I didn't see any logos on the trucks, but it was bucket trucks, and they're doing something on the power lines. Either way, dude, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? The guy with the parking space with the woman. What the fuck are you doing, dude?
Yeah, even with the Carmelo Anthony. Did it bother you that much to approach the dude? Now you're 6 feet dead. You're 6 feet under and dead.
Yeah.
All that audacity that y'all we control the world. Don't think.
And he died in his twin brother's arms, apparently.
So that means your daddy didn't tell you to learn how to stand the fuck down and let shit go. It's a failure. This story I like to call the failure of two fathers. Even when you try to feel sorry for both of these kids, it's tragic. But you learn the lack of discipline, the lack of decorum, the lack of acceptance of other people.
Yep.
This shit is not killing you. It's raining, apparently. They gotta wait to start the fucking event over when the rain's over. Shut the fuck up and let it slide.
Like I said, you could have went and got an authority figure. You and your crew, you and your posse could have went, sat somewhere else. If it bothered you that fucking much, it's the tough guy bullshit. And just like I said when the first time, I don't care. You are now putting yourself at risk of someone else's wrath because you want to be a fucking tough guy. That's all I'm saying. Minding your fucking business can save your life. Fuck who was right and wrong. What difference does it fucking make? One guy is dead, the other one's in fucking prison. Haha, yeah, that's what he gets. Yeah, now he's in prison. Okay, so what you're telling me is that that's what you're going to tell your son, right? Right? You're going to tell your son to be a tough guy like the Metcalf kid. Now, when somebody bodies your fucking son, then what? Because that's what people do with tough guys.
Yeah.
No, man,
But you can't teach your kids to get along with others. Make a new fucking friend. Whatever, dude.
Hey, like you said, man, track, they don't have that type of rivalry like they do with football or basketball.
But here's the problem. You don't teach boys how to defend themselves, how to have decorum, how to actually use, what's the word we're looking for? Diplomacy. This is what you get. Wanted
de-escalation.
Violence. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how to de-escalate a situation.
Yep. Everybody played Street Fighter 3, right? There's a character named Dudley that I love, one of my favorite Street Fighter characters of all time. He had a quote Street Fighter 4 that was very elegant. There's a difference between refined strength and uncouth violence. Somebody need to put that in the chat for Common Memorial. There's a difference between refined strength and uncouth violence. And all we're seeing now in today's media is uncouth violence. There's a reason why I don't have to be able to drink context with people, because I have faith in my set skills abilities that I don't have to run around beating my chest saying, "Oh, I'm strong, I'm mighty, I'm this." I'll be like, "Yo, bro, you got it. You got it, bro. Whatever floats your fucking boat." No decorum, no de-escalation, no diplomacy. What the fuck? Everybody said, I wouldn't run. But you didn't have what he had on the line, did you? There's a strict difference between refined strength and uncouth violence. Too many niggas want to go out there and be the Billy Badass. And what does that show you? You're either dead in prison or broke. And many of times it's an impressive bitch. But guess what? When y'all fighting over a chick, guess what happens? One of you gonna be dead, one's gonna be in prison, and she's gonna find somebody to fuck again. What did my first sergeant say at basic training? Don't worry about your girlfriend at home, because she's gonna be the same way you left her, freshly fucked. And you did this for ego? Because a nigga was sitting in your area? What type of happy day shit are you on? The ultimate fuck around and find out.
Charles Namer, how many times have y'all heard me say, now that I have my CCL, I am more polite and courteous than ever before in my life to people outside.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not only because I don't want to shoot you. It's because I realize now how many other people are out here carrying. You
Yeah,
don't know who you're fucking with out here.
yeah. What did I say? Like, for example, make sure you off the 25th too. We're doing the grill out at the harbor. Think about it. Most people don't know this. I may have my Glock 23 on my hip or my 19, which I finally got magazines and ammo for. But in one of my bags, just in case, I got a AR pistol, 5.56. I don't like being outgunned. I'm sorry. Do I carry it all the time? No. In certain places, I do. Because one, I don't like being outgunned. And two, where there's enough people to come around, I don't like to be bothered. I live in peace, man. I live in peace. I play my games. I lift my weights, smoke my cigars, drink my drink, play my music. Anybody who's been at the harbor with me know we have a good ass time. Right, Prodigy? But at the same time, huh?
Absolutely.
But at the same time, I'm responsible for people I invite. So I have to be protective of them, even more so of me. And by the way, for a lot of people who do come with me, majority of the time people come with me at the harbor are current former law enforcement, armed security, or former military who are armed. We actually speak to people. It is very rare that people go out of the whack at the place, because if it is, I talk to them and be like, "Hey, don't do that because you're gonna bring a lot of heat up here." Oh, good looking, man, good looking. Even when people fight, hey, young bud, come here. I guess we old enough to be OGs now, right? And I tell them, I said, look, you see how peaceful it is, nice. Why you letting your chicks fight? Go smoke what you smoke and drink what you drink. Matter of fact, break them up and I'll pull you a cup. How about that? He broke him up, pulled him a cup. Guess what? It was peaceful the rest of the night. Diplomacy and de-escalation. Do you know how many times I had to teach rookie officers and security officers how to talk themselves out of a fight? No, there's ways I can talk myself into a fight, but 99% of the time, I'm talking myself out of them. Because you get more flies with honey than vinegar. Like you said, the same way you said about that, I figured that shit out when I learned to wrestle and box. You become the most docile, polite creature God has ever laid eyes on. Because you don't want the hassle, you don't want the smoke. I don't want to take anybody's life or maim them for the rest of their life unless absolutely necessary. You're right. Community policing works, and it's not just for the police. The problem is that too many people want to go off of the emotional spectrum and not use that L word called logic. There's many a times people be like, "Why are you not upset like you should be?" Because my love overpowers your hate. My logic overpowers your emotion. No matter how much you piss me off, you really got to do something real foul for me to take your life. You literally got to threaten the life of mine or my loved ones or somebody else's, and you put in a no. You can't do that. This is the point that I tell people. Don't tell a motherfucker who had to study the force continue up and down what deadly force is. A push is not deadly force. See, we got to realize something. We got to get out of our emotions. And it's not like I don't have reprieve. Yes, I hope he gets 5, 10 years from the appeal. I'm praying that he does. I'm praying that he gets a chance to go back to college and use that beautiful brain of his. But the point is that too many of us as black men forget the one thing that we don't understand. Nigga, when did we stop being black? When did we stop being black and male? You are literally the most hated creature in this America. But you're the most needed creature in this America. The most necessary. Nobody looks to the white boys for masculinity. All the motherfuckers in the world and every war we had were getting their asses kicked till a brother stepped in. The great Sandog, who was up here earlier, said it best when he quoted me on this one. And he said, that's the right question Black America needs to ask the Congress. What war did you win without us?
Mm-hmm. How many conflicts has the United States government got into?
Huh?
And needed black men. How many conflicts has the U.S. as a nation gotten into and needed black men to help them out?
There's not one war you won without us.
Nope.
Including the Revolutionary War.
R.I.P. to the memory of Crispus Attucks.
You telling me that you can't even honor your 40 acres and a mule? How much is 40 acres in today's time is worth in a tractor? Mm-hmm. See, America has for a long time been the country of broken promises. Freedom for thee, but not freedom for me, but not for thee. Why did you defend? Why did you join? Because it's a lot better than living in other fucking countries. That's why, nigga. Go take your daughter to Afghanistan and see how she gets treated. Go take your fucking son to Sudan and see if your 10-year-old boy is not going to become a child soldier, smoking cigarettes with an AK strapped on his ass. The problem with America is, in the black community, you haven't been outside the only time you've really been outside your country was to see a goddamn resort. Go to Brazil.
And then learned about the local language or customs.
Go to Brazil and see how they really live. Go to the favelas. Well, you got motherfuckers with 50 cal pointing at the favelas. So you didn't fall at the Olympics.
Yo, it's interesting you brought up Brazil. Because I remember earlier you guys were talking about tattoos and such.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta know that certain tattoos have a certain specific meaning in certain countries.
Yeah, you can't
in
even
Brazil.
go to Japan. You go to Japan with tattoos, they automatically think you're part of the Yakuza.
Yeah, man, cover that shit up. I remember there are American teachers. One has sleeves, right? Whenever the school goes on to field trips right now, he's got to wear a long sleeve shirt. He's got to wear a long sleeve shirt all the time. T-shirt or a dress shirt. So it's got to be long sleeve just to hide his tats.
Talk about some of these Arab countries like Dubai. Everybody wants to go to Dubai all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these Arab Muslim nations, you're a woman and you walking around by your fucking self, they automatically
think
whore.
You're going to get harassed.
They automatically think whore. She must be a whore. Am I wrong, neighbor?
Mm-hmm.
No.
No, you are not. You're not. I mean, because I grew up there. And I remember by the time I was like 9, 10 years old, I'm tall. I'm about 5 foot tall, and I had to escort my mom sometimes whenever she had to go grocery shopping, or we had to go to shopping at a mall. My dad couldn't be there. Little 10-year-old me had to be there with my mom
Yeah, I
because I was
remember I
tall
was
enough
reading
to.
this. It was
Hmm.
this tweet. This guy. It was this African guy who
Hmm.
was going to school in some Arab country. I think it might have been Saudi Arabia, and
Oh,
he was running late, and he was running somewhere. He had just went in the store, bought something, and now he's running. I think he said he had to go catch a bus or something. He was running, and the
mhm.
police saw him running, and they stopped his ass. And they saw the bag, and you got to prove you ain't steal this shit. And they walked his ass back to the fucking store,
Yep,
so they can ask the people in the store, did he just buy this?
yeah.
Like, yeah, you right, man. Like, people don't understand. And again, how many times have you heard me say this, yo? Pay attention to other cultures.
Pay
Motherfuckers
attention.
is too used to what
Also
you
have
see
it.
in the States.
Mhm. Also, you also gotta have your ID with you at all times.
Yeah. Charles was just talking about what's that shit he just said in South America?
The favelas in
Now,
Brazil.
Yeah.
the fellas in Brazil, because I was gonna bring this
Look,
up and connect the dots
look,
here for a minute.
look at what
A,
happened
a,
down there.
a lot of Brazilian women in South America, you come outside with a fucking bonnet on and some pajama pants, bro, them women will let you have it.
They'll clown
Ew,
your
bitch.
ass.
You come outside like this, your fucking gut hanging out your cami. A lot of women from a lot of other cultures, they don't tolerate the sloppy shit.
No.
No.
You a woman, you supposed to be fucking pretty.
Hell, where I'm from, if you go leave the house to go to the store, at least wear, and if you're wearing track pants or something like that, you gotta get that. You gotta wear that traditional shawl just in case. And it's not uncommon for women to walk out with their hair wrapped up. They don't wear no bonnets.
But see, that's
That's
that
an
low
embarrassment right there.
that's that
Hmm.
low brow, never been taught by your mama.
Hmm.
My mother's almost she'll be what, 68 next year?
Congrats.
You know, you'll never see her walk out. The most you'll see is her walking out with a hat.
Hmm.
This generation, it's something between the boomers and the Xers. God damn. Proud to wear a bonnet. Then these
Mostly
bitches,
extras.
and this bet you know, right? I'm looking down, going towards. Where the fuck was I going the other night? Somewhere.
Hmm.
Going towards on Pulaski Highway towards the McDonald's, right there. And I'm looking at this chick and her friend. The friend wore some short shorts,
The
but
hell?
they're reasonable. They went to the upper thigh. Her other friend,
Okay.
who was holding a little child, he had to be like 2 or 3 years old. You could see the curve of her ass cheek hanging out.
Got too
And,
cheeky down there, huh?
and I'm like, you don't even have enough respect to walk with your kid. Walk with your kid. And you dress like a stripper. But then you tell niggas how much you need to be respected.
Hmm.
Are you joking? You look like you should be auditioning for Baltimore Street.
Hell, you think that's something? What about when I was at the gas station? Here's the
Hmm.
black chick in the minivan, And I'm standing there watching as I'm pumping my gas. I'm watching her in the minivan with all these kids. She just grabbed the kids from school, and she's up there in the driver's seat, rolling a blunt.
Jesus.
And I'm looking and I'm saying to myself, "Damn, bitch, you can't wait till you get in the house."
It's
So
the
so 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 again, I'm like, okay, well, I know she's not going to light up right now.
at a gas station. You'd be surprised.
And sure enough, she lit it up and started smoking weed in the minivan with the kids in the minivan
At a gas station.
at a gas station. Windows rolled up. Not even gonna
Mhm.
crack the window.
And they
And
get
then she
She
caught.
opened a
pulls
hot
off, and
box.
and all I'm saying to myself is, "Good luck, kids."
Like, you
Mhm.
just. And this is what I tell people, right? And I want people to follow me because do y'all think I'm a pretty logical guy chatting panel? At least I try to
When
be.
have you not been? When have you not been illogical? I mean, when have you not been logical? You've
I try
always been on point, always been logical. You always been precise, man. Never had a misstep. Never misstep.
because I want to go down logic lane real quick.
Come on.
Statistically, every stat we have is negative for single mothers.
Mm-hmm.
And you ask a mother, "Do you love your children?" What is she usually going to tell you?
Yes.
Or some metaphor like more than life itself. I would do anything for my
Mm-hmm.
kids. Okay, okay, I get that. So why did you have children unmarried or untethered to the man when you know you just damned them into a world of poverty?
Mm-hmm.
See the logic? If you had a man that you respected, and see, I always said, I don't care if a chick loves me because you fall in and out of love. Does that motherfucker respect me? You're not going to do certain habits in front of my kid, or any kid for that matter. I was messing with a chick, and two things she did that really shook me to my core. I'm like, I dropped something in the kitchen. Was like, God damn it! Well, you can't say that. I got you on speaker. I may cuss at my kids, but I don't like cussing at other people's kids. I'm like, "Arr?" Going over her house to do what grown people do. In the morning, her 6-year-old son knocks on the door, and she allows her 6-year-old son to lay in the bed with us.
Oh shit.
I felt so filthy. I could have took my knife and cut my skin off. I felt that filthy. But this is what you got to do. And you wonder why men say, I don't want to date single mothers.
This is the type of shit they would pull. Because they're like, my first priority is my kids, and that's what should be your priority too. I said, no. No.
Your priority, really, if you're a single mother, is to get the best father you can get. You're going to have to offer a lot for a man to be with you. You are at the bottom. One kid puts you down. Let's say you're a 10. Let's go at the average. Let's go at 10. One kid will make you an 8. Because you have a permanent reminder. See, men may know that you're not a virgin, but it's another thing to have. It's one thing to have overwhelming evidence that another man has staked their claim in you. But you have multiple crumb scratchers.
From multiple fathers.
And most men will respect a woman if she had kids by her husband. You know, we might put you back at a 9.
regardless of what happens to the father. As long as she keeps her head high and does the right thing, it's cool. But we ain't messing with you.
But think about this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a damn who you are. If I'm dealing with a woman, number one, if my child has to be in the house, he's asleep during those days. The door is locked. And even if he has some way to get in touch with me, either by the phone I gave him or just knocking on my door. And there is an emergency set of sweatpants right then and there. You do not let your kid come into the bed. You don't do that. And this is the breakdown of the black community because we are the canaries of the coal mine.
Mm-hmm.
But I know people be like, you don't say nothing about the men. Nigga, I pissed a lot of men off when I said black men are the garbage men of the dating world, and it's proven. You will take shit from women that no other man on this earth will take. And make excuses for the bullshit. And how the world judges you, how the world sees how your woman respects you, that's how the world gonna see how they're gonna respect you. Think about it, right? Motherfucking Southern white boys lost the Confederate Army. You know what their women did? They built statues in their honor. Who the fuck builds statues for fucking losers? You literally fought to get your family, friends, wife, children out of slavery. And we're reminded constantly niggas ain't shit. I'm just super saying. Go before and go cool. But yet, niggas rather chase a fat ass than chase a check. Chicks rather be loyal to a nigga serving 5-10 years than a nigga going to college or the military. As a race of people, we are so ass backwards, even though we are so great. We are the anomaly that how the fuck do we still survive? We're literally scientifically the bumblebee. How does this fat little motherfucker fly? Little wings, big body, but it flies like a charm. How the fuck did we survive? But yet, when you talk about this shit, you're called a hater. But everybody around you say, why don't you talk about solutions? When we do, you don't like it.
What's the point of talking about solutions when nobody wants to apply them?
Bingo, bango, butterfuku.
What's the point of talking about solutions when all you're gonna do is argue with me? Well, why don't we try this? Oh, that ain't gonna work, nigga. Well, why don't we try this? Oh, don't nobody feel like doing all that, nigga.
Yeah. It's amazing. Like people said, I had to literally take a break from YouTube because it just got heavy. Plus, I was focused on my son's shit because, he graduated and his farewell and his prom. Real life dictates. Unless I get paid full time, which if you want people to do content creating every day or at least 4 to 5 days a week, nigga, do what the women do. Put your money where your mouth is. There's a fucking shame And I've said this for years. It's a fucking shame. People like BGS, Dr. Neil, Dr. T, Dr. Dunbar, and others have less subscribers and less funds sent to them than fucking Derek Jackson combined.
Facts.
Facts.
Motherfuckers who tell you how to make yourself a better man, have a better life, have less subscribers combined than a Derek Jackson, a Cynthia G. Who else? All these
Fresh and
fucking
fit.
Fresh and Fit. All these jokes.
Jokes and con artists.
People who give you college level shit and beyond. And you think I can bring people here to this channel who are Vietnam era Black Army Rangers. Why? Niggas ain't gonna appreciate it. I can bring my father on here telling his story. How he dropped out of college, got his GED, came within 2 points of getting a perfect score, went to the Marine Corps just to help his mother keep the house. Grandma eventually sold it. Let it go. Went to Okinawa, got his first degree black belt in Baltimore, got his second and third degree in Okinawa. There are so many black stories that we don't even support. How the fuck is it that most of our black heroes died poor?
Not most, all of them. It's the idea of the poor righteous teacher. One thing that fucks black people up in America is the idea that everybody else is supposed to have shit except for black people, particularly black men.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you want to do something, you have to do it for free. I think black men should mentor some of these boys. Nobody ever talks about paying the mentor, though.
Fuck you, pay me. I even asked this one shorty, where's dad? Well, you know, if I find a man or... No. Why do you find a father? Why does he get off scot-free just calling? But why does a man have to deal with you? Last time I checked, I raised my son in my house. Now you telling me all these men don't want to be around their kids, or we not telling the real story that the man didn't want to be around you.
Or she doesn't know who the father is.
Which happens more times than you want to imagine.
Or she wanted to have a kid, but she wants all the power.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's how so many of these women look at children. Because, like you said earlier, you're a check baby, you're a welfare baby.
Mm-hmm.
So now it becomes a power trip because she wants all of those allocated resources.
Mm-hmm. And now, when DJ Trump said, cut, we're going to see how independent motherfuckers are. Speaking of power.
By the power of Grayskull.
That's how they look at him. Because you're telling me, right? The first time I saw my son, because I'm proud to be the first person to touch him outside the womb. Not even a doctor touched him before me. I was gloved up and gowned up like a motherfucker. The first eyes he looked on was his dad, not some white boy. Now, Think about that. As soon as I seen him and he looked at me and I looked at him, I'm like, oh shit, I gotta make this motherfucker better than me. I actually gotta cultivate him. I actually have to sit down and talk to him. I have to discover who he is personality wise, and he's got to discover who I am personality wise, and somehow we got to mesh. I got to teach him the ropes, the ins and the outs. There's some things we're going to have to learn together. Am I in the ballpark? To all my fathers out there.
Yeah.
But you would think if a baby's in your belly for 9-10 months, and I know this is not all mothers, because you still got some great mothers out there, and God bless them internally. But you would say, I want the best for my child, the best father, the best resources, the best skills, the best learning, the best food, the best nourishment, the best environment. No. We are so hell-bent as a community, the answer is no. And it breaks some nigga's heart when you're like, yo, I was raised in the 80s, and you could count on one hand you've seen overweight people. Now, it looks like goddamn trolls all around you. Kids got all these fucking 15 different type of asthmas. Motherfuckers can't read cursive.
Can't read cursive. They can't read.
That's even worse. But yeah,
Because all mothers nowadays do is stick a tablet up a kid's ass.
and I told him.
But you won't bother to download a fucking learning app.
Or read to them.
All of this technology. And you mean to tell me kids are getting fucking dumber? Your kid plops his ass or her ass in front of the TV and cut on fucking YouTube. Why don't you tell your kid to take an hour out of fucking day and cut on some math videos?
Mm-hmm.
That's your goddamn job as the mother, because remember, we black men don't take care of our kids. And, you know, it's black women, we do everything. We're the pillars of the community and blah, blah, blah.
But
Well, then why the fuck don't your kid know how to read and do math?
But like I said before, if you know that every stat is negative towards single mothers, why do you still choose to be them? And the one response I got from one, like, let me make you a mother. I said, why don't you ever listen to the niggas that say, let me make you a wife? But you never married, but guess who took the responsibility?
Marriage is slavery.
But yet, I don't see unmarried women worrying about AI, worrying about their jobs being taken. I don't see black men with intact families worrying about their kids' education. I just don't see it. When you see two functional adults, black especially, working to the greater goal, I don't see them going through the worries that everybody else goes through.
They don't want to be beholden to anything. They want to live life their way on their terms, and they don't give a shit. They don't care if their kids don't know how to read. You don't care that you feed your kids shit every day because you're too lazy to cook. You don't fucking care until your ass is homeless and you and your kids are sleeping in the fucking car.
And this is the sad part. You still don't want to give the kids to the father or anybody else in the family who could give those kids a better life.
Because daddy has a bitch in there. You don't want the bitch around your fucking kid. Oh, trust me, I know this story. You'll rather that boy or that girl sit in that fucking house with you and struggle than to give it to the fucking father, all because you mad that he moved on and he got a new bitch. And you wonder why this shit becomes generational. Look at Blueface and his mother. You saw the clip.
Mm-hmm.
Look how she talks to her son, calling her son all types of niggas and motherfuckers.
Let's not even talk Blueface. Let's look at King Von's mother. You see how she dresses? That's somebody's mother.
So in other words, Charles, and you know exactly what this is. King Von was raised by the street. His mother was a fucking thought.
Yeah.
Once he became too big to control, she let the streets have him.
And then look where he is now, in a grave.
Same thing with Blueface. Look at his fucking disaster of a mother. You wonder why Blueface is who he is and why he does the shit he does? Look no further than his fucking mother. In that video, when he's going back and forth with his mother, and he was talking about how he was 9 and his mother and his boyfriend was fighting, this bitch had the nerve to say, "Why didn't you help your 9-year-old son?" So you wonder why Blueface is who he is? Look no further than his fucking mother. But we'll never talk about that in the black community.
But we'll talk about the nigga that wasn't there. Who has more influence, the nigga who was never there or the person who was there all the time? I would tell a lot of mothers, give your children to the father. At least blame us if we fail. I'll take the blame.
They don't want to get up off the resources, the fucking food stamps and the rent vouchers and shit. They don't want to come up off of it. That's all this boils down to. I have watched this shit my entire life. You would rather lie, and then they'll lie to the kid. Look at Michael Beasley in his interview with Shannon Sharp. Your daddy ain't shit. Your daddy left us. We're poor. And then come to find out, your daddy didn't leave nothing. In fact, your daddy was giving your mother a hell of money.
Mm-hmm. What was that? You remember years ago was this one guy, I forget who it was. Mama talked bad about the dad all his life. He finally reunited with the dad. And he showed the son all the fucking I forget what they call it, the receipts for child support. And he yelled at her, "Tell me why the fuck you keep me away from my son? Why are you telling me all these lies?" Y'all remember Azala Van Zandt?
I have a coworker who went through something similar. He was married. He was in the military. He was in the army. He was in the first Iraq War. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Married, raised the baby for 2 years, found out his wife was cheating. He had a paternity test done. The kid wasn't his. He divorced her, moved on with his life. 25 years later, right? That boy found him on Facebook, DM'd him. "Hey man, I just want to know why you don't, be a father to me, but you over there with your other kids." So my coworker sends him the pictures of all the court documents, sent him the picture of the letter that came when the paternity test, negative, I'm not the father, showed him everything. That bitch lied to her son for 27 years. telling that boy that your father don't want to fuck with you. Come to find out, that's not even your damn dad.
Say it with
For
me now.
27 years, she kept that lie going.
Say it with me now. Shame, insults, guilt. Right.
You lied to your son for 27 fucking years.
It could even
That's how your son found out.
and broke his heart again. There's no shame and there's no level in hell for people like that. And we supposed to be okay with that? Oh, the Kurt Franklin thing was horrible. Even after the test, 2 tests, she still lied. Two tests. Two
Like
tests.
I said, man, you wonder why this shit is generational.
And then they wonder why black men, a lot of young black men, are not dating anymore. Remember the old saying, sins of the father? That's the sins of the mother. Why my son dating white girls? I told my ex, I said, what you really need to ask yourself, why did the black girls fail when they had first dibs on your son? Think about it. Somebody put a baby, just oh, I'm gonna say he's the father.
Yeah. You know the real baby daddy's in prison. So you'll just put it on this guy because at least he's here and he got a job. And you can get some child support. I mean, this shit is fucking grotesque.
They're trying to get they're trying to get people to have kids so badly that you got to think about it. A lot of child support courts are going to go under because people aren't having kids anymore. Not like that. When the average woman is like having a kid in her 30s now instead of her early 20s, 19 to early 20s.
Here in our city, the birth rate then fell by 15% over the last decade.
You don't even have enough replacement to the people about how close we are to retirement, ABM.
Yeah.
I'm semi-retired as a disabled vet. You're only a year older than me.
Yeah.
You're in the same boat.
And it's like I was talking earlier, people just can't afford it no fucking more.
You can't even afford to live. Let's just put it, you can't even afford to live. Even a friend of mine, she's doing armed security. Low-key gun nut. But I like that. Even she talked about how hard it is to find jobs. She finds them, but how hard it is. And she talks about how people don't even have the gumption to want to do work. I want you to think about this shit, right? There are so many people out there where in another community, men like yourself and me will be looked at as a god. Men with career skills and benefits. And I don't think that, hey, we're this super fluent guy. You don't have to be. You literally don't even have to worry about my funeral arrangements. All you got to do is call the VA. You literally could go to school for free. You literally could get paid to go to school off of me. You know how many chicks when I was with the police department said, I can't fuck with you because you're a cop? What's up, buddy, Cam? You can literally see me with my son. And for those of you who've been there since day one, A1, since I was with BGS and Angry Man, how many times I've been online and my son was in the house with me? I can literally ask where my son is right now. He's at his mom's house because he wanted to spend some time with her during the summer as well. We don't even want to push our children to be great anymore. I don't want my child to go to the military. Look, guess what, ABM? I'm gonna give you something that's frightening new. That might be new to you and me, right? Everybody in the panel, you want this frightening news?
Let's go.
Did you know the military is designed to actually fight and deal with dangerous situations? Did you know that, Prodigy?
That's groundbreaking shit.
Did you know that if you go in, you'll get training on how to defend yourself against those dangerous situations? But if I leave my child in the hood, he's most likely going to be a statistic. They did a statistic of Chicago versus Iraq for 10 years, right? There were more murders in 10 years than deaths of American soldiers in Iraq. What does that tell you? Shocking, right?
Yeah.
We'd rather get a kid and get a GoFundMe because he's doing something most likely he wasn't supposed to be doing than to put that kid in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, Space Force, Marine Corps. But you're right. But you're right, Saint. No issue of your son being in a fucking game. You know who keeps your daughters from being a single mom is a good dad. This whole thing about patriarchy, patriarchy gave you shotgun weddings to make an honorable woman out of you. Patriarchy is the shit that keeps other men at bay so you could go across the street to the corner store even at night. Patriarchy is the shit when a chick's getting the shit kicked out of her that men will come to her aid and don't even know her from a can of paint. I've done it off duty. Patriarchy is that motherfucker going inside of a fucking burning house and rescuing kids. Nobody talks about that patriarchy, do they?
Patriarchy gave you bitches women, infants, and children. WIC.
Which came from the Black Panthers, by the way.
Patriarchy gave you the civil rights movement.
Patriarchy got you out of slavery.
Patriarchy is what you used to have that held a black community together.
like adhesive.
Now everybody just wants something to blame for their failures. So now you're blaming the non-existent patriarchy.
Yeah.
Well, we have to get rid of the patriarchy. Bitch, what patriarchy?
The women got all the control. Those who control the kids control the culture.
How are you living in a patriarchy when you can dial 911 and have a man removed from your fucking house in a matter of minutes? In his house, by the way. How are you living under a patriarchy?
Right?
Go ahead.
You're an electrician by trade, a master electrician, right?
Right.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, let me come back. What you think of the conversation?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right.
Paige, like, huh? Yeah.
What's good? What's good, bad hombre?
What's up, bad hombre? You're a master electrician, right?
Yes, sir.
How you go?
Hey, what's up, bad? You know, isn't it a patriarchal job? Because guess what? You're working right now as we speak, right?
As usual.
So, let's say there's a blackout in a neighborhood. They send a motherfucker like you to fix the problem, right?
Correct.
How do you know without electricity, we're back to the fucking steam engine?
Yeah. It's the fucking 1800s all over again, yeah.
If a man like you did not exist, we're the 1800s. Well, we like that patriarchy, don't we?
Yeah.
Okay. I say the same thing about black culture. Nigga, go home. Okay, we're gonna take all our 85% of our inventions with us. And what you left with? Down with the patriarchy. Okay. All the patriarchs are gonna take all their protection, their provision, and all their inventions with them when we go. You want to see how it feels to go to the fucking lake and wash your clothes by hand? You want to go to a fucking farm and cut a chicken's head off? And guess what? Your great-great-grandmothers was happier then than you are now with all the technology. Happy. Guess what? That Birkin bag ain't going to visit you in the hospital. Them red bottoms ain't going to give you Christmas and Mother's Day gifts. That dog will piss on your carpet before that dog gives you a Mother's Day gift. Like, you're right. Just like that video when you seen that badass Nashville cop take down that shooter in 2024. Was that not patriarchal? Protecting kids and adults? Prodigy's a female. You do armed security, right? The shit's not easy, is it? Go ahead on Bad Hombre. You just getting up here. What you got to say?
Thanks for letting me come on. I was just I tried to come on before, but I kept getting knocked off.
Yeah.
So
StreamYard.
Here's the thing. This may sound wild, but I'm thinking that a lot of the dysfunction that's going on in the black community right now, I think that it comes from all the fucked up TV shows that we loved when we were coming up. Let me give you 3 examples. First example, Good Times. What's the most iconic line from that show?
Besides damn, damn, damn?
That's it. Death, poverty, suffering, and we loved that shit because it was funny. Death, poverty, and suffering. And the
And
final villain from that show was the mom, because I noticed as an adult, every time somebody, one of the kids, tried to move out, she would always say, "Nah, you can't tell them that they couldn't move out. They had to stay for whatever fucked up reason." The
well,
other show that we loved when I was coming up, that looking back now was totally fucked up, the Jeffersons. You have a simp son husband who, in one episode, I saw his wife, his housekeeper who works for him, his neighbor, and his neighbor's daughter coming at him at the same time, and he's just taking it. Dysfunction.
even
So
though
I'm thinking,
even though when you know the story of the Jeffersons, which is a spinoff of All in the Family, that was the first time you saw a black man give the shit back to a racist white man.
yes, and then but he got treated like shit in his own house from his wife and his maid
And his wife
and
did
and his mom.
and his wife didn't work.
And
Think
she
about
was always telling him what he better do and what he was going to do.
but yet I'm the motherfucker who franchised dry cleaning and laundromats.
But in his household, she was the boss. She called all the shots. The last show that I wanted to talk about, I know I'm just a little bit of a ramble, but I promise you I'm gonna bring
Go
it
ahead.
together.
It's just
Was this show called The White Shadow? When I was a kid, I loved that show. But as an adult, a couple of weeks ago, I saw 4 episodes on YouTube. 2 deaths, okay? 2 deaths, teenage prostitution, and drug overdoses. So I'm saying all that to say, I'm wondering if internalizing all these bullshit black shows that they tried to shove down our throats, that we start to internalize this on a subconscious level. So now that we're adults, 2026, we can see this shit playing out in fucking real time.
look at what happened to the music bad hombre.
Same thing.
We went from fuck the police, which you could understand it. Even being a cop, you could understand it. If I have a bunch of law enforcement people mistreating my neighborhood and we're not doing shit but just being people, because let's talk about this, kid. You don't mind if I get real with you? I'm going to get real with people. What the fuck I look like taking a person off their fucking steps and they're drinking liquor or beer after a hard day of work? You get what I'm saying, bad hombre?
Absolutely.
That's his property. I had to stop cops. Well, you know, he got an open container. He's on his fucking steps. Hey, my man, you work? Yeah, I just got off of work enjoying a drink. Leave that motherfucker the fuck alone. I've lived in East Baltimore as a fucking cop. Northeast as a fucking sergeant for another department. I wish you would pull me off my steps while I'm drinking after dealing with the fucking issues of work. I would Undertaker choke you. And you wonder why the community hates you. But yet, you go down to the country, white boys can fucking make moonshine and nobody bother them. So you understand, fuck the police, when you have all these beatings, all these unlawful arrests. You can understand. It's not anti-cop. It's the fact that you are so anti-black that you don't even respect my human rights. And that's the sentiment It's no different than when you were making propaganda against Tojo, the Japanese, and the
Yeah.
what the fuck you call the Germans, the Kaisers,
And the Krauts.
the Krauts. You wonder why nobody liked the Italians because of Mussolini. What's the difference? But yet, you motherfuckers had the audacity to hang black men in their military uniforms. And you didn't even want the men to talk about that shit. It took Eisenhower to start civil rights in the 40s. Possibly because the rumor mill was his grandmother was black. Oops. If you look at a lot of
She probably was. Fuck it.
most likely, because if you look at a lot of people's features, some features show.
Can I just do a very quick tangent,
Yeah,
really
you got it.
quickly? Speaking of the white grandmother, you remember that show Trapper John MD?
Oh yeah.
Pernell Roberts. The only other Pernell that I knew was Pernell Whitaker, the boxer. So when Pernell Whitaker, Trapper John, died, I bet there was a lot of black people at his funeral. And his wife was like, "Why are all these black people here?" Duh, they were his cousins. He probably was passing too. That's the point I was trying to make.
Yeah. And people don't even realize this. You start seeing staunch races and come to find out they 30% black.
Like there was a white cop in Michigan, Charles. I don't know if you heard this story, but his dumbass is named Cleon Brown Jr. So he took a DNA test, and it came out back that he was like 38% sub-Saharan African. And he was like, I always wondered why my daughter had sickle cell. Dude, your dad was named Cleon. Again, what the fuck were you thinking was going to come from that?
Exactly. Then on top of that, didn't Strom Thurmond have a black daughter?
Yes.
And he was one of the staunchest motherfuckers. Paid her way for college, paid money. J. Edgar Hoover. See, I'm going to say this. The most hateful races always got to be family, doesn't it? I want y'all to put this book out. It's called Identity Crisis. Somebody put that, hey, LEPD Spot, put that in the book, or Saint, put that in the chat, please. They got it in graphic novel form now from DC Comics. Identity Crisis. It's a murder mystery of superheroes. Very good writing. Excellent writing. So
I'm gonna have to check that out. I love comics.
Who done it and why? For those of you who don't know what it means when a superhero takes off their mask, Green Arrow took off his mask to speak to the Flash. When Green Arrow took off his mask, it was not Green Arrow speaking to Wally West. It was Oliver Queen speaking to. It wasn't Green Arrow speaking to the Flash. It was Wally West. It was Oliver Queen speaking to Wally West, the real person. He said, and I quote, and this is bars: "If you ever gonna pick an enemy, choose a friend because they know where to really hurt you." Write that in the chat. If you're gonna pick an enemy, choose a friend because they know where to hurt you the most. Look at Strom Thurmond. Look at J. Edgar Hoover. Only people who hate themselves the most can do the most treacherous shit to their people. How can you be such a staunch racist and your daughter carries my skin color? No empathy? You paid her way to college. You supported her all her life till you died, just to keep your secret in wraps. You wonder why racism is still prevalent in 2026. You literally can get a fucking Wikipedia page and find out who the Harlem Hellfighters are, the Tuskegee Airmen, the Liberators, all the veterans of Vietnam, even my war in Iraq and the Gulf War, and see in Afghanistan, and see all the heroics black soldiers, male and female, have done, and you still a racist? You can literally see all the inventions black people have created to make the world a better place, and you still hate us? Is it jealousy? Is it because of your fear of being inadequate? Is it the fact that you know if we get our foot off of their fucking necks, they would surpass us greatly? Black man can't even sell a goddamn fruit off of a goddamn back of his trunk without being fucked with. But everybody else who come to this country in 10 minutes can start a business. We've been here longer than 98% of any other fucking culture and race in this country. Hell, according to DNA, we might have been here before anybody. And you're right. Some of the most studious racists, stringent racists, never served. Never had to put their ass on the line. Told you the story when my son was about 5 and he asked me, Daddy, what's the difference between a bad guy and a good guy? Which is a very profound question for a little kid. And I told him, the good guys are the human shields. The bad guys use human shields. You got people telling us to go to war like that motherfucker Lindsey Graham. Would you tell your kids? Of course we know why he doesn't have kids. Yeah, he served as a colonel. But guess what? What did you really do, my nigga? Put your ass on the line. Yeah, I would have served, but did you know we had more black soldiers in Vietnam than any other race? But we're the most American. Thank you, Mr. Z, for quoting me on that. But we're treated like the nappy-haired stepchild. Nobody wants to talk about that shit. But yet, we got these so-called feminists to say, well, the men in the community need to step up. Bitch, we got you out of slavery. What more can we do?
You mean like Kayla Nicole last week?
You say you want scamming ass niggas than a good man.
Can you hear me, Charles?
You don't pick fathers. You don't pick heroes. You pick criminals. In the 21st century, we're almost 3 decades into 21st century. Three decades in the 21st century. We have all this information. We're supposed to be the age of information, but we still wallow in the age of ignorance and stupidity. You had a fucking colonel, special operations, one of the first fucking black Green Berets. It took him nearly 40, 50 years to get his fucking Medal of Honor. Why don't we protest for that? Black community. We'll hold parties for a nigga come out of jail, but we won't hold a goddamn party celebrating a brother coming out of the fucking boot camp or the military or college or trade school. We'll have a celebration of a gender reveal party of unmarried women, but we won't support your homegirl getting married. We are some hating ass people. I want to do something positive in my life. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck that. You won't even celebrate your homegirl getting married to a good man. Oh, he called you while you out? He controlling. No, he just want to make sure you're okay. And those are the motherfuckers who plot your downfall for your relationships. So much so, you can't even tell your chick how good your man is to you because she would try to fucking fuck him. And you know this. You're obsessed about the fucking bug.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you loud and clear.
I can't hear anything, Charles. I'm gonna back out again.
All right. Oh, he wants to get a job. Why about a scammer? When you ask the average chick in her 20s and 30s what type of man she want, drug dealer, scammer. It's hard to be in your own goddamn people and community. When motherfucker said, oh, I want a scammer. Oh,
Well,
you got a taxable job. I can't be with you.
it's interesting, Charles. Can you hear me? Charles, can you hear me?
Let me come out because I can't hear you. Sleepyhead.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
You know, it's interesting. They say scammer. They want scammers, but yet last week, Kayla Nicole was on somebody's show, and she said black men need to do a better job of protecting black women. So who the fuck's supposed to do that? The scammer?
I mean, you got plenty of protectors out there in protective fields and armed security, police, firefighters, EMTs, paramedics, police officers.
You know what, Charles? I've about had it with these stupid podcasts and these black people that want it. Because I still to this day don't know exactly what Kayla Nicole does, and I don't understand where her popularity comes from or whatever. Um, but I'm sick of people asking people like that questions about what black men should be fucking doing. First of all, Kayla Nicole was with a white man not that long ago, correct?
Correct.
You wasn't worried about a black man's protection then. Why don't anyone ever ask Kayla Nicole what should that white man be doing for black women? And overall, I'm sick of these pointless, directionless conversations that go nowhere.
Exactly.
Until you motherfuckers are ready to define once and for all what protection is, I don't want to hear it no fucking more.
But did your boy Sandra Faulkner say what protection was in his opinion, his professional and personal opinion? What's the first rule of protection, everybody?
Obedience.
Does it make sense?
Yeah.
I can't protect what does not listen to me.
And there we have it. See, again, the guy who asked her that question, I assume it was another one of these simp podcasts, these pander podcasts. You ask this general question and you allow her to give a even more general response, but you don't dig. You don't ask what exactly is protection. You don't ask, well, who is supposed to be providing the protection? You never ask, what does the man get in return for his protection? And everybody in the crowd just fucking claps, like a bunch of fucking sea otters. Oh, what a great fucking intellectual response, Kayla Nicole. You're so fucking smart. I get tired of this shit.
And the sad part about it is, right? Because I've been in the protection field for goddamn 99. Think about it. We're not even 50 yet, my dude. And it's almost 30 years. I won't even be 50 when I reach my 30th year of being in the public protection area. Okay? I won't even be 50. I'll be 47 years old when I hit the 30th year mark. Still a relatively young man. 30 years in the game. And the first thing I said, protection. The first rule of protection is obedience. The second rule of protection is that protection costs. Only one woman ever disagreed with that. And she's still not married. Had one child by a drug dealer and another child by a nigga who couldn't take care of a kid if it was stapled to his ass. She went to the fire academy same time I went to the police academy. Not one time in her brain did she say, hey, I need to chase this nigga down since we're in similar positions. We could have, oh my God, oh God. Maybe it was God's way of protecting me.
Probably.
Most likely. You chose a dude. You had a second baby by. You showing me pictures of your daughter falling asleep because he didn't pick her up. But you don't want to be with the dude whose son is on his hip like his goddamn holster.
Well, newsflash, Charles. A lot of women with children, they want you to come in and accept their children.
Yeah.
They don't want to really accept your kids.
What did they say? You never heard the stories of the wicked stepfather?
Most women do not want to deal with a man that is keyword active with his kids.
Mm-mm. If you ain't putting
They
resources,
can't control that guy.
I know
if
fucking well. I know for a fact it is a turnoff for a lot of women. It's a difference between knowing you got some kids out here, you're a baby daddy, but you're active.
mm-hmm.
Oh, but they definitely want you to come in and deal with their kid or kids, plural.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these are just it's a lot of shit. It's a lot of nuance within the black community that people don't like to talk about. People love to be ignorant and dumb because it's like they say ignorance is bliss. You don't want to have the nuanced conversations about what exactly shit is. Like I said a minute ago about Kayla Nicole's comment. Okay, and you know what I'm saying? The whole thing about protection. Did you ask her to define what protection is? You can't say shit like marriage is slavery, and then everybody in the cloud claps when Kayla Nicole says black men need to do better at protecting black women. Well, then who the fuck do you want to protect you?
But this is the one question.
Obviously not a husband, right? Because that's slavery. Well,
But
then who the fuck is supposed to protect you?
but this is one of the biggest things always asked, right? It's the first rule of protection that everybody agreed on. Do you agree, Prodigy? Do you agree, ABM? Do you agree, Bad Hombre?
I agree.
If the first rule of
Yes.
protection is obedience, because if I ride 65 miles in a 25 mile per hour zone, I'm not protected, nor the people around my environment. So nothing but calamity is going to happen. So if I'm supposed to be the head of the household and I'm going to take all the blame and all the fucking shit and the responsibility for the family, okay, let's define this. What's a good man, a good black man, and what's a good black woman? And let's see if we achieve those things. Let's see if we're capable of getting those things. Let's look at it, right? That's why certain men are not in the black community, and they're black. You have to move from your community. If I like white women, I'd have had a plethora of them, but I'm not attracted to them. It's a damn shame when you have old vets, Vietnam era vets on canes, walking up to you. Welcome home, brother. And your people in your age group don't even respect it like that old soldier did. And I said, you know what? No, you welcome home. You're the legend. I have yet to fill your shoes. I am humble to you. I got down on my knees and actually bowed to that man, even at work, because God only knows the hell he had to go through, and he was in early '60s Vietnam. And for him to walk over to say "Welcome home" to me was one of the greatest honors you could get. Fuck any ribbons, fuck any medals. For a man of his stature to say something like that, you can't take that away from me. His struggles, his strife, the racism he had to take was shit that was shit that built was the bricks that built people like me and you. All the black kids, all the black women, all the black men, we live off of their backs. Oh well, we don't have enough of them. We don't have enough good men. We have to ask this question: who's looking for the men that you want? Because last time I checked, it was supposed to be your father to determine if that man's a good man. Just like your mother is supposed to tell her sons if that woman's a good woman. But because the community is morally bankrupt, and I'm not talking from a perch of perfection, because I'm a flawed human being, probably more than most. But yet, how is it that we'll come up and say, hey, we need more families, but you're not going in the direction of saying what makes you a better man or woman? How do we raise proper kids? You know, on my birthday this year, I had to give my sister her props for my niece and nephew. Not one time did she have to bail them out of prison. Not one time did she have to get them out of juvie. Her son just left the military after 12 years of honorable service. Her daughter's a good mom to 6 kids. And working. It's a damn shame that we have to congratulate each other from shit that we supposed to avoid in the first place. When they said the bar is set in hell, it's in the 7th level and getting lower. It's so low that the devil himself got to do excavation. But yet, we're facing a detriment. What's up, Lost? Come up here if you got a chance. It's so low that trying to help our good brother become a military officer here. And trust me, me and Lost got the tired ass legs when he came up here to do it. That's the community I know. When we used to dedicate our time and resources to help young brothers and sisters achieve shit that we didn't do. Let's talk about the sport of wrestling. If I got 4 championships and I coached like goddamn what? Anywhere from 15 to 20 other champions, not including the high level placers we had in tournaments. At Lake Clifton, why am I not in their Hall of Fame? As a competitor, as a coach. If I gave you 4 championships in 3 years, if I was on the basketball team, I'd be a fucking urban legend. But if I'm in a sport where the majority of black people are ignorant about, I'm the outsider. I'm the weirdo. Your boy got a bronze medal in Germany for freestyle wrestling. I went 6-1 first time I even did freestyle wrestling. Only 2 motherfuckers out of 120 American wrestlers were black. Guess who was one of them? Bad motherfucker. But what did I say earlier? In Black America, we don't celebrate our heroes. We celebrate the people who fuck up the community. We got more songs celebrating Larry Hoover, Big Meech, Freeway, Ricky Ross, and others. But we don't celebrate Ben Carson. Who's the lady who wrote the ISIS papers?
Francis Wilson.
We don't celebrate Dr. Francis Wellesley. We don't even celebrate the man who gave us Black History, Negro History Week that turned into Black History Month, Dr. Carter G. Woodson. Miseducation of the Negro. We don't even celebrate Carter, Dr. Chancellor Williams for the rise and fall of the Black civilization.
And don't forget Barry Gordy, and he's still here.
Oh, Barry Gordy died.
Nope, he's like 94 years old.
He's 94? I thought he passed. Okay.
You probably confusing him with Quincy Jones. Quincy Jones died recently.
Yeah, that's Quincy Jones. I'm sorry. We too busy talking about Little Richard, but how many motherfuckers did Little Richard put on?
Can I tell you guys a really quick story?
Go ahead.
Speaking of Barry Gordy, so this lady at Motown, what was her name? Mary Wells, the lady who sang My Guy. She took the biggest L in human history. She was complaining that she wasn't getting the royalties for her song, My Guy. So she went to Barry Gordy and said she was going to leave Motown. He said, look, I'll give you a choice. I'll give you a check right now for $5,000, or I'll give you 50% of Motown. Guess which one she chose?
Go ahead.
The check for $5,000, but when Barry sold Motown, she could have made $68 million.
Damn. Oh, wait a minute. Speaking of Barry Gordy, didn't Barry Gordy have a kid with Diana Ross, and Diana Ross abandoned that kid?
Yeah.
She found a small hat simp who worked for Barry Gordy, who married her and became the stepfather for Barry Gordy's kid.
And that's the father of the chick, right? What's her name? Something Ross. Everybody talk about. Yeah.
Yes, that's her dad. He was a simp who worked for Barry Gordy.
Yeah, she left. No, she never married Barry Gordy. She wouldn't marry him, but she married the small hat.
She married the small hat, and the small hat raised Barry Gordy's kid that he had with Diana Ross. And then they had Tracy, the gay dude.
Do you mean the kid she had with Barry Gordy?
Yes, that's Tracy Ellis Ross. That's her half sister.
Okay.
So Diane, the small hat, and Barry Gordy's kid, he like adopted her. He did some Steve Harvey simp shit on a totally different level. Why would you take care of your boss's kid? I mean, come on. What are we doing? I know it's Diana Ross, but that's some next level simp shit.
It's the power of the PUSSY. Get haircuts and try to dress fly.
It goes to show a lot about Diana Ross. I'm just saying.
Not just
he wiped her up.
Not just about the Michael Jackson grooming.
I'm just saying. Even Barry fucking Gordy wasn't good enough. You banged him, had a kid by him, but nah, not marry him. Nah, you're not gonna go that far. That's fucking crazy.
But she chose the small hat who worked for him, who was worth way less money than Barry Gordy.
Exactly. And Diana Ross is another one that everybody likes to protect. Nobody says this about Diana Ross.
You know, I'm gonna say this, right? You know the one person I wish I could have a drink with right now? who's no longer with us, and smoke a
Who?
cigar. There's only three motherfuckers I will say in this space that I credit for smoking cigars. There's myself, Angry Man, and David Carroll. Anybody else, they're pretending. They're copying us. If I could smoke a cigar and drink some cognac with David Carroll and pick his brain, that would have been a monster podcast. He said, and I quote, "The white skin will cure iniquities, all iniquities." There's nothing a white man can't do enough.
Yeah, they definitely love pride.
And the fucked up part about it is that you got to realize something. When you have to really look into something and say, why we are always in the bottom rung, we have to take a look and say, hey, nobody wants to take that futuristic look to say, hey, we fucked up. I'll take it back to my wrestling days. If I lost a match, I had to regroup. What did I do well, and where did I fuck up? Which is fair. Nobody wants to say, hey, we're doing okay. We're doing great. We're doing this. No, you're not. Look at your whole community around you. I'm watching right now Special Operations, SEAL Team. You know why you got a SEAL Team 6? Because of the Iranian failure of the rescue mission. Richard Marcinko, guess what he was famous for? Not only creating SEAL Team 6, but Red Team, showing all the failures of all the military bases, the missile silos, because of what? White boy audacity. Nobody can get in our silos. And guess what? Them motherfuckers are taking pictures and hostages of all the motherfuckers in those silos. Did you know how good the Red Team was? The Red Team was so good that they planted a fucking bomb, a fake bomb, next to Air Force One. Did you know that?
No.
How
I didn't
good do you
either.
have to be as a team to plant a bomb next to Air Force One?
Top notch.
They literally embarrassed the president and Congress and military officials. That's also my belief that why they framed him from embezzling money. But you ain't hear that from me. God rest his soul. They put so much money in SEAL Team 6 that their weapons and ammo budget was bigger than the entire Marine Corps. $75 men had a bigger ammo and weapons budget than the entire Marine Corps. Put that through your head. You know why? Because you have to look at our failures. Something that the black community has failed to do for 50 years. Motherfuckers wanted me to train people, but they wanted me to do it for free. Fuck you, pay me. When everybody wanted to see your boy Falk as just this big, strong brute, but when they actually looked at my fucking records, oh shit, the fuck can you say to me? I was protecting high-ranking officials in the military on convoys, but they didn't even want to have me on the mayor's detail. You know why? Because they wanted a woman on the mayor's detail. Because that was around the time of Sheila Dixon and Catherine Pugh. Woman empowerment. Of course, Delta Force is better. Because Delta Force can actually go into a place unsupported. We'd rather go to a fucking point where instead of getting the best qualified people, we want to get a bunch of people to fit an agenda. I need you to get 15 women on this team. Only 2 of them are worth a damn. But if you want me to train them the same way as the men, I got to put them to the same fucking training, same fucking, merit as the men would do it. You would think women would respect that, but they know we got to put this agenda. Even when I train females in wrestling, I told them to their faces, everybody knows if your kids wrestle for me, the first thing they're going to do is get thrown as hard and high as I could throw them and land on them to get the fear out of them. There ain't nobody who's going to be this skilled, and there ain't nobody going to be this strong. So guess what? If you could deal with me this long, everybody else is a cakewalk. How the fuck you think I learned? If you're truly a feminist, you would have respected. Because I'm treating you like one of the guys. But I'm a No. We don't do male-female in this room. You're a wrestler. Just like the police. Guess what? I don't want you to be a man. I don't want you to be a woman. I want you to be a damn good cop. And if you see me fighting, you pick up the first bottle or brick and you go fucking do a drum solo on that motherfucker if I'm losing. Hell, if I'm not losing, you to pick up that brick or that fucking bottle and do a drum solo anyway. We can ride our way out of it. That's why I tell people I'm the biggest feminist you know. Because I'm going to hold any man and any woman to the same goddamn standard. If you want it, go get it. Well, I'm not as strong, then you better be twice as vicious. Well, why do I gotta be vicious? Because guess what? Men have a fear of death. Women have a fear of rape. If that motherfucker tries something, you slit his goddamn throat. You will not be somebody who was trained under me and you become a victim. Fuck that. Don't insult me and don't insult yourself and don't insult the organization. If I ask you to do something, it's either 2 things. It's either going to be something I had to do or still willing to do, and maybe both. You want the money, you want the hardcore missions, then you're going to have to be a nasty motherfucker too. It's only fair, Claire. If I got cussed out from fucking up an exercise or a mission, then guess what? You're going to get the same fucking treatment out of respect. But nobody wants to talk about that shit. That's the part that we don't want to talk about. Everybody loves Naruto, especially the younger millennials and Gen Zs. But nobody's seen what the Naruto was about. Those ninjas were the military of their shogun or their regent. You literally had 12 and 13-year-old kids possibly take lives or give up lives for their fucking country. But nobody looks at the essence of that show and had to look up. You want to look up a character? Look up Kakashi. Look what type of life he lived. Nobody wants to talk about the work he had to put in for his country, for his village. If you actually caught the gist of the fucking story, a lot of those kids were actually orphans. The two main protagonists, the protagonist, and what is it? What do they call it? This, forget what the protagonist and the protagonist were orphans. They started the story very tragically. Think about it. Their kids never knew their grandparents. They never seen them because they died while they were kids. Hell, Naruto never met his parents because he was a baby. Now, I think the third Hokage, the professor, is a brilliant guy, but he was a fucked up individual. You let the hero of the village son, the fourth Hokage kid, basically live in the fucking equivalent of the projects. Get the fuck out of here. That motherfucker should have been tutored by you day and night. But we don't want to talk about stories of people actually, oh, this is fun. We dress up. No, tell me the story. Tell me how this relates in real life. Nobody wants to talk about that shit. You know why? Because in our community, we don't like heroes. We'll wear shirts of people who were openly racist to black people. I don't talk about, like, what was it, Lena Horne and others who at the war effort and said, look, got up off the stage, went to the back to sing the fucking black soldiers, I don't tell the story of Frank Sinatra saying, if my black friends are not allowed to go to this beach, I don't perform here anymore. I don't tell stories like that. I don't tell stories of people who support the cause. We don't talk about Harry Belafonte. Like, what's my man with the deep voice? What's his name? God damn it. Why is maybe it's the cognac. I don't know. Homeboy who did Darth Vader. What's his name?
James Earl Jones.
I don't talk about guys like that who gave so much money.
James Earl Jones.
How is it that we got so many civil rights leaders were assassinated and murdered, but yet we got criminals who died of old age in other communities? Oh, Lord, don't get me started. Thank you, James Earl Jones. How much money did he give to the cause? How many black women gave to the cause? We don't talk about them. But yet, LGBT will have a pride moment. But how many of the black men and women who were LGBT during the civil rights movement, they don't speak nothing about? Oh, because their race mattered more than their sexuality? Don't say shit about it. Don't say shit about that. It's a kick in the fucking head, teeth, and ass, isn't it? We don't like to talk real shit. We're the only people that talk about Joe Jackson. Oh, he was abusive to his kids. If you grew up in the black community, that's just average ass whoopings. We don't talk about one of the architects of rock and roll, Ike Turner, and everybody who knew the Turners knew that Tina was the abusive one. Even when what's love got to do with it came out, she even admitted that's not how shit went. Ike would teach kids how to play guitar and instruments and get them ice creams, hot dogs, and hamburgers and talk to them. It was Tina saying, "Get your ass in here," all aggressive to them. Get the fuck away from me.
Charles, can you
And
hear
look
me?
what they did with LeVar Ball. All three of your sons are successful, but he's a bad father. In whose eyes? Black people, you better stop letting other fucking people dictate the heroes. You better speak up for your heroes. I know it's getting late. I'm going to hit y'all tomorrow. Peace.
Woo!